Hello, welcome to my presentation, Natural Law, the Science of Morality, Part 4, Morality, by me, Kris Nelson. My website is evolveconsciousness.org, and the slogan I've had there for a long time is, truth is love, love is truth. Truth unites, lies divide, embrace truth, care for truth. So let's begin. This is a little table of contents where I list what I'm going to be talking about. So we're going to start with symbolism of morality and apophasis. That's going to delve into some symbolism of ancient Egypt. Then we're going to go to a basic moral understanding, then get into conscience and survival. After that, moral relativism / subjectivity versus moral objectivity. Then we're going to describe what I've come up with as different morality levels, or you can look at it as types of morality. Then we're going to go deeper on morality level 2 and complicity, and then finally there'll be a summary and conclusion. So the first section, symbolism of morality and apophasis. I'm going to look at Ma'at, Isis, and Apophasis symbolism. Apophis, not apophasis. Then we're going to look at how that relates to apophasis and also apology. So Ma'at symbolism. Ma'at is a concept of truth, justice, law, integrity, uprightness, correctness, righteousness, steadfast, unalterable, reality, order, stability, continuity, equilibrium, balance, measurement, reciprocity, and authenticity. The personified names for the concept are Ma'at, as well as Ma, Ma'et, Mat, Maut, Amas, Ma'it, Mayet, Mut, and the Greek goddesses that relate to Ma'at are Metis, Dike, Themis. So in addition to the concept of Ma'at, there's also Ma'a, and that's the concept of right, true, real, genuine, upright, righteous, just, and authentic. So contrasts with Ma'at meaning truth and Ma'a meaning true. So you could look at it as pluralistic versus singular. Ma'at is more plural as truth, so the whole truth. And Ma'a is something that is true. Ma'at as reality, so all of reality. And Ma'a just as something that is real. And this concept of Ma'at deals with the concepts of morality, karma, kama, dharma, rota, the wheel, the tower, Tao, weird, or word, I think it's weird, has to do with wisdom, if I'm not mistaken, Moira, me or May, and Asha. So if we look at Ma'at and Isis, you're going to see that there's similarities, that they correspond and that they're linked, even in the hieroglyphics in the all-important Hall of Ma'at or Ma'ati. That's the Hall of Judgment in the Duat, or the underworld. The name for the underworld is the Duat. It's the Hall of double, two, or twin truths, or justices, relative to good and order and evil and chaos paths, or ways that we can live. And in the Hall of Judgment, or the Hall of Ma'at, that's where you had the weighing of the heart, where after you die, your heart would be weighed in one scale, as you can see over here. And on the other side would be the feather of Ma'at, which represents the concept of Ma, which is truth and order and balance and equilibrium. You could also say goodness. So your heart, which was your cares or your desires that led to your actions, was weighed against moral truth, which is what is immoral and what is moral. And we can see that in these representations here, we have the twin sisters of Isis and Nephthys. And they are beside Osiris. And Osiris and Isis were spouses, and there's Nephthys that's also there beside Isis as the spouse of Osiris. So here I'm just linking this concept of twin sisters. There's twin sisters in the Hall of Judgment alongside Osiris. In the where your soul or your heart, your essence is being weighed against the feather of truth of Ma'at to see if you deserve going to the eternal life, the paradise, the afterlife, as you could conceptualize it. So now we're going to look at how, similarly, instead of Isis being beside Osiris, now we see that Ma'at is beside Osiris. And in the middle, this is Isis. That's another, I'm pretty sure it's not just the like chair symbol on top of her head. She's often symbolized by the horns and the sun disk. And on the left and right, you can see that here is Ma'at. That is Isis. And here is Ma'at. So I'm just trying to demonstrate that in the symbolism of the hieroglyphs, there's a linking between this concept of the Hall of Ma'at or Ma'ati, which is the Hall of Double or Twin Truths or Justices, and the twin sisters are Isis and Nephthys, as the narrative of the mythopoetic narrative goes, that they are the sisters, twin sisters. And those twin sisters are beside Osiris, but also that you have Ma'at, which also goes beside Osiris. And also linking Ma'at and Isis is the wings of Ma'at, which you can see Ma'at here with the wings of Ma'at and down here. But you also have the wings of Ma'at on Isis, where Isis, that's her symbol, which looks like a throne, a chair. And she also has the wings, as you can see over here as well. She has the wings. So that is Isis and Ma'at and Ma'at. So there's symbolism that links them. And Ma'at and Isis are further linked in the symbolism of magic. Here you have Heka, which is this is the personification of Heka as a god. And then as a concept, you just have the symbol for He, or He, and the Ka. And this is the Ka symbol. And when it was symbolized as, or personified or anthropomorphized as a god, it was just the symbol of the Ka on the god. And that was Heka, the god, and this is Heka as a concept. So Isis is associated with magic, and Heka is associated with magic. Magic as creation or manifestation. So it's time and action. As we can see here, these are upright arms, and Ka represents the upright arms, upright actions, moral essence, morality, ma'at, in essence, because your upright actions have to do with doing things upright, rectification. That's associated with the concept of ma'at. So it's the wisdom of right actions. And so you have action plus time. As you can see in the symbol for the concept of heka, you have the arm, the right angle arms, rectified arms, plus the infinity symbol related to time. And if you look into the symbol, you'll see that it relates to time. So we have time and action, he plus ka. So it's magic in terms of our actions through time, which is what karma represents, the concept of karma, which can also be possibly viewed as originating through a combination of ka and the singular form of ma'at as ma'a, ka ma'a. And I think that's how it was originally written in Sanskrit, but I might be mistaken. That originally it morphed into karma eventually, but I could be wrong. Been a while since I looked into all that information. And how this relates to ma'at as well, apart from the symbol of the ka, rectified arms for your actions being at 90 degrees, rectified and moral. There is thoth, which represented, or thoth, I guess the proper way to pronounce it is thoth, represented wisdom and magic. And in some narratives, thoth was the spouse of ma'at. And you also have, in the Greek tradition, of the goddess Sophia, which represents wisdom. And Sophia is the Hellenized Isis. So from the Egyptian Isis to Greek was Sophia, and they took Isis and made her into Sophia. So you can see that Isis as Sophia as wisdom relates to Thoth as wisdom and magic relates to Isis and also Thoth. I always say Thoth because that's the way it looks, but proper pronunciation is Thoth, I think. And Thoth is the spouse of Ma'at. So you can see all the link between wisdom and magic from Thoth and Isis and Ma'at and Sophia. So we have Isis as a representation of Ma'at and Thoth, which both equal magic and wisdom. Now we can get into Ma'at and Apophasis. In the Hall of Judgment, you had these 42 negative confessions in the Hall of Ma'ati. This is a depiction from the Papyrus of Ani, and I have highlighted here the 42 representations of the confessions where they are statements of, I did not, etc. 42 things that you did not do. And there's also 42 positive confessions. I forget if that's what they're called, but it's I did. But we're looking at saying that you did not do something. You did not murder, you did not steal, etc. So this is relating the concept of Ma'at, the Hall of Judgment, the Hall of Ma'ati, with I did not. And that's Apophasis. It's the negation, affirmation through negation. So Ma'at, the goddess, or Ma'at, the concept, herself, itself, directly corresponds to Apophasis. Now here we can see the representation of concepts and the personification of those concepts as deities in between order and chaos. So there's the force or concept of Isfet, which contrasts to the force or concept of Ma'at. And the qualities of the Isfet force are chaos, injustice, evil, immorality, entropy, evolution, contrasted with the qualities of Ma'at, which are order, justice, good, morality, syntropy, evolution. And these deities, personifications that were embodying these qualities so that they could be more relatable, was, of course, the goddess Ma'at, and contrasted to that in opposition was the evil god, the snake god, Apep, or Apophis, as it became known in the Greek tradition, stemming from the earlier Egyptian tradition. And Apep, Apophis, also can be seen to relate to darkness, void, abyss, and destruction, contrasting to Ma'at as a concept or deity can be associated with light, existence, and creation. You can relate this to the biblical narrative, so the first words spoken by the Creator were fiat lux, let there be light, and that's how reality began to be created, and that's Ma'at as a concept represents reality. So that's existence and creation. And Ma'at also has another symbol of the plinth or mound, which, if we go back to the first image here, you can see that in these transcriptions of trying to decode the Egyptian hieroglyphics, here Budge has a lot of associations with the plinth, and you can even see the feather on a plinth, and the plinth is the foundation. And one of the creation narratives, there was a plinth, Ma'at as the concept, was represented as the foundation upon which, I believe it was Ptah, the god, created the earth. So there was a void, this would be Isfet, the void, the abyss, the darkness that existed before anything. And then Ma'at was actually the first thing that was put into creation to counter that negative force of abyss, chaos, darkness, the void. So first there was Ma'at, and then the earth was created. So Ma'at came before everything. It's a foundational concept in the mythopoetic narrative. So that's why Ma'at is so important, because those who are familiar with this know that as a concept, morality is our foundation for what we need to have in our principles, in order to build upon things in our life, in order to have things that are good, to have true freedom, to have justice. So it's the foundation for everything, and that's the representation in the creation narrative, where the earth was created, but first Ma'at was the foundation, the plinth that the earth was created upon. If we look at Apophasis, this comes from apo, which is away from, and phemi, to speak. So it's to speak away from. Denial or negation. It's arriving at knowledge by statements of denial. So I did not do something. You're saying you did not do something, a denial of doing something, a negation, and then you're arriving at a statement, a preposition that states something that can be understood as knowledge of what you did not do. So you arrive at knowledge by the exclusion of known negatives, to know what something is, not in order to know more what it is. That is to say, affirmation through negation. You affirm something by negating something else. And a famous quote in the fictional character of Sherlock Holmes is, "Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Here we can see, apart from all the symbolic associations and correspondences between Ma'at in the hieroglyphs and the symbolism related to Sophia and Thoth and Ma'at and magic and wisdom, now we can see directly in the words that in the Greek you have the word apophasis, which is what we just looked at before, and the affirmation through negation and the etymology behind that. So in ancient languages, you can strike out the vowels in cognates of different languages, like from English to German and Latin and Greek. You have sometimes the vowels change, and in ancient languages there were no vowels. Ancient Hebrew is an example. So if we strike out the vowels, you end up with PPHSS. Apophasis is PPHSS, which is what apophasis is. So we have the word that we just looked at, apophasis, and we're looking at Apophasis, or Apophis is, or Apophis, Isis merged together. So that's what I'm talking about here, is Apoph is Apoph plus Isis, and you can see that Apoph is the Coptic Apoph, which derived from the Egyptian Apep or Apapi. That's Apep, the evil snake deity, darkness, the void, abyss, chaos. So Apep went from ancient Egyptian to Coptic as Apoph to Greek Apophis. So we have Apophis plus Isis. Apoph plus Isis is Apophis, or Apep plus Isis. And also here you can see that this is the way you write Isis in Greek, and in ancient Egyptian it was Usat, also interpreted as Aset, Iset, Uset, because the vowels are often interchangeable, so it's a lot of interpretation. But the consonants are always the same, so that's why it's important to understand the PPHSS and how these two words are, you could say, essentially the same thing. And we already looked at how Isis is essentially equal to Ma'at and all the symbolism that we looked at previously. So Apep plus Isis is essentially Apep plus Ma'at, the opponents, as we just looked at in the previous slide. And this means it's chaos plus order. And so we come to the conclusion that apophasis as Apophis plus Isis is order out of chaos. It's Apep, and from Apep you arrive at Isis, or Ma'at, because Ma'at and Isis are practically interchangeable in the symbolic representation. So you get order out of chaos. You get light from darkness. You get truth from falsity. That's what the negative represents, the chaos, the darkness, the falsity. But from that, from negating it, from applying apophasis to it, you can arrive at truth from the falsity. By knowing what's false, you can arrive at the truth. By looking at the darkness, you can get towards the light. Because if you ignore the darkness, then it remains ignorant. You remain ignorant of it. And you can't really know what it is as a checkerboard floor to avoid stepping on the dark square and only rise up to choosing the light. You have to know what is dark in order to avoid it. And as chaos, well, from the chaos, you can create order. So knowledge from denial, affirmation through negation. The Greek word, as we can see, the Greek word derived from ancient Egyptian concepts. I hope this has made it clear that this is most likely, we don't have traces of everything that happened in history that they wrote it down. Well, when we made this word, it's because it came from here, and then that word came from here, and this was associated with these concepts here. And that's why we created this word, because of these concepts that we used from these other words that we mashed together to create this new concept called apophasis, affirmation through negation, knowledge from denial. So I think I made the case pretty strong that this is most likely, obviously we can't know with 100% certainty, but it's a pretty good case for apophasis coming from apep plus isis, which is apep plus ma'at, which is what I looked at here. That's why I presented these slides to lay down the foundation of what those concepts mean. So we have apophasis, saying no to evil. That's the concept we're going to talk about here. You're going to affirm something through negation, or you're going to go away from it, right? If we go back to the definition, to speak away from. So you got to speak away from something. When you say no to evil, well, that's an application of apophasis. It's to speak away from what is evil. You say no to evil or immorality, which brings you to say yes to morality, to what is good. Stop cooperating with a dark force of authority, coercion, control, domination, and predation. The yes men, order followers, are serving the dark force. Don't support them, nor the system of authority and control that violates your rights. Let go of the desire to control and dominate out of fear, violating rights for a paycheck. Care about the wrongs being done more than the relationship to those you know who are doing the wrongs. So for anyone who has an aversion to hearing this, well, you have to stop thinking of the people that you know and your attachments and identification to them in negating the truth. You have to look at what they are doing. You have to care about the wrongs being done that they are doing more than the relationship you have to those who are doing those wrongs. No is a powerful word that demonstrates the power of the negative. The whole problem is all of us together not saying to ourselves, not saying no to ourselves, creating evil, which is the sacred feminine. If we say no to ourselves, creating evil, and then we stop creating evil, well, that's the application of the sacred feminine, which is the non-aggression principle, which we'll get into later. So I'll restart that. The whole problem is all of us together not saying no to ourselves, creating evil, or others creating evil, and not defending that position aggregately together. Not defending it, that's applying the sacred masculine, the principle of self-defense. So we're not saying no to ourselves aggregate as all a grouping of individuals on this planet in creating evil, or we're not saying no to not support and condone others creating evil if we're not doing it, or we're not doing some that are as evil, but other people are doing it, but we're still giving support to them and accepting what they do. The solution is mostly not about new things, it's about stopping to do wrong things. The morally negative things is that what we have to stop. Stop trying to invent things and create new things. A lot of that gets shut down because, well, we're currently under enslavement. So if you look at Natural Law, the Science of Morality, Part 2, Slavery, I get into that. How we are in a state and condition of enslavement. Overall, as a society, that's our condition on this planet. So if we want to get out of that, it's not about inventing a new crypto or inventing a new car technology or finding a new power source. Are those things really going to end our enslavement? When are we going to stop being stolen from by the government or have prohibition or licensure applied to us to tell us what we can or can't do that we rightfully have a right to do? So the morally negative things are what we have to stop doing. Negation of the immoral actions is an inaction. And that is how the immorality stops from being created. That's the apophatic path, is an inaction. It's a passive action. It's a passive path of action as inaction, which is what Wei Wu Wei in the Tao or Tao emphasizes as well. Oops. Now we can look at apology from apo, away from, plus logos, the word or speech. So it's away from the word or speech. Negate prior words or speech. To go away from what you said. To negate what you previously said. So an apology is you're taking back something. You're negating it. You say no to what you did or say no to what you said. You're not affirming it as acceptable, whereas you previously said it as if it was acceptable. Now you're retracting it. You're saying, no, what I said was not acceptable. You're negating it. You're taking it back. It's a retraction. You're affirming or admitting wrong. That's the all-powerful phrase. You have to say, I was wrong. When you're saying an apology, you're saying that you were wrong about something that you previously did or previously said. So this is like apophasis. It's an apology. An apology is saying no, not continuing to say yes or affirm what you said or did. You're not continuing to affirm it. You're taking it back. You're applying apophasis to what you said or what you did, and you're apologizing, saying you were wrong. Apophasis and apology. Here I put them in two pathways, a true apophatic way and path and a false apophatic way and path. So the true apophatic way and path is learning through negation what something is not, learning about negative or immoral behaviors, saying no to immorality or evil. The false apophatic way or path is silence, to not speak out, to not speak, to not say no to evil. So when you don't speak, there's nothing wrong with not speaking, but when you don't speak out against evil or trying to remedy it, trying to do something to end the evil, then you're in a mode of silence. So that's the false application of the apophatic path. So another false application is saying no to truth rather than accepting what is true, discovering it, verifying it. You're saying no to truth. You're in denial. You're in rejection of reality. And another aspect is where you're hiding secrecy. You're hiding or applying secrecy of information. That's to occult it. You're keeping it in darkness, in a void from others. So you're casting it into the void, into the abyss, where others can't see it. It's in the darkness. That's the concept of Isfet and Apep, Apophis, where you're putting it in that void, in that darkness, in that abyss, and the light doesn't see it, so you can't see it, because it's in the darkness. So this is how the occult has the negative aspect of hiding and secreting information so that people don't become aware of it. Or it might be available in books or some other areas, but it's not popularized. It's looked down upon in all the major institutions and everywhere that's popular. People aren't talking about it. No one looks into it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want you looking into it. So even though you can find it and access it in the current age we live in, it is accessible. People aren't finding it and they're not learning about it. So when we say no to wrongs, the apophasis and apology is to say no to wrongs, to evil. Saying yes to evil is the theft of the logos, the word. That's the creative power, right? In the phrase, let there be light, let there be truth, the creation of the world or the universe, however you want to look at it in the biblical narrative, the biblical story. That's what the logos or the word is. It has the power to create. And that's what saying yes to evil is, the theft of that creative power. The stealing of the light, the stealing of the truth. Because the evil is the false way. It's the false path, the immorality. This is to say or claim or justify that you have false, quote, rights to do evil. You have the right to do evil. That's what the world we're living in is. You have the belief in authority that claims legitimacy to do things that they don't have a right to do. So they're stealing the logos and the word, the creative power, and they're saying, Let there be evil, let there be falsity, let there be chaos. They have the right to create chaos and evil and immorality and falsity into the world. They are lying about what they have a right to do, and they're convincing people through these false words, and they're getting away with it. They're doing a good job at convincing people that they have these rights because of the word magic of symbolism and language, which is what words are. They are symbols, and that inculcates ideas and shapes and forms your way of perceiving the world, your worldview. So they create false narratives and a false way of seeing the world, which has people justify, champion, support, and condone their creation of evil, their creative power, their negative creative power in this world. Or it doesn't have to be this way. And applying an apology is giving back the false words or the false creation, going back to the light, back to the truth. So when you say something that's false, and you say an apology, or that you did something wrong and you give an apology, then you're going back to the light. You're bringing the light and the truth back by letting go of the darkness and what was the falsity. You're not using the word for false claims. You've let go of that original claim or the original action, the creative power, through your words or through your actions. You created something false, negative, evil, immoral. Sometimes it's not necessarily evil or immoral, but something that you regret, something that you shouldn't have done. So you apologize for it. Anyways, not to get sidetracked onto that. So the apophasis and apology aspect is removing the yes to evil and replacing it with a no to evil. Removing the false word or claim of a, quote, right to create immorality or evil. So in the general sense, most apologies have to do with something that you did wrong, something that you shouldn't have done, words that you shouldn't have said. And in the greater aspect, in the most meaningful aspect, this can relate to things that are really evil or immoral, such as the true 7 deadly sins, the 7 violations, that could be from deceiving someone or stealing something, so you willfully deceived them. Maybe you didn't even know you were deceiving them, but later on you found out that, okay, that wasn't true, so you apologize for it. Or if you did know you were deceiving it, well, that truly is immoral. Sometimes we say things that we think are true and are not true, and so that doesn't really count as immorality because it has to be willful. You have to know what the truth is, and then you're speaking falsity. That's a willful deception, and that would be immoral. So we apologize for things. Sometimes they're immoral, sometimes they're not, but we're really getting at here the important ones, the crucial ones are where we're giving back. We're heading back towards the true path and saying no to the false path. So apology is not to not speak at all, but to not speak false words or claims. It's to not say yes to evil ways or paths, to not occult or hide knowledge, casting knowledge into darkness, which sends the world into darkness or chaos. The dark apologos and apophasis is isphet, apep, chaos, taking the word from where it belongs, taking or denying rights and true words or claims away, thereby creating false words or claims or a false, quote, right to do. So we're supposed to speak what's true and make true claims about reality. But the negative, dark aspect is you're taking or denying what is true through false words. You're making false claims. And in the worst case, such as the world we live in with the monopoly on violence of government, they're creating false words and creating false claims to make you believe they have a right to do something that they don't. The dark path is using the word or logos in trying to be God. They're trying to create what is or isn't a right, trying to be a creator of laws in the universe, and they aren't. The laws are inherent to nature, but they're trying to say, well, we can create laws, which you can't, because laws are inherent. Laws of nature are inherent. Fake laws you can create whatever law you want. You can say it's illegal to jump rope in the street on a Tuesday, but you can do it on a Wednesday and the rest of the days of the week. Those are fake laws. Every single law the government creates, that any human tries to create, is a fake law. You can only discover laws. And that will be in the Natural Law, the Science of Morality, Part 6, which will be on natural law. So I'll get into law more when we come to there. This presentation is about the word morality and the concept of morality and going in depth on that. So this image that I've been using is showing the Djed pillars on each side. And the Djed pillars, or the Djed pillars, I shouldn't say the D. It's just the Djed pillars are on each side. And these Djed pillars are representations of Osiris. In looking at, it's related to symbolism of the spine of a bull. And there's other aspects of the instruments of Osiris, like the staff, which relates to other anatomy of the bull. Anyways, that's something could be looked in at a future time, getting back to Egyptian symbolism. But the Djed pillars relate to Osiris now on each side. And there's the winged disc of Ma'at at the top. So that would be truth, justice, morality, and law on top, creating a gateway of understanding to pass through, that you have to walk through the gateway of understanding so that you can reach that higher state of consciousness of the winged disc of Ma'at, which is truth, justice, morality, and true law, natural law. The gateway leads to that solar disc, the light, the truth, the life, higher consciousness, Christed consciousness, the higher, realer, truer self and life. The initiate stands in the gateway as the middle pillar, with their feet at 90 degrees, just like the symbol of the Ka, the upright arms, rectified, 90-degree right angles, the Ka, upright, moral. They are saying, shh, with their finger over their mouth. So this is a representation again of the apology, Apophasis, negating the false way path of control and domination, of violating the rights of others. You're the middle pillar, joining the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine pillars together as the unification as the middle pillar, walking through the gateway so that you can go into the light, the truth, the higher life, higher consciousness, as a more realer, truer, higher potential self than you were before, in a falser path. So you're negating those false ways and paths and walking into the true way, the true path. It's not in dominator left brain imbalance, nor submissive slave right brain imbalance. This initiate, they are awakened with the illuminated eye on their forehead. And the truer self is born within. So that's the symbolism relating to apology. I think, I don't remember where it comes from. Mark Passio talked about it on his episode, on some of his episodes. So that's where I got it from, and I'm relating this information to tie it all into the understanding of Ma'at and Apophasis, and the apology, how this relates to morality and the importance of understanding it, and the etymology and the symbolism for the negation of evil, because that's what the whole point of morality is to say no to evil, to say no to the immoral ways and paths, to the false ways and paths. Truth as a destructive process. Isfet, or Apep, as a positive, destructive, chaotic force can bring order out of chaos with respect to destroying falsity that we're often attached to and perceive as a reality. The chaos of destroying that false reality, deconstructing falsity and unreality, shattering illusions that veil the truth, destroy the unreal in order for the real, right, true, good, ma'a, to be visible and become the condition of living. Face the negative, falsity, wrong, shadow, demon, darkness, and evil in the world and ourselves. Then divorce ourselves from creating it, negate and deconstruct it, let it go in order to grasp, to take hold of the opportunity to create a better, truer, realer, more authentic and good way of life. So I hope that's clear. It's when you're holding on to something false, which would be an aspect of Isfet Apep, you can also apply the aspect of Isfet Apep as a destroyer, as destroying something, casting something into the void or the abyss of what you're attached to, the false thing, shattering it and destroying it once you realize it, divorce yourself from it in order to create something better, to make ourselves better. That's self-improvement, self-actualization, self-realization, individuation process, the alchemical process. So that's how symbolism is often dualistic it can have multiple meanings depending on how you look at it. And this is one positive aspect of the Isfet Apep force as serving truth by, I guess, attacking itself. So that's a good way of looking at it, is you're taking the force and using it against itself in order to remove it from your state of being so that you can become a higher, truer, realer being yourself, to actualize your potential towards that truer state of being. So, as was mentioned before, the Jed pillars on both sides of the initiate for apology. Those are the two pillars of enlightenment. On the right side, you have the non-aggression principle, or the downward-facing triangle, the 4 elements representing water. This is the alchemical symbol, which can be used to associate with the non-aggression principle. And this is associated with care, or agape, true care. You could put love here, but it's not the love that most people are familiar with. So that's why I put care, because it represents true care and the care for truth and having truth within you, which is why my slogan for years has been truth is love, love is truth, because the truth is that force of love that will expand your awareness and evolve your consciousness, to expand consciousness so that you can evolve consciousness. So on the right, the non-aggression principle is the sacred feminine, and that is a passive force, and it's also the default and first that you must have before you can apply the active force on the left properly. This is where you have care for right over wrong, where you're not initiating harm. You apply the least harm, and you try to apply the least harm in what you do. You don't violate rights. You stand for non-violence. You don't do or support evil. This is the lost word, as Mark Passio went into for the lost word of Freemasonry. It is no. The lost word is no. You say no to the evil you create yourself, the no to self-evil. That's contrasted, as you'll see, on the left side. So this is the active self-defense principle relating to when you activate your will. Well, your will leads to you doing actions in the world. That's an active force. And this is the Greek thelema contrasted with agape. This is the self-defense principle in contrast to the non-aggression principle. So the first foundation is the non-aggression principle. Then you can apply the self-defense principle. As if you're violating the non-aggression principle, you're not in self-defense, you're violating the non-aggression, so it's not a self-defense. So the active self-defense principle is the sacred masculine, where you defend yourself and you defend rights, the rights of all. You act, you stand up, you speak the truth, you respond to initiated harm, you deal with violence, you enact justice, and this is the last word, where you can say no, tell someone to stop, but then you can engage in the last word, which is to say no with teeth. And overall, applying the self-defense principle of the sacred masculine of self-defense is where you say no to the evil others create. So the non-aggression principle is where you say no to self-created evil, and the sacred masculine is where you say no to others creating evil. Now we can look at a corollary and a contrast in opposition to the two pillars of enlightenment. We have the two pillars of darkness. So the passive side is the submission ideology. This is the unsacred feminine. This is slave think, pacifism, where you have apathy for right over wrong, where you allow harm, where you're being a doormat. You don't defend rights. You allow violence and injustice. And this ignores the self-defense principle because you're letting others be evil, either to yourself or to other people. This is being submissive. You're not standing in the righteousness of the sacred masculine principle. And unfortunately, we're conditioned. The state of the societies we live in has us being immoral because we are conditioned into this state. Because if we dare to apply the sacred masculine principle, those in society would stand with our oppressors, the government, in order to put us down and punish us for standing in our rights. So we're all made into slaves. Because if you try to defend your rights in an immoral society, you will be put down and punished. And if you try to defend your life against being further enslaved and further violated, then they will simply murder you. Because they don't look at it as self-defense. They just look at you as a crazy person who's not obeying them. So we're all in this state. All of us. And that's because of the lack of moral understanding in the aggregate population of the societies in which we live in. So we could change things around. We could first develop the sacred feminine where we understand morality. We care for right over wrong, the objective difference between right and wrong, and choose it. And if everyone did that, the majority of people, we didn't initiate harm, then we'd actually be able to apply the self-defense principle. But because we're not in that foundational basic state of the self-defense, the sacred feminine non-aggression principle, we can't apply the self-defense principle. And we're put into a submissive state where we're made into slaves, where we can't engage in our rights. So contrasted to the submission ideology and sacred feminine, we have the active side of the domination ideology, the unsacred masculine. And that's master think instead of slave think, and that leads to psychopathy instead of pacifism. So both of them have an apathy for right over wrong, as is shown in the passive side. You have an apathy for right over wrong. This is also shared in the active think. So you don't care about right over wrong, so you violate rights. You step on others. You speak falsity. You say things that aren't true. You know they're not true. Sometimes, and you willfully deceive. There's the initiation of harm. This is all the initiation of harm when you violate rights and you step on others. You're creating violence and injustice into existence, and you're crushing the non-aggression principle. So the submissive slave thing side that we're put into, this is ignoring, it's for making us ignore the self-defense principle. Even those of us who are aware, we can't enact it properly. So we're kept in this with others who just are completely ignorant of the self-defense principle. And so the self-defense principle was the active side on the positive two pillars of enlightenment, right? Self-defense principle was the active, and the non-aggression principle was the passive. But when you have the inversion in the two pillars of darkness, the submission side is ignoring the self-defense principle, while the domination side is crushing the non-aggression principle. So the submission ideology has let others be evil. That's what we currently live in. And we also live in the domination ideology, where those who are being evil are in this mindset, and they're being we're letting them be evil overall, because we don't have the numbers to be able to change it. So now we're going to get into what is a basic morality, a basic moral understanding. We're going to look at being right, correct, and true, right versus wrong, moral versus immoral, level 1, rights, initiated harm, immoral or accidental, and self-defense. What is morality? Morality is about objective, right and wrong behaviors, which define rules of behavior. Immorality is part of the understanding of morality. Moral behaviors are based in right, correct, and true rules because they aren't immoral behaviors, which are based in wrong, incorrect, and false rules. If something is true in reality, it's correct and right. If something is false in reality, it's incorrect and wrong. Example, 2 plus 2 equals 4 versus 2 plus 2 equals 5. True things are real, false things are unreal. Believing that 2 plus 2 equals 5 is not real and creates a false reality, an unreality. Trying to live by 2 plus 2 equals 5 is living in an unreality, and to create unreality into outer reality by your behaviors that follow that inner reality. So try to measure, distance, or build something on that false basis, and you will end up with incorrect, false, and wrong results. That's just an example of how false thinking leads to false results in the outer world. The false inner reality, once you extrude that and express it into the outer reality, you're going to get false results. So morality works the same way. Morality is a true way path for living to get correct results. Immorality is a false way or path for living to get false, incorrect, wrong, and unreal results that should not be. We have to think right to act right. Do you want to be right? Everyone does. Why would you want to be wrong? Clearly, everyone wants to be right, even though they might not say it. Yes, we want to be right. Who wants to be wrong? Who wants to hold on to wrong? Well, unfortunately, many people are holding on to things that are wrong, holding on to things that are false, and they won't let go of them. That's part of the problem of why we're in the mess we're in with the world, the state of the world as it is. And most people do not want to look at it, don't want to see it, just want to live their own personal, selfish lives. And, well, let's get used to being slaves forever, because nothing you can do about it, right? You can't morally educate people. Can't try to make the world better. Can't end evil. No, that's impossible. Evil's just been here forever and ever. Can't ever go away. Obviously, that's nonsense. So why would you want to be wrong? Caring to be right, correct, and have truth is important so that you identify and let go of the wrong, incorrect, and falsity. If you don't care about being right, then you're just going to essentially believe whatever you want to be true, whether it is or not. Having thoughts that aren't true, that are false, means you have wrong thinking, which inevitably leads to wrong acting in some capacity. As the previous slide demonstrated, you're going to have false ways of doing math. You're going to build false things in the world. It's going to be unsafe. And, your structure is going to fall apart. If you don't have the knowledge of objective morality, then you're going to believe what you do is automatically moral, right, correct, and true, even when it isn't. Everyone believes what they do is, quote, right, but few know it to be true. Few know that what they're actually doing is actually right. Correctness in thought leads to correctness in behavior. Correct answers equal correct results. Is X true? Is something true? If you can't verify that in objective reality, that X is true, that something is true, then how do you know it is true? Is Y behavior truly moral? Well, how do you know if that specific behavior is moral or not? Do you have the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong behavior to be able to determine if Y is a moral behavior? How can you know if a specific behavior is right or wrong to do, if it is correct or incorrect, if you do not know the difference between what is incorrect or right, or incorrect or correct behavior, right or wrong behavior? Definition and ownership. So we're looking at the importance of definition and how it relates to ownership. If you can't properly define something, then you don't really know what it is. When it comes to having something in your rightful possession, which is what ownership is, if you don't know what it is, then you don't know its value and how much it's worth keeping or defending. If you don't even know you have something in your rightful possession, that you rightfully own it, then you can't defend it. Then you can't defend what you don't know you rightfully own, nor can you keep it. It can easily be taken from you, or similarly, be denied its usage while still having it. So if you have something in your possession that you rightfully own, if you don't even know that you have something in your possession, such as rights, then people can say that you don't have those rights, that they're going to deny that you even have them, and you're going to accept it because you don't even know that you actually own them. And they can be taken from you. Even though you always had them, and they can't actually be taken from you. But they're going to deny them and claim that they can be taken from you. Because they're going to claim that they can grant you some. So they're going to deny some that you already have, and then they're going to say, oh, we're giving you these rights, and then we're going to take them back as punishment, or because we chose to do so. So rights, like freedom, are of high value and very worth defending. So if you can't define what the first paragraph talked about, proper definition of what you rightfully possess, then you don't know its value, or whether it's worth keeping or defending. So if you don't even know what a right is, then you don't know its value, you don't know you rightfully possess it, and you don't know that it's worth keeping or defending. If you don't know your own rights, then you won't defend them when others claim and convince you, through that false claim, that they can take them away and deny you your usage of rights. Your rights are always there, but you can let someone deny you their use by accepting their false claim that you can't use them. So here's a chart similar to what Mark Passio has made, right versus wrong. So we have wrong and right. And I've categorized them in two different ways. One's the general reality of how wrong means something that is incorrect. 2 plus 2 is 5 is wrong. 2 plus 2 is 5 is incorrect. 2 plus 2 is 5 is false. And when you apply that term wrong and incorrect and false to behavior, that's where you come up with the term for immoral. An immoral behavior is a wrong, false, or incorrect behavior. And this is where, we'll get into that later, with the different levels of morality and immorality. This is what is immoral level 1, I1. This is where you're inherently initiating harm, where you're engaging in a theft or the threat of a theft, which is itself a theft. That's coercion. And this is a false or unreal ownership claim. So you can see how this applies to what we looked at in the etymology of apology, where you're making false claims and you got to say no to your false claims to give back the truth rather than claim things that are false. So things that are immoral are, instead of just the general reality, within that general reality, we have the specifics of the behavioral reality, and that's where it's wrong, incorrect, false, as applied to behavior, because it's inherently initiating harm, it's a theft, and it's a false or unreal claim of ownership. When you have a right in general reality, something that is right is because it is correct or true. 2 plus 2 equals 4. And when we apply that to the behavioral reality, that is something that is moral level 1, M1, which we'll look at later, and that's where you're not inherently initiating harm. Not inherently initiate harm. You do not inherently initiate harm. Do not inherently initiate harm. That's what the basic moral way of living is. It's non-theft, and that's where you make true and real, where you have a true and real ownership. And the claims of things that you own are things that you actually do own. And you're not making false claims of ownership. So what is moral and immoral? We looked at what is morality as a term. Now we're going to look at what is moral and immoral. Well, basic morality is best understood apophatically by what you don't have a right to do. Basic moral behavior, a right, M1, is an action that does not inherently result in initiating harm to another sentient being. When the inherent purpose, goal, or ends of the behavior is theft of rightful property, then it's immoral, I1. It's creating slavery or evil. The consciousness of a body wills its own body self to move, something that it owns its body. The consciousness applies its will and it moves its body. It moves itself. Okay? And it does this such as to mix labor with natural resources. So reread that again. The consciousness of a body wills its own body or self to move, such as to mix labor with natural resources. Other property ownership rights are derived from this self-ownership of the physical body plus the non-physical psyche, or you could say consciousness. I shortened the term because I ran out of space. I didn't have enough space, so I just called it psyche. You can look at it as consciousness. So you have the physical body and the non-physical consciousness. And together, that's your first level of ownership. That's your self-ownership, the self of the body and the self of consciousness, the self of the psyche. And there are 7 primary acts of immorality, which are thefts of types of property. So we have the property violations or thefts this is violence, as I have here on the side. These are all violence. These are 7 violations, and that's the same root as violence. These are the 7 thefts. They are property thefts. Murder is the theft of life. Rape is the theft of your sexual association. Assault is the theft of bodily integrity. Coercion or duress is the theft of your free will choice, where you give your consent, where you have your autonomy. Standard theft is the theft of standard property, things that are outside of you. If you go work and you mix your labor with natural resources to acquire something, well, that becomes just standard property. It's outside of yourself. Trespass is the theft of the security of your living domain where you live, and someone's coming in and infringing upon that security of where you live. And you have the final one, willful deception or fraud. That's the theft of the ability to make informed decisions, because you have a right to know things about reality, and so that you can navigate properly in that territory of reality. So your map of reality is accurate. So you need truthful information in order to have your perceptions aligned in equilibrium with reality. So if someone is engaging in willful deception or fraud, well, they're stealing that ability to make informed decisions, because they're going to be telling you something. They're going to attempt to inject in your map of reality a false representation of reality, and that's going to negatively affect your ability to make informed decisions. So I've gone into this in the Science of Natural Law, Part 1 on rights. It's a bit modified from there. I've changed it to be a bit more specific, but I've gone more into rights in that presentation, so you can take a look at that. And in the Science of Morality, Part 2, slavery, this is the definition from there, just so that we're establishing terms, so you're not too confused on what slavery is. Defining slavery can be summarized as follows. Slavery is a claim of ownership on another's rightful property. It is theft. A false claim of ownership can be a single act as a one-time occurrence applied to one or many others. For example, a mugger stealing from you, a business defrauding all their clients. It can apply to one person, or it can apply to many people at one instance. That's a temporary condition or state of enslavement that subsides. It goes away. It doesn't persist over time. The more severe form of slavery is when the condition or state of slavery is persisted and becomes a permanent facet of life for one or many, which is living as a slave. For example, chattel slavery, where you had people in slave markets and people outright being owned, and that was the claim of society, where you could outright own a person completely, just take 100% of what they did and just take their life at your will, and you were in your rights. You had a complete right to do that, and that's how society operated. Another example is being stolen from perpetually, which is a theft of property that continues over and over. It doesn't stop, and that's what we're currently living in now. Whole societies can be enslaved, which can be defined as a society of slavery is when there is a persistent and widespread claim of ownership on others' rightful property. Here I made a chart of the predication of property rights. So predication is where one thing is predicated on something before it. So we have color symbolism to pay attention to. The red is the physical, and the green is the non-physical. So if we look at the chart, yourself and your body, as I mentioned before, you have your life, and the theft of your life is murder. So your life is yourself, and part of yourself is your physical body. That's why half of it is in red and the other half is in green, because part of yourself is your psyche or consciousness. These are the physical and non-physical components of yourself. So everything is ultimately derived from your own existence, your self-ownership. And that starts with you having a body and a psyche or consciousness in that body. If you don't have a body, well, you can forget about all these things because none of these exist if you don't exist. So this is your basic existence here. So from that self-ownership, all the other property rights are derived. So first is your life. You have to exist. You have to be in existence and be alive for you to have self-ownership and other derivative property rights. So after that is within your psyche, within yourself, and in your psyche and consciousness is your free will. So all the other property rights are derived from, predicated upon free will. And the theft of free will is coercion or duress. So free will consent is violated for anything to be violated. So for anything here to be violated, even the theft of your life, someone is violating your free will. So when they take your life, obviously they're violating your life, but they're also violating your free will. And for any of the other property rights to be violated, you have to violate someone's free will in order to violate any of their other property. So you choose what to do with your property. You choose, free will choice, what to do with your property. So when you're not making the choice, well, then you can incur a loss. You can have a loss to freely decide, can be from immorality or theft, or from negligence. So we're going to get into that. And it's an important distinction because someone can do something through negligence, and it's not because they wanted to harm you, or because the behavior that they engaged in inherently would result in your harm. It's just, sometimes shit happens, and sometimes it's negligence. It's not just accidental. So maybe I should have put accident here. I didn't re-review the slide more accurately. So maybe accidental would be more accurate. But anyways, you can have a loss to freely decide what can happen to your property, either by immorality or theft or an accident. And the other properties, as we saw, bodily integrity. I say bodily integrity instead of well-being, as Mark Passio states, because well-being can be a very subjective. Physical well-being can have to do with whatever's happening in your physical body. So when you have an emotional state, well, someone can tell you something that you don't like, or you react negatively, or you get insulted or offended, and that takes you away from your state of well-being. That's part of the New Age and the whole pleasure trap. Everyone just wants to feel good, the feel-good pleasure trap. So people tell you things you don't want to hear. Well, that takes you away from your state of well-being. So your physical well-being is affected. What happens to your mind can affect your body. Anyways, all that. So I view it more as bodily integrity. You have the integrity of your body, and someone violates that integrity, a punch or cuts your skin, well, that infringes upon the integrity of your body. So that's why I call it bodily integrity. I don't call it physical well-being. And here I'll just mention that the top 5 are direct self properties. So these are directly related to yourself, either your body or your psyche consciousness. Your bodily integrity, sexual association, is predicated upon your bodily integrity, because a rape is a form of assault. When you make decisions, well, that has to do with you making decisions. Now, the last two have to do with properties that are external. They're non-self properties. So you have standard property, you have things you own, you have a car, a pencil, the apple you bought, etc. That's your standard property. And then you have the security of your living domain, where you live, your habitat, your dwelling. So all others can be violated while still having life. So all this can be violated, which all violates free will, and you could still be alive. So all others, all the other properties are predicated upon your existence itself. Only you can choose to put your life at risk. For example, if you want to engage in the self-defense principle at being robbed, well, only you can choose whether you're going to put your life at risk or just give the mugger what he wants so that you can live to fight another day and fight greater battles to try to end evil. Or you can take the risk and you can engage in the self-defense principle and try to put him down. And that's in your rights. And that's your choice to make. Informed affirmative consent is required for any property rights to be maintained. So if your autonomy and your consent is violated, then your free will is being violated relative to your property rights. Not saying no isn't consent. As if someone can punch you unless you tell them they can't punch you. That's delusional. So this whole, New Age or the law of one nonsense, like the fake law of one, where allegedly these beings, the channeled entities, whether they exist or not, well, they're telling people that, there's this conception that by not saying no, you're saying yes. No, you're not. Because if that's true, then if no one explicitly tells you that they can't punch you, then they can punch you. And well, you didn't tell me I couldn't punch you. You didn't explicitly say no. So just because you don't say no doesn't mean you're saying yes. That's a whole manipulation, pseudo-spiritual bullshit of not saying no is saying yes. No, it's not. That's how the evil ones want to interpret it. That's their twisted bastardization, inversion of how truth and reality works. They're taking something that's false and trying to make it true. Oh, well, they're not saying no, so they're tacitly giving their consent. No. People are ignorant. They don't know what you're doing. And they're not giving their consent. And you can't impose consent just because they didn't say no to something. That's a deception. That's a willful deception. That's fraud. And that's violating your right to make informed decisions. But they think they can do it, and they think they're obeying the law, but they're not. They're not obeying natural law. They're not obeying morality. The default is non-consent for others to take or use your property. That's the default. And if they want to use it, well, they have to ask you for permission, and you have to consent to it. It's not the default that is, well, they can just take whatever they want until you say no. That's retarded, absolutely idiotic, moronic thinking. So, summary of rights. A right is everything not a wrong behavior that inherently results in initiating harm, which is theft or violence. A false claim of ownership over the body or life, directly or indirectly, by dictating what can or can't rightfully be done with the body, such as taxation, prohibition, licensure. And that's what initiating harm is. Those are all thefts and violence, dictating what can or cannot rightfully be done with your body and your derivative properties. No one has a right to do wrongs. Rights apply to everyone. All are morally equal. Rights only exist for individuals, not groups. Only individuals are responsible for their actions, not whole groups they identify with. You can't be like, oh, this person did this. Let's go punish all the people in that same group that they identify with, whether they identify with themselves or whether the group accepts that they're a part of that group identification. It doesn't matter. It's an individual who did something. You can't punish a whole group for what an individual does. If the group isn't doing anything that's immoral and an individual does something immoral, Well, you can't associate it with the whole group. And that's where complete idiots, I was trying to find a word, anyways, I'll just call them idiots, who don't know how to critically think, don't know how to think properly. Well, it's one person in one race did something, so it's all the race is the same way. They're all bad. You know, you could say it's, people think this of Jewish person for all Jews, black person for all black people, a white person for all white people. So all ethnicity or all race of these people are all like that, because look over here, we have individuals who are acting like that. That means, well, the whole group, the whole identification of a group, a greater identifiable, something that they belong to as an identifier, such as a race, morphology of the body, and appearance in likeness with others. Well, that those traits apply to the others, and in some cases they do, in some cases they don't. So you can't just blindly apply it. And in terms of what an individual is responsible for in terms of their actions, you can't apply it to the whole group. Anyways, enough of berating that point. Rights are inherent. No one can grant or create existing or new rights. Rights can't be taken away. They can only be self-abdicated by engaging in theft or violence, that is, negating the non-aggression principle, reciprocity. The reciprocity of the non-aggression principle, if you violate that, then you're saying, well, normally I have rights, and now that I'm violating the non-aggression principle, well, I'm saying, oh, well, here you go, I'm giving away my rights. That's what you do when you violate the non-aggression principle. You're essentially doing that. And that's where a moral debt allows taking what you don't want taken from you via the self-defense principle. So when you violate the non-aggression principle, you're creating a moral debt for something you wouldn't normally want or allow, or someone wouldn't be allowed to take from you. They can as a penalty for your violation, because that's part of the self-defense principle. I'll get into that a bit later. It's not a right to coerce others to do good deeds. That's violence or evil. You can't make someone give you money because you're like, I'm going to help people, it's going to be for charity. Well, that's theft. They have to do it voluntarily if they want to. It's not a right to believe you can transfer responsibility for your actions. Your actions are your own. You own your actions. Someone else isn't responsible for what you do. In the case of the police and military saying, just doing my job. You know, didn't fly for the Nazis, doesn't fly now. Go talk to people, soldiers on the street, police, arresting people who are saying, I'm just doing my job, take it up with the politicians. No, you're the one doing it. You can't give away the responsibility for your actions to someone. It doesn't matter what they tell you to do. You're the one who's still doing it. And rights are possessions. They're owned, as they are actions you can rightfully take. When it comes to the results of our behavior, there's true versus perceived results of behavior, where there's perception, which can be aligned with reality, or it can be out of whack with reality. So you have a cause that leads to an effect, the law of causality. And you have a behavior that leads to results. So the behavior is the cause that leads to the effect of the results of your behavior. And that causal behavior is a means to an end. You're trying to achieve something. You have a purpose. You have a goal in what you do. Your behavior is a means to a certain achieving the end goal. There's a purpose to it. So those ends, you can have a real or true result inherent in a behavior. What the reality of the behavior creates as a result. So the reality of the behavior creates as a result of engaging in that behavior can either be good as a positive or evil as a negative. So is it in harmony or opposition to objective morality? So just so you can understand how this can apply, is you can go driving a car. So it's the real true result inherent in that behavior is what the reality creates, what the reality of the behavior creates as a result. So are you driving into someone when you go drive a car? No. If you're just driving a car, you're just driving a car. You're allowed. There should be no licensure to allow people to drive because you're not inherently initiating harm. Now, when it comes to voting, well, that's when we get to the perceived desire or intended results, because the real true result inherent in the behavior, what the reality of voting creates as a result, is evil. Because the inherent result of the behavior of voting is all to elect a master or ruler to decide what can or can't be done for all of the people in an area. And that's inherently evil. It's inherently immoral. It's inherently violent because it's violating the free will of people to engage in rights they have a right to do, because they are not inherently initiating harm to anyone. But when you engage in voting, you're denying people their rights. So that is immoral and evil. So that's where voting is a perceived, the majority of people have a perceived, desired, or intended result when they engage in that behavior that ends the goals or purpose. They think it's something else. They perceive or desire or intend for a result that isn't actually what it inherently is. So what you believe the behavior creates as a result. You believe it to be good, or you can believe it to be evil. Well, no. Smoking marijuana, cannabis, weed. No, you can't do that. That's evil. Well, is it true? Or is it false that it's evil? So if it's true that it's evil, then your reason is correct. It's true that what you think is evil is evil. But if it's false that it's evil, then your reason is incorrect and you're ignorant. You're in ignorance. So if what you perceive or desire your intended result to be is actually evil, that it's true, then you line up, then it is true, then you're on the real true result side. That yes, it's true that it's evil. It's not in question. It is true. And okay, well then you know that the result that you perceive is actually evil. So you shouldn't engage in it. Something that you perceive as good, which is what voting is, well, it's false. So your reason is incorrect and you have ignorance. So you're not aligned with actually knowing if something is evil or good, and you can't make the proper choice of what not to do and what to do. Is it in harmony or opposition? So you can't know that, oh, it's in opposition, I shouldn't do it. It's in harmony, okay, I can do it. Well, if you're going to think that voting is good, but your reasoning is false and you're in ignorance, well, you're not able to make this distinction between good and evil, between right and wrong. But, oh, I went too far. If something that you perceive you have a right to take is actually something that is not evil because it doesn't inherently initiate harm, I'm not saying it is good for you. I'm just saying on the side of good or evil or right or wrong, what you have a right to take. So yeah, this is probably, I should have made this right and wrong. It would have been more simplified. Something that you have a right to take versus something that you don't have a right to take. And so if you are correct in your reasoning about what you have a right to take, what you have a right to do, then you're in an accurate perception of what is a real true result inherent in that behavior. When we're creating harm to others, we have, as I mentioned before, in the predication of properties, we have something that can be a loss as theft or a loss as non-theft. So when you create a harm, you're creating a loss of freedom to choose. There is a loss of freedom to choose what happens to one's possessions. So this can be initiated or not initiated. So there is a creation of harm, but it's not always the initiation of harm. So you can have, for example, the loss of a wrongful possession. So that's where you stole something and then you claim ownership of it. So it's in your possession, right? But then someone creates a harm to you to get it back, and then you're going to have a loss of a wrongful possession. So because you've self-abdicated your own property rights by stealing something, or someone can come, and then if you resist the rectification of them taking back their property, then maybe they're going to hit you. So you'll have harm created towards you, but there's also the harm of what you think is your possession but isn't actually your possession. So you're going to have the loss of freedom to choose what happens to what's in your possession, but it's a wrongful possession. So it's a loss of a wrongful possession, or it could be the loss of a right. And that's where you can engage in a righteous use of creating harm. So that's why it's important to define what a right is by not initiating harm, because you can initiate harm to someone due to them abdicating their own rights to not be harmed by violating the reciprocal non-aggression principle that we all live within. So you have righteous creation of harm. That's a restitution, a reparation, a rectification, where a moral violation debt is owed. So you owe a moral debt from a moral violation, and you're going to get harmed for it. So that's where there's a consequence applied to you. There's a reciprocity of that, you creating the negative one, that evil immorality out there in the world. You've initiated harm, so harm is going to come back to you by someone engaging in righteous action to create justice, bring justice back into the world. So that's a loss or harm as non-theft, and that's just. And that's where we get to self-defense. And similarly, in contrast, I mean, where you could create harm, it's a loss of freedom to choose what happens to one's possessions. That's where there's harm that's initiated. So someone has loss of a rightful possession of others. They create the loss of a rightful possession of others. So someone has something rightfully in their possession, and you're going to initiate harm and create a loss for them, where they're going to lose. They're creating a loss of their rightful possessions. And there's two types. There's the inherent initiation of the creation of harm, and there's the accidental initiation of the creation of harm. So the inherent one is what we've already talked about, where there's loss or harm is inherently the result of the behavior. And this is a loss or harm as theft. These are the 7 thefts or violence, the immorality, immoral level 1. These are false claims of ownership, where you're creating temporary or persistent claims of ownership, temporary or persistent enslavement. There is also the accidental initiation of harm that was created, where a loss or harm is created, but it's accidentally the result of the behavior. It's not inherently the result of the behavior. See, voting, inherently within voting for your master or ruler, is it's inherently a theft. It's violence. It's creating evil and immorality, because that's inherently the result of the behavior of voting for a master, a ruler over everyone. It's inherent in that behavior of voting. Now, accidental, where you have a car accident and someone's property got damaged, or, in the worst case, someone's life is taken from them. Well, that is a creation of harm, and that's initiated against someone, but it's accidental. So loss or harm is accidentally the result of the behavior. Loss, harm as non-theft. It is not a theft. So the person did lose a form of property. They had harm against them, but it wasn't an inherent part of the property. So the whole point of the past 2 slides is what I'm laying the foundation of. So this one and the one we're on now is the distinction to clarify the difference between not just initiating harm, but inherently initiating harm, that your behavior can still be a right to do even though you're initiating harm. So that's why, if we go back to my definition here, I'm saying I differentiate it from the standard definition of what a right is. A moral behavior is a right because it is an action that not simply does not initiate harm to other sentient beings, because you can have accidental initiation of harm. It's important in greater detail and clarity to understand that what is immoral as a theft of rightful property, it's a behavior that's inherently resulting in the initiation of harm. It's inherent in the behavior. It's not accidental. So I hope I'm making that clear of why I'm getting into this, because it might seem maybe pointless or too nuanced, but it's very specific, and it's to bring greater clarity, higher definition clarity to the understanding of morality. So this accidental loss and harm that's initiated, it's not inherently part of the behavior that you're engaging in, unlike voting. And this can be accidental as just an accident, but it can also be accidental in terms of negligence. So the behavior, you're going to see examples, I'm going to get to it. The behavior you're engaging in isn't inherently initiating harm, but the harm did result in this particular instance from that behavior due to harm did happen in the end, right? In the end, what happened in the end was harm was initiated accidentally, but it's due to negligence. So it's not purely an accident, it's negligence. So we'll get more into that. And here you can see immorality versus accident or negligence. So when you have immorality or theft, that's I1, initiating harm is inherently the result of the behavior. Driving your car into someone to murder or assault them. That's taking your car that you have a right to do. But then you're going to take it and you're going to then drive it into someone to murder or assault them. So I'll just go to the other side so you can see the contrast. The accident or negligence side is your initiating harm is not inherently the result of the behavior. So you go driving, but you forget your parking brake when you park it, and the car rolls away and harms someone. So forgetting a parking brake isn't going to harm someone. That's not inherently the result of the behavior. If you're taking your car and you're aiming to drive into someone, well, the inherent goal, ends, or purpose of that behavior you're engaging in someone is to harm someone. You're going to, if you connect with them and hit them, you're going to at least hurt them, which is an assault. And you could probably take their life, which is murder, because that was your goal. That was your purpose. Your purpose was to take their life, or your purpose was to harm them. So that's immoral, because it's inherently the result of the behavior that you engaged in. Whereas forgetting your parking brake, that's negligence, and there can be accidents from it. But that's not inherently the result of the behavior that you engaged in by parking your brake. So if we go back on the immorality side, firing a gun to murder someone is inherently, the initiating harm is inherently the result of that behavior that you engage in it. Even if you miss them. If you're firing a gun with the ends, goal, and purpose to murder them and you miss them because you're a bad shot, well, you still engaged in immorality, and then they could shoot you back and take your life with right and self-defense under the self-defense principle. Because again, you abdicated your right to not be harmed because you first violated the non-aggression principle, reciprocity, that everyone exists within. So in contrast, in the accident negligence side, you could, leaving a loaded gun around, it's picked up by a child who shoots themselves. So again, that's an accident, it's negligence. Just leaving a loaded gun around is not inherently initiating harm. That's not the inherent result of the behavior. So it was becoming clear, this importance of inherently the result of the behavior, where initiating harm is inherently the result of the behavior that you're engaging in versus it's not inherently the result of the behavior. Sometimes it could happen, sometimes it couldn't happen, because that's not what the behavior itself is going to automatically, necessarily lead to. So back to the immorality side, you have vandals break a car window. Or you could have voting in politics. That propagates authority, control, and enslavement. So these are all instances of your behavior is initiating harm. The results of the behavior are inherently initiating harm. And back to the accident side, you sell a product, you don't know it was harmful, and then its harm is acknowledged and is pulled from the market. So, you made something, didn't know it was harmful, you weren't trying to screw people over, you weren't trying to sell a bad product, you thought it was completely fine, and it could be it has a defect that you don't know about, and you tested it and it didn't come out, and then later there's the problem and something happened, and so then you pull it. You're like, oh, I didn't know this. Okay, I'm going to pull it from the market. So selling the product itself wasn't inherently initiating harm, because that was not your goal, your ends. That was not in the maybe this is a bad example. The end result and the purpose and the goal in the behavior itself, contrasted to voting or breaking a car window. I skipped over the side on the immorality. The product, so if you sell a product and its harm is suppressed to keep selling it, that's where you are inherently initiating harm. Whereas if you sell a product and you don't know it's harmful, and as soon as it becomes known, then you acknowledge it and you take it away from the market so that no one else can be harmed. Well, that's an act of negligence versus the other one, which was, it's lying, willful deception and fraud, because you know it's harmful and you're going to keep selling it anyways. So not only is it willful deception, then you're getting into, it's an assault, because you're taking away someone's bodily integrity because it's harming people. And then you just deny, and that's the world we live in, especially with the injections. Just deny that there's any problem with them. Completely safe and effective. And the last one on the accident side, a mover moves boxes and a box is dropped and property is damaged. Well, them moving boxes is not inherently the result of the behavior. They're just moving boxes, and then accident happened. They could have been negligent. The box is dropped, and inside the property, and inside the box is property that gets damaged and broken. So the behavior, the result of the behavior is not inherently initiating harm, versus the other column, the result of the behavior is inherently initiating harm. You're selling a product, you have no idea it's harmful, and then when you do find out, well, you keep doing it anyways. You're selling a product, and as soon as you find out it's harmful, as soon as you find out that something you're doing is harmful, then you take it away so that it can stop harming anybody else. And you make recompense to damages that people incur. So even in the car accident one, regardless of intent doesn't matter in the end for the person who suffers a loss to a form of property. Harm is initiated either directly or indirectly. There is responsibility for the behavior and a debt owed in either case, but of vastly different magnitudes. Someone who uses their car to go murder someone versus someone who forgets to put their parking brake or forgets to do something and then the car rolls away and it harms someone. Well, that's negligence, and yes, there's a debt owed, but it's vastly different magnitudes than someone who willfully does something to harm people for their own benefit. Loss and harm. So this is putting it into a flowchart mode to visualize and better understand it. You have, quote, initiating harm, close quote, generally means behaviors that inherently initiate harm as a result. So in the presentation, if I'm going to just simply state initiating harm, I'm going to generally mean behaviors that inherently initiate harm as a result, which is what everyone in the natural law community, One Great Work Network, Mark Passio, when the term initiating harm is used, it's always referring to inherently initiating harm. What I've done in my presentation, I've explicitly stated inherently initiating harm in order to bring greater clarity, clarification, and higher detail to the distinction so that people can properly categorize the different behaviors that can be created into existence, to better categorize them. And maybe it can be even better categorized than what I'm doing, but this is what I've come up with so far as an accurate way to understand reality and categorize things in reality in greater detail and more clarity. So you can drive a car. That's a moral choice. It's a right to do. It's non-theft. Initiating harm, not inherently the result of behavior. So in an ideal world, where there's no pollution, so we can get into that, where there's pollution in the cars. So everyone uses transportation, everyone buys food as transportation. We're all involved in the harm collectively of the pollution of vehicles that affects our health, the smog and everything. So we're going to ignore, just for the drive a car example, I'm just using it because it's a good example to use for the other aspects of what driving a car can lead to. So driving a car is a cause. And that leads to the effect of, well, nothing went wrong. Right? So there's no loss. Nothing went wrong. No biggie. There's no loss. But the other effect is there could be an accident, and there's no choice in the accident. You made a choice, a moral choice, of something you have a right to do. But then there was an accident. You don't have a choice in it. Versus from driving a car, well, you're going to you're going to create another cause of steering a car to hit someone. And that's an immoral choice, a wrong to do. That's a theft. that's initiating harm, initiating harm is inherently the result of the behavior. That's an avoidable loss. That's a wrong level 1, another way of terming the types of wrongs, which I'll define at the end in the summary so you can understand it better. As you can see here, there's wrong level 3. This is wrong level 1. So this is an avoidable loss because this is a choice. An immoral choice was made, and you can choose not to do this. So it's avoidable loss when it comes to something that's inherently initiating harm. The result of the behavior is inherently initiating harm. These are avoidable losses. Voting is an avoidable loss, an avoidable immorality, an avoidable creation of evil. And when it's an accident, there's no choice. You're just driving your car, and for example, a deer jumps on the road, you slam your brakes, cars collide, cars are damaged, the other car is damaged, you hit another car, so maybe someone's life was lost. That's nothing to do with neglect. It's not an avoidable loss. It's another free will being doesn't understand aspects of reality such as fast moving vehicles, jumps into the road, you hit it, slam brakes, the car swerves, hits another car, and someone else has loss incurred. So they have harm. The initiation of harm is created against their property. But it's not an avoidable loss compared to when you're engaging in something that inherently initiates harm as a result of that behavior. That's an avoidable loss. Well, this one is not an avoidable loss. Shit happens sometimes. So that's when it's just a regular accident. It's non-neglect. It's not an avoidable loss. Now, you can brake. You're in traffic or something, and you're going, and then cars are braking, and then you apply the brakes, but the car is slow to respond, and then you collide with another car. So there you've accidentally initiated harm to another's property. Now that can be where, gotta remember not to click. That can be where it's non-neglect. It's not an avoidable loss. It could be that there's pothole damages on the wheels or brakes and you didn't know about it, or some whatever mechanical thing happened, and it happened since the last checkup you did and you didn't know about it, and your brakes didn't respond fast enough, and so you didn't react quick enough, and then cars collided. But that can also be from neglect, from an avoidable loss, where your brakes were not maintained, and that's a lesser wrong, a wrong level 3. It's not a wrong level 1, where it's an immoral choice, where you're engaging in something, even if you're ignorant, even if it's not your intent, the inherent result of the behavior is initiating harm. Okay, so that's avoidable. So it's not that type of wrong. So the brakes are not maintained. So that could be you made a choice to ignore your brakes. You made a choice to get drunk, so you collided with someone. You made a choice to text and drive, so you collided with someone. See, all these avoidable losses can be for different reasons. So this should connect here, not to this one. So there's another mistake I made. This should connect to the neglect avoidable loss. And a prime example would be the brakes not maintained for this car collision. But it could be because you ignored the brakes. It could be the collision was for other reasons. So those are choices that you make. So it is avoidable, but it's still not immoral. And then we have loss creators. So we have non-free will causal agents. We have forces of nature. Okay, these are things that have no free will. They happen. They're causally related with different laws and principles and mechanisms in reality, existence, nature, creation, the universe. forces of nature, wind, water, etc., that result in a storm breaks a tree branch that falls on your car, or a dog bites your leg. These are examples of an amoral cause. Now, the dog bites your leg one, that's from a non-moral agent, from a free will causal agent. So the non-free will causal agents are simply forces of nature that interact to form amoral causes, such as a tree branch falling on your car. But then there's free will causal agents, and in the free will causal agents, there's human animals, which are moral causal agents. But in free will causal agents, there's also non-moral free will causal agents, where these are non-human animals. So the reason they're non-moral is because they do not have the capacity to recognize the objective difference between right and wrong. They can't define the objective difference between right and wrong. We cannot communicate to them the objective difference between right and wrong. So this is an amoral cause for loss. These are loss creators. Loss creators are non-free will or free will causal agents. In the non-free will ones, we have forces of nature. In the free will ones, we have non-human animals and human animals. Non-human animals result in amoral causes similar to forces of nature because these are not morality. The application of your behavior as moral or immoral behavior does not apply to aspect of causality relating to a force of nature, nor to an aspect of causality which involves free will, but in a non-human animal which does not have the capacity for that moral comprehension. Okay? Now we are the moral causal agents where we can create immoral behavior and we can create moral behavior. These are amoral causes, amoral loss creators. We are the moral loss creators. Moral causal loss creators, where immoral behavior, initiating harm, inherently the result of the behavior, that's theft. You fire a gun to murder someone, you mug someone, you steer a car into someone. Now, moral behavior is initiating harm, not inherently the result of the behavior, non-theft. You go walk outside, you drive a car, you have a car accident that kills someone. Accidents happen, could be from negligent, could be from, again, a non-moral agent that jumps in, could be from forces of nature that have the accident and that someone dies. So I hope that explains things quite well and thoroughly, the difference that I'm making of inherently initiating harm versus not inherently initiating harm. And though there are both forms of losses, one is a theft, which is immoral, and the other one is not a theft, and it's not immoral, even though there is a loss incurred. And related to that, we're going to talk about force and violence as types of harm, because with force, you can have a moral, non-violent application of force, which is a right. So you can, well, I guess we'll start here. That can be a just force. It can be the application of justice. So it's righteous use of force, self-defense use of force. You are not violating rights. You're pushing back against a violation. You're creating just harm. You're defending the right to be free of harm. It's a correct form of wrong. Correct? Wrong? Oh, no, sorry. You're correcting a wrong. You correct a wrong. Yeah, I'm missing a word in here. As opposed to the immoral one where you're creating a wrong. So you're correcting a wrong, and you're engaging in a defense from an incursion. You're responding to a present violation. So that's something in the present. Or you're applying a rectification, restitution. You're responding to a past violation. That's where you're correcting a wrong. You're pushing it back. You're bringing back justice. You're not violating rights. Now, another type of application of force There's moral and non-violent are other force applications, such as using force to move a rock. There are millions of examples that you could give here. Now, the immoral use of force, a wrong, which is where you create violence, it's a theft or the threat of, and that's unjust use of force. That's where you create injustice. You're an unrighteous application of force. These are the 7 violations where you violate rights. Is where you're doing an incursion of rights, creating unjust harm. You abdicate the right to be free of harm. Because you're doing this, you're violating the non-aggression principle, reciprocity that people have amongst each other. So you're saying, my rights are gone now because I violated someone else's rights, so I get to have harm done to me as a debt repayment. So you're creating wrong. So on one side, you're using force to create a wrong, and on the other side, you're using force to correct a wrong. So in more detail on self-defense, harm none, do what you will. So here's the non-aggression principle, reciprocity. Goes round. Person 1 doesn't harm person 2. Person 2 doesn't harm person 1. Round it goes. This is harmony. Rights are respected. No harm is initiated. No moral debts are owed. Person 1 has no moral debt. Person 2 has no moral debt. So harm is when your will to choose how your rightful property is used is obstructed by another's will. Harm is immoral when it's against another's rightful property, and moral when you apply consequences for harm. So again, inherently initiating harm. I'm simplifying it to harm because, well, you see how much space I have, so I just said harm. So it's inherently initiating harm. Maybe I'll go back and fill it in, and it'll take up another line and take up more space in the slide to make things more clear. Too bad I didn't catch these things on the first pass. Anyways. Now, from this default state where rights are respected, no harm is initiated, no debts, the non-aggression reciprocity is in harmony. It's a nice green, harmonious, equilibrium, balanced state of being. Where you can end up is person 1, there's a moral debt created. See, there's a minus. So they've created a negative state. They have violated the non-aggression reciprocity. They've initiated harm, violence towards person 2. This is forbidden under morality. They've abdicated the right to be free from harm as a result, to have consequences applied for their actions. So person 2 can collect the debt that they've created. They have a moral debt created, well, they can go collect that moral debt. And this is where you can apply the self-defense principle. This is where you apply a positive action to counter the negative action. So you can, whereas up here person 1 applied harm as violence, person 2 can apply harm as force. And this is allowed under morality as a response to a violation. So you can collect the debt, and then once the debt is collected, person 1's moral debt has been paid. So just as a quick aside, the moral debt is paid, and then they go back to the non-aggression principle reciprocity again. And then if person 1 does it again, or if person 2 does it to a person 3, well, then this process can be reenacted until it comes back to this state of equilibrium, the state of balance. So you have a negative applied, and then you have a positive applied to nullify the negative, because what happens when you add -1 and +1, you end up at 0. So to continue with self-defense, a moral debt is created or owed for taking another's rightful property, right to harm one whose behavior inherently initiates harm. You have the right to harm one whose behavior inherently initiates harm. Harm is a response to a threat of or actual behavior that inherently initiates harm, is applying consequences to preserve rights by not letting others take them or get away with violating them. Because no consequences means they are free to continue to take what rightfully belongs to them. That's what I wanted to mention in the previous slide as an example of someone comes and steals your car, steals $100 from you, and all you do is just go take back the $100 and that's where you leave it. Well, then they're going to come back and take $100 and anyone is just going to try to take whatever they can because there's no consequence. The only consequence is giving back what they stole to their rightful owner. So that's not even a consequence. That's just bringing it back. So there's no incentive for them to stop doing it. But if you go take your $100 back and you break their nose, or you take, as a consequence, you owe me a penalty. Yeah, it's not just that you owe back what you took to equalize and bring back the property to the original owner, but there's a penalty for the very act of engaging in a immoral act, for the act of violence. So there's a penalty. Otherwise, they can just keep doing it over and over, and then you got to keep going back to take your $100, and then there's going to take it again, then you got to go back and take it again, and everyone would just be taking from everybody if there were no consequences applied, if there was no penalty. Just being forced to give it back to the person who owns it isn't a consequence. That's not a penalty. So there has to be a penalty in order to incentivize people to not engage in immoral acts in the first place. You can't apply consequences to a group for actions of one individual who is accepted as part of, claims to be part of, or is attributed to be part of some group. Take your group, whatever group, identifier, whatever group exists in the world. One person does something in that group. You can't apply consequences and penalties to everyone in that group, unless they are immoral themselves and advocating for immorality. Then they are all immoral. And it's just a matter of time before they do it as well, because they're advocating for immorality to be created in reality. Consequences are to reclaim or retake what was taken with an additional compensation, penalty, or payment, an additional loss to incentivize no recurrence, or a larger payment if reclaiming property is not possible. So if you go to take the $100 back and they already spent it, so you can't get back your original $100, well, you're going to take back, rather than just taking back, say, you stole 100, well, you owe me another 100 for taking that 100, but if they already spent the 100, then you can't get back that 100, so now they're going to owe you $200 as a moral debt, for example. Instead of giving you back the 100 and then owing you 100, they don't have the original 100 to owe you, so now they owe you 200. And they don't have the original 100 to give back to you, so now they owe you 200 instead of just owing you 100. That's what I mean by a larger payment if reclaiming the property is not possible. Then they're going to owe more in terms of a payment. On to the next section, conscience and survival. This will deal with the golden rule, conscience, authority, collectivism, unconscious morality, survival, and behavior copying. The golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Apophatically, it's stated as, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. This is a moral way or path for living. What don't you want done to you? Harm, to be wronged. So don't do behavior that inherently initiates harm, a moral wrong, to others, and they do the same to you. Meaning they won't harm you if you don't harm them. You don't harm, others don't harm, no one harms. If someone does initiate harm, they are breaking the natural non-initiation of harm reciprocity that exists within the non-aggression principle embodied by everyone as the default in reality. When there's no initiation of harm, the NAP is the default. So it takes action, an action of domination to violate and step on the non-aggression principle in order for that default to be violated. So if someone does initiate harm, they are breaking the natural non-initiation of harm reciprocity in the non-aggression principle, and they can rightfully get harmed back as reciprocal payback to apply consequences and rectify the wrong. You know what wrong feels like, so you don't do wrong to others. The unconscious, automatic reciprocal feedback avoidance of harmful actions can help develop conscious understanding of objective morality and thereby true conscience. That requires knowing why, understanding, certain behaviors are morally wrong to do, to know what objective morality is. Otherwise, it's semi-conscious, unconscious living in partial moral ways that still allow moral wrongs, immorality, without knowing it, which is ignorance. So conscience comes from the Latin con, meaning with together, and science, meaning knowledge, so it means to know together. Conscience is based in common sense reality, being able to perceive things as they actually are. We all should have it, but most of us are fallen in our common sense understanding, fallen in consciousness. Consciousness is about the ability to sense reality, the ability to perceive that which is taking place around us and within us. Common sense is especially to have accurate judgment about interactions with others. Knowledge from being with others together, what to do or not to do. That's why it's to know together. That's the whole point. You can have, oh, that person, it's common sense to do this, or it's common sense to know about this, but the common sense, really from an etymological point, is common sense about reality together, because that's in the whole point of conscience, to know together, is to have accurate judgments about our interactions from being with others. That requires another, and not just you alone and what you know. It requires others in order to have interactions. It requires other people or other beings around you, not just other humans. Interactions are based on behavior. To accurately judge behaviors requires accurate knowledge. Having or possessing a developed conscience is to know the objective difference between right and wrong behaviors. Having a developed conscience is having ownership of the knowledge of objective morality, what does or doesn't inherently initiate harm. Once true conscience is developed, there is the use or exercise of conscience, which is to choose the right over the wrong in your behavior, to engage in right moral actions, which is wisdom. Conscience acts as a compass to definitively know what actions will initiate harm to another and caring not to initiate harm. So I differentiate true conscience, well, that's coming up, true conscience from a conscience, and it's just the exercise of conscience. It's not the exercise of a conscience, because everyone can have a conscience, but it doesn't mean they have true conscience. Humans have lost the ability to properly, definitively, and objectively discern right from wrong by definition, which is true conscience, not, quote, a conscience, close quote. It has been conditioned out of us. It's been suppressed by mind control. The capacity is there for human animals to be able to do this, contrary to non-human animals. It can be relearned. We can regain this ability to accurately judge what our behaviors are doing in relation to our interactions with others, and know it objectively, definitively, in terms of whether it is right or wrong objectively, to know that by definition. Conscience should be common sense knowledge held by all, but it's deliberately occulted. It's deliberately hidden. It's not in common parlance, in conversations, in academia, in the media. They purposefully cast it to the side and put it in a hole, in a coffin, where you could go find it, but it's shunned and disregarded in its true meaning and potential to enliven and revive us to our awakened state in true care, to really remake the world as a better world. So conscience should be common sense knowledge held by all, but it's deliberately occulted. This is by design, as ignorance of morality makes us easier to control. We are engineered into collectively creating our own suffering, chaos, and enslavement. This engenders fear of chaos, created from that ignorance and apathy of moral knowledge, with people thereby demanding, quote, order, which is control, that the dominators want for us. We get false order. That is to say, more chaos. We allow the denial of our rights and allow the controller class to have false rights. So if that's clear, by our ignorance of conscience, the objective and definitive difference between right and wrong, we are ignorant of morality as a result, and by that mind control and social engineering, along with the other social engineering, they get us to accept things that are false, and collectively we create our own suffering and chaos and enslavement, and then we fear what they tell us are chaotic things, even though they're creating chaos, and that's the false, quote, order that they promote as order, but it's actually chaos. And then they sell us on more controlling mechanisms that they want for us, that we then demand that control and under the illusion of order, so that they can further dominate us. And that's how we keep going up and down historically in terms of the contrast between freedom and slavery, right and wrong. We went up relative to the past in the recent few centuries, but now it looks like we're going back down. And so we're in the next ebb and flow, the rhythm of what comes about from ignorance and the lack of action towards moral education and upholding moral principles. Conscience. Undeveloped conscience and unconscious morality. Maybe someone knows the objective difference of some rights and wrongs, but not others. For example, they don't know that coercion is the theft of free will, but they say they, quote, know it's wrong. They can say they know that the theft of free will is wrong. They can say they know that coercion is wrong, but they don't know that it's actually the theft of free will and why it makes it a wrong, and that free will is a property right that you have derived from your self-ownership of yourself, your life, having the body and consciousness, and free will is part of consciousness. That's something you own. So when someone violates your free will, they are engaging in an act of theft of your free will, by coercion to try to constrict your free will through the threat of violence. So they say they know it's wrong, that coercion is wrong, and they are right, but they don't actually know it. They don't have the definitive knowledge of it being wrong, though. They only, quote, feel or intuit or believe it to be wrong. They would be right in that conclusion. In whatever they feel or intuit or believe to be wrong, they would be right that coercion is wrong, but they don't know why. They couldn't explain why it's wrong to someone else. That's unconscious morality of not knowing why something is wrong by definition. It's not having true conscience developed. It's partial conscience. A conscience. Partial in terms of the true conscience, which means you have a conscience, you don't have conscience, because conscience by itself is true conscience. So instead of saying true conscience, you can just say conscience. And I differentiate with a capital C when I'm referring to the true conscience and the partial, flawed one as a conscience and with a lowercase c. So it's not having true conscience developed, it's partial conscience, a conscience, because they could also follow that partial conscience and to not do wrongs. But it's not the true conscience by knowing the truth of why it's wrong. So they can follow that partial conscience and to not do certain wrongs. Like if they believe and feel or intuit that coercion is wrong, they can choose to not do that wrong. But it's not the true conscience. It's not the true conscience by knowing the truth of why it's wrong. Truly developed conscience is knowing why something is wrong and not right. Behavior that inherently initiates harm, theft, or violence of rightful ownership of property. That's when you actually have conscience. So that should have been with a capital C there. That's when you actually have conscience, the true conscience. Otherwise, it's partial or undeveloped, quote, conscience, a conscience, but not developed true conscience. And here's a little chart to show like a compare and contrast between the undeveloped and developed. So in the developed side, you have two aspects where even though you can have an undeveloped conscience and have a conscience, which isn't true conscience, you can choose not to follow that particular thing that you know is wrong. So you have it undeveloped, you know you have one aspect right. You don't know why, you can't define it properly, but you manage to have it right. But so it's an undeveloped form of true conscience. So it's not true conscience, it's just a conscience. It's partial conscience. This is undeveloped, and you're still not following that thing that you happen to have right. You happen to have it correct. It happens to be true, your conclusion about it being wrong. So you're not following it and you're doing it. So that's the worst level of immorality in terms of having conscience. Having a conscience, having partial conscience. And within that same vein, if you have an undeveloped conscience, you have a conscience, you have something that you happen to have correct about something that's about what is right or wrong. You are partially following it, but that still makes you immoral because you don't actually follow all of conscience. Because you're still an undeveloped conscience, you don't have everything right about what is right or wrong. So you're still only partially following true conscience, the developed conscience. So you're still in a lesser form of immorality because this person would be not following it explicitly, whereas the things that you think you know, you're following them, but there's other stuff that you don't know. So you're not following true conscience, so you're still immoral. And if you do have developed true conscience by definitively knowing it, by definition, what objective morality is, the objective difference between right and wrong, you can still only partially follow it. So it still makes you immoral. And the best place to be is obviously you have the definitive knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong behavior, and you follow it, and that makes you moral level 1, morality level 1, and that's having true conscience, because you're following it, you're exercising it, you're choosing the right over the wrong, you're not choosing the wrong over the right. So even though this person has the knowledge, they're not choosing the right over the wrong in what they do, so they're still engaging in immoral ways. So they don't have true conscience because they're not following it. They have a developed conscience, so they have the knowledge of true conscience, but they don't have that embodied within them. And when it comes to conscience, it's our personal responsibility. This is what we each as individuals are personally responsible for. Our personal responsibility is to know objective morality, the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. So when we know objective morality, we have true conscience, a property of consciousness. It's an attribute and ownership. True conscience is an attribute of consciousness, and it's something we own as part of being a conscious being who has that knowledge within us. So as I mentioned previously, that's only the first part. You can have the knowledge of true conscience, but our second responsibility is to exercise or follow or to act with true conscience by choosing the right over the wrong in our actions and behavior. So these are our two responsibilities relative to true conscience, is to develop that understanding and then choose the right over the wrong in our actions and behaviors. And here's a summary of what we just went over. A conscience is having a conscience. It's an undeveloped sense of right versus wrong, right? It's common sense, but it's an undeveloped common sense. You have some things right, but overall, you don't have the whole picture. You don't have the whole thing correct. It uses subjective, quote, morality, because objective morality is not known definitively, whereas true conscience is having conscience. It's a developed sense of right versus wrong. So you have that common sense to know together of how your interactions, your judgment of your interactions with others, and what those interactions represent in terms of right or wrong behavior. When you have true conscience, this uses objective morality because right and wrong are known definitively. Choosing right over wrong. That's what you end up doing, is you choose the right over the wrong. If you can't define what a right is, then you can't know what actually is right or wrong behavior. To be basically moral requires 1, knowing what a right is. Definitively, this means you have a developed conscience. And 2, that you exercise conscience by choosing the right over wrong in all evaluations for behavior. Not definitively knowing the objective difference between right and wrong makes you a bad or immoral person. You can't know if you're actually doing or supporting immorality or violence or evil, and will believe that you're doing good. That's the problem with when you don't have the objective difference between right and wrong. As knowledge and understanding is that you can't actually know that the choices you make in your behavior are the right ones instead of the wrong ones, because you don't have that knowledge definitively. And that's the vast majority of the population on this planet. And they just believe and they think and they feel and they intuit that they're a good person, they're not doing any wrong, but they don't actually know it, even if they happenstance, half-assed, manage to be doing that. They don't even know it definitively, actually. It's not actually a truth in their consciousness because they can't even verify what it makes it true. They don't even know why their claim that it's true, that they're good or that they don't do wrong, is true. They just believe it. It's a belief. And this is, you can liken this, the symbolism of the first degree tracing board in Freemasonry with the checkerboard floor. The symbolism of the checkerboard floor is a great representation for this aspect of a conscience versus true conscience. Is when you're walking on the checkerboard floor, you have a conscience, and you might be stepping on the light square of doing right, but you might also be stepping on the dark square and doing wrong, but you wouldn't even know it because you don't even know what you're stepping on, because you don't even know the definition of what those squares, the checkerboard floor, represents. So the true conscience is getting off the checkerboard floor to a higher state of consciousness where you can make informed decisions about your choices and behaviors and how they affect others. That brings us to moral virtue. What is moral virtue? There's a false representation in most of society, and then there's a true representation of moral virtue. The false one is the belief in the legitimacy of having authority to control others who don't initiate harm, and this is what I call the belief in authority for short, abbreviate it as BIA. And this is the second largest religion, the belief system on the planet. Obviously, money is, even for those who don't accept the legitimacy of false authority of others to control those who don't inherently initiate harm. People, even in that, believe that money is necessary, absolutely necessary, for humanity to exist. So money would be the first largest belief system in its necessity to exist, and the belief in authority is the second one, and that's government, and it's the most dangerous, though. The most dangerous superstition, as Larkin Rose says. So within this belief in legitimacy of authority controlling others, we have order followers, who are the buyers in that belief, and the order givers also buy into that belief, but they're selling that belief. They're selling that, well, we're going to give you orders, and then the order followers, well, they got to buy into that claim that they have to accept. They have to be obedient to the authority of another. Whereas the order givers are claiming that others have to obey your will, have to obey their will. So they're selling a false claim about reality. They're selling a falsity that the order followers buy, that all of us buy into in society. So the obedience of the order followers and the belief in authority is they follow authority, and that's not equal to true conscience, where you follow morality, where you're exercising and following true conscience in your behavior, which is representative of morality. If you follow authority of others, then you're not following morality. So when you're obedient to authority, you're automatically not in true conscience. Even if you have the developed knowledge of conscience, you're not in true conscience because you're not following that true conscience. You're not following morality, so it makes you immoral to follow authority. So that's why I say here, it makes you an immoral person. You can't be a moral person when you give away the ability to morally judge your actions. If you're not judging your own actions and you're just following orders, then you cannot be engaging in the capacity of following conscience, following morality, and you don't have true conscience within you. You can have a developed conscience, and you violate, you go against that knowledge of the things you know, and you engage in actions which makes you a divided, a disunited, disharmonious, disintegrated being. So the order givers, they sell the belief that others obey your will, and that they must obey your will, they tell others to go control and violate others' rights. So they're telling the order followers to further go control and violate the rights of others. And this is also making them immoral people. They have the desire to supplant their will for yours. They're just trying to say that, well, my will take over the place of your will, and instead of you choosing what you do, you're going to do what I tell you to do, because I'm the authority and you must believe me. And when they do that, well, they're getting the order followers to do acts of immorality. The true moral virtue is having the definitive knowledge of objective morality, of the difference between moral right and wrong, conscience. And then you're choosing right over wrong, you're exercising conscience, and then you have true conscience. So that's where you choose to not do a job that requires supplanting moral alignment. That makes you a moral person. You follow moral authority, not the authority of another man or woman, not the authority of another being. Your obedience is not to authority as moral virtue or being virtuous. Your obedience is to the authority of morality. And you have true, holistic conscience. So when we go in the negative moral virtue, the a-conscience, undeveloped conscience, doing immorality, we're creating, quote, order with authority. That's the belief that people have in society, is that by following authority, by following the government, by having this whole system in place, that they are creating, quote, order through that authority, through that belief in authority. So the order followers, the buyers, their obedience to the authority of another means they don't use their free will. There's no free will, and you obey your masters. And that's the police and the military, and they engage in physical violence or evil. For example, they steal, arrest, beat, murder others for disobedience. That makes them robots or slaves, because they're unthinking, they're automatons. They don't engage in their free will. They just obey the will of their masters. They obey the commands of obedience to the authority of another. So there's no truth discovery, evaluation process. There's no evaluation of, well, is it true that what they're telling me is something that I have a right to do? They're not engaging in that truth discovery evaluation process. They're not evaluating things. They're not judging things for themselves. They're not employing their free will to do that. They're employing their free will to choose to obey their master, obey the authority of another, the will of another. They give away the power of mental judgment and control over their own behavior. They abdicate their own free will and the decision-making process to evaluate actions as right. Even moral orders are not thinking or evaluating actions. They're just doing what they're told. And they just do it for a paycheck. They just follow orders for a paycheck. And the order givers, these are the sellers, the others obey your will. When you're in this position, others obey your will. You're the supplanter of wills. Other people subsume their will and take in your will as theirs. These are the politicians and, of course, the hidden hands behind politicians, those who are setting policies from higher up, all the meetings behind closed doors, such as where to shape and mold the clay of humanity going in the future, as done in openly, and I guess the World Economic Forum, they're trying to decide where they want to lead humanity into, and then there's the closed doors of, say, the RIIA, Royal Institute for International Affairs, and the equivalent of the Trilateral Commission in the US, also related to CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, and there's the Bilderberg Group and all these other groups where they do things in secret and make plans and then engage in that behavior that they have a common goal towards achieving. So they engage in that behavior in secret, and their aims are secreted and sometimes open like the WEF, and then they go engage in it. So they are doing things of the same will, the same spirit. They are conspiring. They're breathing together of that same intent and purpose. So they're conspiring to make things happen in the world that the rest of us, if it was clearly explained in terms of objective morality, everyone would object to it. But because they're kept in ignorance of objective morality, they are often socially engineered into supporting and accepting these agendas. So these politicians and the hidden hands, influencers, and the policy directors, they are engaging in non-physical violence or evil. They speak or write to influence others into obedience. Could be using money, but they're not doing the physical violence or evil of outright stealing from people by giving them tickets or in civil asset seizures. They're not arresting people, assaulting them, beating them, murdering them for disobedience. They're mostly just speaking or writing or having money move around. They're engaging in coercion and threats of greater violence for disobedience, though. Even though they're not going to employ it themselves, they're going to have other people, their goons, engage and enact those acts of violence if someone doesn't comply with their acts of coercion and threats. So for example, that's taxes and prohibition and licensure. You will comply with our dictates of taxes, prohibition, or licensure, or we will send our goons to go arrest you, kidnap you, and if you engage in self-defense to try to defend your rights to not be assaulted, then they will just murder you. And that's the world we live in. The supporters of authority. So the supporters of authority are supporters of enslavement. They are buyers of the whole deception. So that's everybody. That's the order givers, that's the order followers, and that's all of us underneath who don't even... we are order followers as well. We accept this whole system. We follow the orders of those above us and the threats of greater violence if we don't follow what they say. And this is all of aggregate society. Nearly everyone, 99.9999999%. It's very few who do not buy into this deception, who do not want to be supporters of authority, who do not want to support enslavement, but we are coerced into giving support through taxes. Everything that's sold has sales tax, there's property tax on homes. This will be explained later through the immorality level 1, B2. So there's like 4 different types. And anyways, that'll be explained later. Just giving a hint that we're all part of this, and there's some of us who want to get out of it. But since we're all in this together, we can't just change reality on our own. I can't just change reality by myself. I have to get other people to agree to live a different way. And that's the importance of moral education to eventually reach that point. So within that aggregate society of nearly everyone, we have the order followers. And these are the least mature, the most childlike, the most irresponsible, because they are the most responsible for keeping humanity enslaved. They act as the paradigm protectors, protecting this belief in authority. And anyone who disobeys, well, you're going to get a baton in the face, or you're going to get pepper sprayed, etc. And if you try to defend yourself against those acts of violence, well, then they'll just murder you. And all of society overall, in the majority, supports them doing all those acts to people who don't want and protest against it and refuse to obey. So everyone else, which includes the order followers, well, everyone's acting as abandoned children. We are all abandoned children by parents who didn't raise us in consciousness and objective morality. This includes the order followers, but it's everyone else. And when I refer to order followers, I'm meaning the police, the military, those who enforce the system of enslavement, the system of control. We are all order followers ultimately, because we go along with the system of enslavement. As I mentioned before, the I1, B2, which we'll get into later, these are how we are made to be immoral because of the whole society, the whole way of life that we are in is immoral, and we're giving support to it, even though we don't want to give support to it. But if we don't, well, we don't have a choice in some cases. Well, we do have a choice, but it would mean depending on others who do give support to that system. So you're not actually solving anything by trying to simply extricate yourself from giving any support. You would end up being a hermit in the woods, and you wouldn't actually be working to end evil. You would just be making yourself purely M1, morality level 1, where you don't voluntarily or coercively do acts of evil or violence yourself, and you don't voluntarily or involuntarily support others doing those acts. So you could do that, go be a hermit in the woods, and then you're a base level moral being, but you're not doing anything to end evil, so you're still being immoral because you're shunning your responsibility to actually live in a moral world. The immoral world is still going to be there even if you go live in the woods. You're not solving a damn thing. So we're all forced to be immoral, and until we reach a level of consciousness where people evolve consciousness, raise their consciousness to be moral beings in the aggregate and change the aggregate way of life, well, the aggregate way of life is not going to be that way because the individuals aren't creating that as the aggregate collective way of life that we live in. So it requires individuals to change in order to get that aggregate change in the way society functions, for us to no longer be made into immoral beings by the way, the structure of society that conditions us and forces us into that way of living. So authority acts as the new parent. People are looking for authority or experts to tell them what's right, what's true, what's real, what to do, to solve problems for them. Conversely, what's right? Well, what's wrong? What's false? What's not real? What not to do? And this is how we're made into children. We're abandoned children because our parents failed to raise us in consciousness and objective morality. Some of us have engaged in that work and elevated our consciousness to understand this. But the vast majority have not. So they look for the authority and the experts on the news, all these experts in government and in military and in this or that, or in the medicine and the pharmaceutical industry. Well, these are the experts, and they're going to tell you what's right and what's true and what's real and what to do, and they're going to solve your problems for you. You don't have to do anything. Just trust the authorities, the expert. You're looking to be taken care of, clinging to group dynamics of collectivism to be accepted and belong. You want to be accepted and belong, so you join in that amorphous glob of collectivism, and you cast away your free thinking and critical thinking, and you go along to get along, to be accepted and belong to something. Feel like you belong to something bigger than you, belong to society. So people beg the state for help to resolve disputes, like children who want parental authority to get involved because they aren't mature adults to morally resolve issues together. In some cases, all it takes is one person to create the dichotomy, and then the other person who didn't want the state involved, well, the other person went and ran to the state, so now the state's involved, and you're fucked. So it's little children who want their parent to act as the authority and get involved in everything because we're not living in a society of mature adults who can morally resolve issues together, who can stand united to defend someone who's been violated and morally act in unison towards rectification, redressment, and bringing justice back for that injustice that was created. So where we're not enough people as a majority to do that in an area. And the authority, the parental authority, has taken that place of that personal responsibility that each of us has to ourselves and to our fellow humans, our fellow man, our fellow beings around us, to be our brother's keeper. As one being suffers, we all suffer, in a sense, where the state of true freedom will only be attained if we are all actually free. It's freedom for all. And if it's not freedom for all, then if it's not true freedom for all, then we don't actually have true freedom for anybody. So we have to get to that point where we have the numbers to then act in moral unison to defend each other. Otherwise, you're just alone. And then, because the others aren't defending you and you're not defending them, everyone's alone. And then you have a centralized authority that acts as a defender whenever something goes wrong, that you can't enact justice yourself. Plus, you're prevented from doing so, and you're criminalized for trying to bring justice to an injustice. And you're going to be treated as a criminal, as a violent person, and punished for it, because only the centralized authority is allowed to do that, because we want to shirk our moral responsibility to be our brother's keeper and defend justice together in moral unison. So that brings us to another state and condition of the majority of people who are loving their enslavement. We're all loving our enslavement. Save me from my fears. People like, or quote, love their slavery, but they don't even know it. They don't even know it since they're not aware of what they're liking. You see, they like things the way they are, which is slavery. They don't know it's slavery, but they like it. They like it how it is and want to keep things going this way. With government enslavement, they want it to keep going. They don't know what it truly is. They can't see it. They don't have the eyes to see. They fight and argue to defend this way of life when others, the non-statists or the anarchists, true anarchists, moral beings, object to it. So they're enslaved, but they don't know it, and they're fighting for their own enslavement, which is what Morpheus says to Neo in the first construct with the lady in the red dress. People are so indentured, so hopelessly inured by the system of control, the system of enslavement, that they will fight to protect it and fight to defend it. It's truly the best movie ever made, ever in existence, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion. So what do these people say when they fight and argue? They come up with excuses like, oh, well, go move somewhere else if you don't like it here. Well, who would build the roads? And et cetera, blah, 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 of other defenses of slavery to shut down rational thinking. They don't want to engage in rational thinking. They lack that ability. It's a capacity that exists as a potentiality within them, but due to the social engineering and conditioning, they've had that essentially bred out of them, you could say, bred out. But it's been stamped out. They could regain that critical thinking and rational thinking, but because of their attachment to their belief, the socially engineered and conditioned beliefs they have about the legitimacy of authority and their belief in authority, they're too attached to that belief. So they just shut down in an ego, identity, personality attachment. They identify themselves with their current view of themselves and their current worldview and how they view themselves as a good being by supporting that worldview. So they're going to defend it, and they're defending slavery because they lack that self-knowledge, that introspection, that reflective capacity to look within at their beliefs, their diseased ideas that they've latched onto and won't let go of them. So they're not engaging in proper rational critical thinking of the arguments that non-statists can bring up, and they will come up with nonsensical excuses to keep defending evil and their enslavement. This shows the mindset of not being a free individual, of being trapped in the mindset of collectivism, fear, and dependence on a caretaker so that they don't have to take on more responsibility. And that's the thing. Sorry, that's my alarm. People do not want to take on the responsibility. That personal responsibility, a few slides back, relating to true conscience. I'll just pull it up. This one. Well, they don't want that. They don't want the personal responsibility to know, because then what comes with the personal responsibility to know? Well, then they got to apply that to their behaviors. They have to choose to act in ways of what they know to be true, but they don't really want to do that. They don't want that responsibility. They want the caretaker. They want that nanny state, that mommy, daddy state, the authority to take care of the experts, to tell them what to believe in. And they just latch on to whatever is told to them, and they're going to believe it. And that's their reality, the false reality. They can't envision any other way of living than having their surrogate mommy-daddy authority to take care of and protect them. Their attachment prevents them from seeing it for what it is, slavery. Their attachment prevents them from seeing the slavery for what it is. Sad and unfortunate, and that's the burden that the rest of us who are aware of this, we got to put out. The more information that gets out there, the more likely, it increases the likelihood that someone can come across it, as opposed to not putting the information out. And then, well, is there the potential that someone can come across some information that isn't put out? No. If it's not put out, it's an impossibility for someone to come across it. Impossible. So you have to put out the information, and then someone can potentially come across it, like some people have with my work, and they've appreciated it. Like I have come across the work of Mark Passio, and I greatly appreciate it. And other people put out work, and it's appreciated too, and we all learn things. So that's what we have to do, is put out the work, and the more of it that gets put out, the more of it there is out there that people can potentially come across, and that can potentially help them evolve consciousness. So in that aspect of people subsuming themselves to collectivism, there's the unreality of collectivism, which is rulers are granted rights they're granted quote rights from the quote collective, the quote we, quote the people, that no individual has. As if no individual who has something can grant it to others. Just a mass of people, the mass of we, the mass of the collective. Now magically these rights get granted to rulers. That's the problem with this collectivist mindset. So they believe in the greater good of the collective mattering more than the individual. And that individuals have a, quote, duty, a moral duty to serve the collective. And that's when you're morally virtuous. That's when you're virtuous, is when you're serving the collective. Like the Borg in Star Trek. Or you just subsume yourself, your free will, to the will of the collective. And then from top down, there are ways of being and acting that you engage in, because that's part of the belief in the greater good, and it's sold to you as something that's good, but it's not good because it violates individual rights. So the reality correction to this unreality of collectivism is individuals can't give ownership of something they don't own. Rights can't be granted, as everyone has the same rights. Rights can't be invented and given to an individual or group. Collectivism blinds people to the fact of individuals existing before a collective. So you don't have a duty to serve the collective. It's that everyone has a duty to serve the moral rights, the natural rights based on morality that each individual has. That's what everyone in an area, in a group, well, you all have that responsibility to serve that respect of property rights of the individual. The only healthy collective of individuals is one based on respecting individual rights. There you go. That was the next point. Groups or collectives don't have rights. Only individuals have rights. And we get to legal exemptions from morality. That's what this whole belief leads to, is where some animals are more equal than others. And that's a quote from George Orwell's great book, Animal Farm. I'd say 1984 is the greatest book that he made, the greatest work of fiction. And the second one would be Animal Farm. I still think 1984 is amazing. And Animal Farm is really close there for showing the absurdity of it all, of these deluded belief systems. So some animals are more equal than others, and that's where some have legal exemptions from morality. And certainly legal exemptions from having to operate by the same rules as other people, where other people can't decide what everyone else is going to do. Oh, but these certain people, these rulers and these policymakers and whatever, people in government or the police and military, well, they get to do things that other people can't do. They're allowed, but other people aren't allowed. It's nonsensical, because everyone has the same rights. So if one person over here can do it, then everyone else can do it if it's actually a right. And if that person can't do it, whatever suit they have or job they do or whatever role they've attributed to themselves, if a regular person can't do it, well, it doesn't matter what your role, your suit, your job title is, you can't do it either. While every single person should live by objective morality, few do. The legal system makes us immoral under threat of greater immorality being done to us if we don't obey. Additionally, quote, authorities have exemptions to the made-up rules of the legal system. Authorities are a class of people in society that are exempt from following true objective morality. They have, quote, rights that no individual rightfully has. For example, they steal and claim ownership of others' property by taxation, prohibition, and licensure. This is all made possible by the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others, which is embodied by the construct or abominable creature of government. This dangerous superstition. In a truly moral world, there would be no government, no individuals who are believed to have the, quote, right to do what no one has a right to do. Living without government is to live without giving some people exemptions to morality, which every single person is expected to behave according to. Removing the belief in the legitimacy of authority would be to remove exemptions for some to steal from others. Moral culpability. Who is to blame? Culpability has to do with who is at fault, who is to blame. When a moral wrong is done, that means an action was taken by one or more individuals who did those actions. Those who did actions to create that wrong are at fault, are to blame, are morally culpable. So when we have order followers versus order givers, order followers are always more morally culpable than order givers. The followers of orders carry out the violent actions that directly create the wrong into reality, into existence. They have the most dirty hands. Order givers don't do the physical violence themselves. though they speak or write things down for others to obey. They have cleaner hands, but they are still dirty. Order followers could choose not to do immoral actions that they are told to do and accept doing for a paycheck. Money, comfort, survival, and fear rule their consciousness, turning them into secondary psychopaths who don't refuse to do immorality, who don't have or exercise conscience. Some are primary psychopaths who actually enjoy initiating harm to non-violent human or non-human animals. So order followers abdicate, deny, reject, and ignore conscience and their personal responsibility to conscience, to knowing the objective difference between right and wrong, to choosing the right over the wrong. So they abdicate, deny, reject, and ignore conscience. They reject knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong, conscience. They don't have conscience. They can't follow or exercise conscience, which is choosing the right over the wrong. They abdicate free will, choosing right over wrong, making them a robot or slave. They break ownership of conscience, of the responsibility to objective morality, of the responsibility to their own actions. So they're breaking ownership of their own actions, breaking ownership of that knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong, which is the knowledge of objective morality. They're breaking that ownership, and they're breaking ownership of their own conscience that they should have, true conscience, true common sense within them. And they're breaking that ownership that they should have. They're breaking ownership with themselves as a being, their individuality. They're selling their individuality to collectivism. Their true sovereignty is abandoned. So they're breaking ownership even with themselves. They can't actually not own themselves, but they're breaking this ownership of their own individuality, and they're selling it to collectivism, their own sovereignty, which by nature they have, but they're choosing to negate it. And it's always there. They can reclaim it. They can take back ownership of it at any time, but they're choosing to throw it away. They're choosing to stomp on it. They're choosing to put it in a box. They're choosing to put it in a coffin. They're choosing to bury it in a grave. And they're just ignoring that it's there, but they can reclaim it at any time. So they accept a master commanding their behavior to be controlled and to control others. So the order followers abdicate, deny, reject, and ignore their personal responsibility. They believe someone else is responsible for their actions, that they can reject responsibility to not initiate harm to others. They reject the responsibility to align with objective moral reality. So they reject reality. They're also rejecting the responsibility. They deny others their personal responsibility. That means, as an order follower, they're denying you your own personal responsibility and right to deal with evil, thereby promoting the acceptance of a, quote, protector class with more rights, which is themselves. So they've, through the legalese and the legal system and all the false, quote, morality of man, the subjective morality that is invented and codified as a legal system, they've created this class of people who deny other people the right to defend themselves, thereby promoting the false need of a protector class, which the protector class is denying them the right to do what the protector class is claiming that they're doing, but they're not doing, because the protector class doesn't actually protect you. Only you can protect yourself in the moment when a initiation of harm is done to you. They can only show up after the fact and claim that they're going to try to bring justice. In some cases they do, but in other cases they're just like, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever, we'll fill out the paperwork, and then nothing ever gets done. Believing you're moral or good. feeling your way through life with believing that you're moral or good. A lot of people think they know they are good. They think they know that they are good. They think they know that they do the right thing, which requires that they know the objective definition and difference between moral right and wrong. But it's just a claim of knowing, not actually knowing, as they don't have the definitive knowledge. When asked to define what right versus wrong is, what makes something a right, they fail. They may claim that the knowledge is innate in them, that they feel or intuit that it's this way, as if they act by the knowledge they admittedly don't know, yet claim to have, and are doing right by default, without knowing it's actually right or not, doing right by, quote, accident, or doing right by obedience to a belief due to fear of punishment, for example, in religion. So I hope that makes sense. They make claims of knowing that they're good, but they're not able to define it accurately, objectively, what is good, i.e. right versus wrong, good versus evil. So they're making a claim to know something that they admittedly don't know, yet claim to have. And then they're claiming that they're doing, by claiming all this, that they're also claiming that they're doing right by default, without knowing that it's actually right or wrong. That they feel that it's right, or that they intuit that it's right. And religion has that, and in strong cases, as does the rest of society with the belief in authority that, well, this is what's right, this is what's wrong, so people just believe that they're doing right just because they've been told that that's the way it is. So maybe they, quote, feel their way to right and wrong, and they might get it right some of the time, but it's not actually knowing the truth by being able to verify it as such. This lack of true knowledge doesn't produce the result of properly judging right from wrong, so they can get it wrong. Since they don't have the knowledge to accurately judge right from wrong, they can get it wrong. So they can feel their way and haphazardly, half-assed get it right sometimes. They can get it wrong too, because they don't actually know why what they're claiming is true. They don't have the knowledge. So they can get it wrong often from being manipulated by religion, the mainstream religions, or the religion of government, of believing in the legitimacy of authority. And then they think that actual moral behavior is immoral, or that immoral behavior is moral. Clear example, prohibition of cannabis. Oh, it's bad, and now it's immoral, it's bad, and now it's becoming, oh, it's moral, it's right, it's okay. As long as the government regulates it and taxes it and controls it all, then it's okay. Same with alcohol. There was a period where they tried to prohibit it. So it went from okay, acceptable, to bad. That's bad, you're a bad person. And then that didn't work out too well, and then they brought it back as being okay. Arbitrary decisions, moral relativism, which is coming up shortly. Unconscious morality, automatic, self-centered moral compass. That's what unconscious morality is. Where you have an automatic, self-centered moral compass, and that relates to the golden rule, which is just a basic, simplified way of trying to get things right. Morality is said to be written on the heart, the core of man, via care, compassion, and empathy. But are we letting what's inscribed on the heart influence our character? So what's inscribed, the characters that are supposed to be inscribed on the heart by default, are we letting that influence our character? Or is our character, our disposition, our way of being influenced by other things that have us go against this aspect of being able to have care and compassion and empathy in order to know what wrong is and know that wrong is being done to another? Are we having that stamped and squashed out of us rather than letting that default inscription on our, quote, heart influence our character? So a base level of moral care to not initiate harm to others because you don't want it done to you, which is the golden rule, is an effective automatic partial moral compass, unconscious morality, while being a self-centered reciprocal way to treat other beings. So at its core, this golden rule, you don't do harm to others because you don't want harm to do, it's self-centered at its core, and it's in an automatic way. This is how it's written on the core of our being, in the heart of man, the core of man, because we have this capacity to care and compassion and empathy. But it relates to ourselves in terms of the golden rule. We don't want something done to us, or we don't do it to someone else. So that's looking at yourself. It's self-centered. It's about you, and using that as a compass of what you don't want done to you, you don't do it to others. And it's an automatic process that we go through in our development in childhood, where we go from the ego development phase to the ego plus other egos. So you call it ego plus socio aspect of the other egos in that society, the collective, the group, the aggregate, and you recognize that they are just like you. Through identification, we can recognize the other as another me, another consciousness or mind. And this is in the theory of mind. Other animals are capable of demonstrating the theory of mind, I think, in the ape or monkey, chimpanzee, whatever, some type of family related there. It's been studied that they can recognize this another me, the theory of mind. They can recognize another as themselves. And it applies to other animals as well, obviously. Not just human animals or the alleged ancestors, the apes and monkeys and whatever. So through identification, we can recognize the other as another me, another consciousness or mind, the theory of mind, regardless of their capacity to reciprocally harm us. So even if we're more powerful, we can recognize that they're another us, even though they don't have the capacity to harm us. Like, say, a non-human animal doesn't have the capacity. They're just weaker, we're stronger. They don't have the capacity to harm us, but we can recognize another consciousness in them, even though they don't have that capacity to reciprocally harm us. So that's where we're getting away from that self-centered moral compass, that automatic process. Reciprocal concern of not harming others so that they don't harm you in response or return is not what true care is. That's not what true care is. The golden rule is a stepping stone to get to true care, but it's not an actual representation of true care, because the golden rule is self-centered and it's not automatic. It has to do with you not wanting things done to you so you don't do them to others, by recognizing that the others are like you and that they can reciprocally harm you back. So when you get beyond that and you're actually treating other beings not based on how they can harm you, but based on recognizing them as another consciousness being, another sentient being, well, that's when you're getting into more of that embodiment of true care. Unconscious, quote, morality is not true conscience with moral truth known, not knowing why it's moral by objective definition. Using the, quote, heart as a guide to what's immoral doesn't mean it's true, nor that you have the knowledge of why it's true. The, quote, heart or the feelings, you can try to feel your way through things, but you can get things wrong that way too, as I've just explained. Just because you can feel that it's wrong for it to be done to you so you don't do it to others, you can get that wrong, that the thing you evaluate as moral is actually immoral, the thing you evaluate as immoral is actually moral. This unconscious process isn't a conscious, definitive knowing of why something is true, that it is right or wrong. Most people are ignorant of the definitive objective knowledge of moral right versus wrong as they live, co-create, and coexist with others. They are unconsciously co-creating and coexisting in ignorance of objective morality. If you don't definitively know what is a moral right or wrong to do, then you can't know if what you do is actually morally right or wrong. You're walking on the checkerboard floor. That's ignorance of objective morality. And if you were or are doing wrong, to whatever degree, wouldn't you like to know about it and to know about the alternative paths to walk in life instead? That is to say, to live differently. Wouldn't you want to know that you could live differently? Wouldn't you want to know that there's other ways of doing things? Wouldn't you want to know about it if you're actually doing something wrong? You would think people would want to know. You would think so. And that's why I realized a long time ago the importance. In Richard Wetherill's work, I knew this even before that. Right as might, be right or go wrong. It's important to know when you're wrong, so you have to want to know when you're wrong. If someone can tell you and show you, not just talk bullshit about this or that, how you're wrong or this or that, but actually objectively show you how you're wrong, you should welcome that. Because then it puts you back on the path of what's right, of truth. So definitively knowing the objective difference between right and wrong should be something people should yearn to know, so that they can actually know if what they're doing is correct or not. That's why definitively knowing right versus wrong is so important. We can master our free will for optimum living. Only by bringing our behaviors into alignment with objective morality can we aggregately, consciously co-create a truly better world. Until then, most of us have half-assed partial morality. We are chaotically wandering and flailing about, not understanding why we keep getting these aggregate negative outcomes by our own hands. We judge, offend, and insult ourselves all by our own actions, and those who dare to speak the truth of what people are doing are wrong are attacked and vilified, and what they say is denied and ignored and rejected and defended fiercely with their ego that's attached to the falsity. And people don't even realize that they're insulting, offending, and judging themselves. The other person is just bringing it to light because they're enveloped and veiled in darkness, and they don't have the light. They don't have the objective knowledge of right and wrong. So if someone's telling it to you when you're attached to falsity and you're not willing to let go, then you're going to defend that falsity. You're going to defend that wrong way of life. Knowing morality objectively and consciously is empowering, but it doesn't magically happen on its own. The golden rule. Now we come to distortions of the golden rule, as I alluded to in the previous slide. If you don't want harm to come to you, don't do harm to others. Do or don't do to others what you do or don't want done to you. So that's the golden rule. While effective, it's not based on understanding fundamental moral truths like natural rights. It's a path for somewhat moral living, partial, unconscious morality. The motivator or goal is to not get harmed. This self-centered motivator can lead to the distortion. If you can do something without getting caught, then you won't get harmed. So there can be a diluted justification for the initiation of harm. The other can't harm me. I'm stronger, smarter, etc. So I can take what I want from them, steal, and they won't harm me back because they can't. Or they're not going to figure it out, so I can just get away with it. Or of not wanting someone, so in other cases, of not wanting something done to you as being moral. So I won't tell others things that might hurt them because I don't want others to tell me things that hurt. So you don't want something done, and you're going to believe that that is moral. So you don't want to be told harsh things about yourself that are true. You don't want to be told about the negatives in the world. So you ignore them. Those ignored truths about the world or about yourself, you don't want anything to do with them. And then you're going to believe, well, I shouldn't tell anyone that because I don't want that done to me in my cowardly, falser, unrealer, lower state of being, even though you have the potential to be a higher, realer, truer version of yourself who can evolve past where you are, evolve in consciousness, and want to work on that darkness, shadow, demon within you and sublimate it and transmute it. But no, people don't want that. So a lot of people believe in this, and this ties into the phrasing of the golden rule of do unto others as you want done to you, don't do to them what you don't want to you. So some people, they don't want to be told things, so then they're not going to tell things that are true to other people because it might hurt them. The focus on self and avoidance of pain are related to a focus on survival. Truths that hurt, well, that's painful. And that has to do with your attachments to falsity. It relates to your self-view, how you view yourself and how you view yourself in relation to the worldview. So you're going to avoid that pain. You're going to fear it. It has to do with survival, because what's painful relates to survival. The avoidance of pain and the seeking of pleasure. The golden rule can produce a decent path of somewhat moral living, but there is a need for a deeper comprehension of objective morality. Survival does not equal morality. Newsflash for anyone out there who thinks that whatever you do to survive, well, that just makes it moral. You know, this is something I actually saw when I was looking at natural law years ago. I don't know, 8 years ago or something. 9 years ago, I forget. I was just looking online, like, well, what do people have to say about natural law? I actually came across a site that whatever you do for your survival is natural law. That's a natural law that every being wants to survive. So whatever any being does to survive, well, that's natural law. It's so ridiculous. They have no conception of what is meant by the term natural law. Anyways, so survival does not equal morality. Morality isn't defined by what you choose to do to survive. Morality is supposed to guide and govern what you actually choose to do, not the other way around with a choice making something moral. You don't govern what morality is, choosing to make something a right or wrong. Getting a paycheck to survive, feeding yourself or your family, or whatever other choices you make don't determine if what you do is objectively, morally right or wrong. Maybe what you do is moral. Maybe what you do is moral, but maybe it's immoral. Do you even want to truly know? And unfortunately, most people don't want to know. They don't want to know if what they're doing might be immoral. They're not even curious at all. That's the state of low consciousness, devolved consciousness that we have in this world, unfortunately. And the burden the rest of us have to edify them and educate them, if they're willing to learn, which seems to be rare. Knowing if your actions are moral or immoral requires you to know the true objective difference between right and wrong, conscience, and comparing your actions to that truth. If you don't want to know, then that makes you immoral. Your willful ignorance negates you comparing your behavior to the objective knowledge of right and wrong, conscience, and you can't consciously always choose to do right instead of wrong, exercising conscience. Your willful ignorance to develop true conscience and exercise it makes you immoral. And that's the harsh reality, folks. Deny it all you want. So this is actually a slide I made when I was planning to do a presentation on morality in 2016, and then I got sidetracked into other stuff, building a life, etc. So I never got around to do it. And in retrospect, I'm glad I didn't, because now I understand things a lot better. So this presentation is so much more kick-ass than it would have been in 2016. It would have been like a half-assed compared to what I'm doing now. But this slide was still pertinent. Survival versus morality. Your focus in life, is it on, quote, living, or living with a capital L? And just as a side note, this is what I think and I believe from my research was the actual purpose of the symbolism of what was talked about earlier, the Hall of Ma'at Mahdi, the dual truths, truth and justice, and being judged for what you had in your heart, your desires that eventually led what you cared about to do, to act upon in your actions, and wear it against the feather of truth, morality itself, moral truth. And if you were in balance or disharmony, if your heart weighed down and wasn't in equilibrium with moral truth, and then you got eaten and got cast into the void. But if you were a moral being, if you have repented and you were acknowledging that you had been immoral, and then you strove to be moral at some point in your life, you had reached that position, then you would be accepted by Osiris into the land of the reeds in the east, because that's where the sun comes up. So the east is where life comes from, and then the west is where the sun sets, the god Set, and that's where the sun goes to essentially die, right? The sun is gone, and when the sun's gone, if the sun remains gone, well, there's no more life, there's no more plants, everything goes cold, and life on earth is extinguished. So when it comes back in the east, well, that's the rebirth. That's where life comes from. So the eternal life, the paradisical life, heaven, etc., well, that's all symbolism of this living a moral way, where you're judged in the feather of truth, moral truth, to try to create that heaven on earth, that paradise, that eternal life. Not that you're going to live eternally, but it's where you're revived and resurrected from your deadened state of not caring about moral truth, not caring about the difference between right and wrong, not caring about choosing right over wrong. That you're resurrected from that, and you're revived. You've battled your demons, your darkness, the shadow, the evil, the immorality within you, and you've sublimated and transmuted the alchemical path. You've divorced from that false way, and you've chosen the true way, the path, which is what Jesus symbolizes, the way and the life, the light, the truth. All that is symbolism for the same thing. So what I'm getting at here is the living versus the living. The capital L is when you're truly living. That's when you go into the land of the reeds, when you've put to death those demons and darkness, and you're revived, resurrected into the afterlife. That's when you're actually the living. And when you're not there, well, you're just in, quote, living. Part of the regular living, what's derogatorily, or it could be accurate as well, but it's the dead, the unbegun, the uninitiated, because they haven't even begun that path, that journey of truth, to get onto that path of trying to figure things out and eventually reach that point where they embody moral truth in themselves and live as a moral being, and strive to get other people to live as moral beings, so that we can actually live as moral beings and not be coerced and forced and subjugated into being immoral beings ourselves, as I mentioned previously with all the taxes. And you can't escape that unless you go live as a hermit, and then you're failing to do the work to end evil, which still makes you immoral and in a lesser form. So you got to combat the immorality that we're subjugated into by the ignorance of others by doing the great work. That's the morality level 2, and that's upcoming later in the presentation. So I just wanted to mention living versus living. When you're just focusing on, quote, living, well, that's when you're self-centered, self-concerned, selfish, where it's all about yourself and your family, those around you, and your little bubble of concern relative that's orbiting around you. Versus living, well, that's not collectivism or subservient to a collective or group, but it is self plus others. It's not just about yourself or your family and those around you. It's about you and everyone else. It's about all agape, love, the higher love, true care, where you include you and all the other beings together. So you're seeing yourself in others. You see the self in others as self. You identify with others. You're expanding your identification and care. You're evolving consciousness. So the self and your family, that's where it's all personal about you. As long as you're okay, as long as you're the ones you care about are okay, well, screw the rest. That doesn't matter. You're not going to try to bring true freedom for all. You're just going to work on your own personal freedom, trying to eke out every little scratch and bit of personal freedom, personal independence in your own life. But, true freedom, freedom for all, well, that's too much work. You're just going to be selfish and focus on yourself as an egotistical mini-Satanist. That's where you have rejection of morality, because it's not about choosing right over wrong and trying to make that the reality of the world. At the most case. In often cases, just rejection of morality, where people just focus on themselves and what they can get and how they can step on others. That's the worst case. And for the rest of people, it's just about survival and pleasure, gains above moral alignment. And as mentioned, morality level 2, that's part of moral alignment. Trying to end evil, trying to do the great work. And that's where you're a lower, falser, and unrealer self. In contrast, when you're trying to include everyone with yourself and do the true care and the great work. You're caring for morality, you're respecting the rights of others, and you're trying to make that the condition of the world for everybody. And you're in a higher, truer, realer version of yourself compared to a falser, lower, unrealer version of yourself that you were formerly, or that you could become again. So in that selfish modality, it's all about me, mine, above or versus the rest. All is, quote, morally relative to me. It's a dog-eat-dog world, right? Which is stupid, because dogs don't eat dogs. It doesn't even make sense. That's not the way dogs operate. Anyways, the term is just nonsensical. Where the fittest, the quote fittest, which is just a euphemism for the most ruthless in terms of how everyone else views it. The fittest survive. It's just the most ruthless. Well, those are the ones who get to survive. And that's the law of the jungle, which I don't know why anyone would want to live by. Whoops. So that's where the me, my, I consciousness is the focus, the ego, the I, the one vision. The vision is all about you and the few that revolve around you. It's self-vision, it's egocentric. You're looking at immediate and long-term gains above right or wrong done to others. In contrast, the agape view of self and others is me plus others, voluntary cooperation. All of consciousness is considered. The self plus others in a moral vision and consideration. Objective morality above personal gain. And that brings us to non-human animals do not equate to morality. I'll explain that. That what non-human animals do does not equate to morality, so don't copy them. To find the best or right way to live, you don't just look at what is done in nature by human or other animals to mimic and justify what should be done. It's, quote, natural for strength to be used to intimidate, control, oppress, and force others against their will. Humans do it to other human and non-human animals, as do non-human animals do to their own kind and other species. In social groups of other animals, they intimidate with their strength. The alpha is the one who gets to intimidate and control and oppress and force others until they're supplanted by another alpha who challenges them, and then they get to be the next ruler and master of the pack. So this might makes right ideology is a, quote, natural way of the, quote, natural world. That's the way it operates in the law of the jungle. That's the way they operate. But are we simply other non-human animals? Is that the best we can come up with? So that's the so-called law of the jungle. Take what you want because you can get away with it, or hope to. It doesn't make it the right way to behave or live. Human standards of behavior apply to humans, not non-humans, nor vice versa applying non-human standards of behavior to humans. We have reason and can recognize the various forms of harm we can initiate to others, be they human or non-human animals. We can choose to live differently. We can create things that didn't exist to help us live differently than the wild, jungle, harsh survival in, quote, nature that non-human animals endure. We can choose to do less harm. So we can invent technology to help us and optimize our survival. We cooperate together to optimize our survival as well. And we can live differently than the wild, harsh survival that the non-human animals have to endure. We're very fortunate. And, we have a lot of good things, but we still have a lot of evil. And this is not the best we can come up with. Looking at what other animals do and saying, oh, well, that's the way it works in nature. Look at nature. Oh, the other animals do this. Well, then we can do it too. Well, it's just natural that this does this and this does that. Look at nature, 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 nature. Look at the animals. The other animals do this to other animals. That means we can do it. It's just natural. La, 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 la. That's all a bunch of nonsense. That's just saying, oh, well, look at that. The most ruthless and barbaric. Well, they just get to decide what happens. Yeah, that's what's right. Oh, well, that's natural. Look at that. It's natural. It must be correct and it's okay. It's acceptable. Correct, right, and true and moral. Yeah, that's just natural. That's the way it is. Give me a fucking break. Fucking idiots who think that way. No apologies. Engage in some more critical thinking. You might think you're using critical thinking all the time, but you're not really. Not really. You can do better. You can do better. Copying non-human animal behavior. The blueprint for social Darwinism. Yes. That's how we got to where we are in social Darwinism. That brilliant idea of, well, look at how the other animals do it, and it's just the most dominant one that gets to survive, and they deserve to survive because they're the most dominant and their genes made it that way. Well, let's just copy them and apply that to the social structure for humans because we're just no better than any other animal. Yeah, we don't have higher consciousness capacities. We don't have higher reasoning capacities, higher potential creative capacities of our will, greater application of willpower than the other ones who do have willpower, but it's less broad in scope of what they can do. No, we're just the same. Yeah, right. Applying non-human animal behavior to human behaviors is a fallacy, a flawed attempt at applying correspondence to justify mimicry of others' behavior. Is that really the highest aspiration you have for humanity? To copy other animal behavior? This fallacy was used to justify creating the ideology of social Darwinism. Survival of the strongest come out on top, they deserve to be where they are because they're the smartest and they got to be there. Whatever they do is fine because they're just, it's in their genes, right? Might makes right. The ends justify the means. It's a dog-eat-dog word, which is, again, it's a silly metaphor. This ideology justifies the false legitimacy of our current way of life, where the most ruthless and dominating are the winners and idolized. It's based in the focus on survival or self-preservation, which is low base consciousness. Fear is the root. When your focus is on survival or self-preservation, which is what survival of the fittest is, or the ends justify the means, social Darwinism, well, that's all based in fear. Be the baddest to make others fear you and not mess with you. Otherwise, you're the one fearing others on top who are acting like the biggest badasses. Dominate, so you're less dominated. It makes people psychopaths. That's not morality. That's Satanism, with self-preservation as the highest law to drive and motivate your behavior. That's officially what the highest law in Satanism is self-preservation is the highest law. Who actually wants to live like that? Is that really how you think humans should live? Really? Really? You think that's the best we can do for ourselves? That's the best you can do for yourself? That's the best we can do as a species? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Oh, you're smart if you think that way. You're so smart. So smart. Copying non-human animal behavior. Let's keep going and showing how stupid this is. Domination from fear of survival. Many just want to copy and justify the aggressive behavior. Many just want to copy and justify the dominating aggressive behavior they observe in nature. Do you want the most powerful, ruthless, and violent to determine what behaviors are acceptable for everyone to follow as rules of conduct? Stop looking to non-human animal behaviors in the natural world as a model to copy how humans should live. It's cherry picking. It's cherry picking the dominator behavior. Why don't you go around sniffing asses or other behaviors that animals engage in? No, you just want to pick the most dominating one. Oh, well, the lion gets to eat the gazelle. It's perfectly fine for us to do it. Yeah. Let's do that. Just do whatever we want to the other animals. Yeah, it's totally fine. We're just going to, that's the way it works in nature. Do. I'm so smart. I'm just going to copy nature. I'm just going to copy the way it is in nature. Look at the other things in nature. That's the way it happens in nature. I'm just going to copy the way they do it. Yeah, that's the best we can do. Yeah. Just dominating ideology. Just that's the best you can come up with as a way for you to live. And if you're stuck in a survival situation and that's what you got to do, okay. If you want to survive, but we don't live in that world where that's what we have to do to survive. We can do other things. And certainly when it comes to human-on-human relations, we don't have to live by this domination ideology of just accepting the most ruthless, and whoever can get away with what they can get away with, well, they deserve what they get, which is what the elite of a pile of garbage think of themselves relative to how they deserve to be in their positions of control and get to steer and direct the future potential and manifestations of humanity on this planet or in the universe going forward. They get to decide because they're in their top positions of the social hierarchy and strata, and they deserve it. And that's just natural that they got there that way. However they did it, and that puts them in a position of being virtuous or having the right to do things that they don't have a right to do because no one has a right to do. Stop simply looking to replicate, quote, patterns in nature, what isn't the human constructed world, as if whatever is in nature is the determining factor on how anyone should live. Patterns in nature don't blindly determine what is right or wrong for human behavior. There are great differences between us and the rest of the animal kingdom. Behaviors or dynamics at work in nature are different than optimal rules of conduct towards others. I'll repeat that again. Behaviors or dynamics at work in nature are different than optimal rules of conduct towards others. Anything can be mimicked and upheld to an alleged moral definition. Justifying domination or survival-oriented behavior as equating to morality is false and immoral in itself. Judge morally, not based in fear and domination to elevate yourself above another being, and claim that it's moral, because it's not. So if you're afraid of surviving, you need that to survive, and you want to survive, well, okay. I would do it too. If the world was different, chaos erupts and can't grow my own food or whatever, and I got to resort to going to take the lives of other beings, other animals, non-human animals, well, if I really wanted to survive and I feared dying, well, then I would go do it, because I value my life. The value of a life of a human is worth more than the other animals. Sorry to say it, but it just is. We have so much more potential to create good, and unfortunately we also have so much more potential to create evil in this world compared to them, compared to the non-human animals. And unfortunately right now, I'd say we're on the wrong side of the spectrum. They're in the neutral, amoral. I think that might be the next slide coming up. They're on the neutral, amoral. They're amoral. They're not moral. They're not immoral. But us, we have great powers to the right-hand side of great good that we can create on this planet for ourselves and other beings. And we also have this immense great capacity for evil in what we can create for ourselves, do to ourselves and other beings. And right now, we're not shifted towards the right, we're shifted towards the left side, the side of evil in the aggregate overall. That's a sad state to recognize. It really is sad to recognize that. You know, if you think about it too much, you'll cry. Got tears coming to my eyes just thinking about it, of our potential and where we are at relative to that potential that we could be. It's really pathetic. Ah, there we go. I was right. What's the next slide? So the animal kingdom. This is general behavior of amoral living. Anything in the animal kingdom can be here. It's limited free will. This is amoral lower consciousness. Incomprehension of morality. This is amoral actions. If you have an incomprehension of morality, you don't even have the capacity to understand what morality is. You don't have the capacity to objectively, definitively know the difference between right and wrong. And all your actions are immoral as that limited free will being, that limited free will causal agent. So, as humans, we're not in that simple animal generality, that less potential creative power of free will. We got greater potential free will, both towards the moral good and the immoral evil. And the moral good side is we can be moral, higher consciousness beings. We can create greater good into existence. This is a human-specific potential, or maybe other alien beings that might exist there. Well, they have that potential too. We can create greater goods superior to general animal behavior. They don't have this potential to create what we can create in terms of good. And they also don't have this potential of the immense evil that we can create. So immoral lower consciousness create greater evil into existence, a human-specific potential. Not non-human animals. They don't have this potential. The greater evils, inferior to general animal behavior. So where we are, we're not here. In the aggregate, we're in here somewhere. You know, I don't know where to put us. Are we here? Well, we're at least here. You know, we could be further. There's things that we do that are good, but there's more that we do that is evil. When you actually have the eyes to see and you see the actual state of the world and what we're doing. I don't know how anyone could say that we're actually on this side. I think you're missing some pieces of the puzzle. Your perspective is a little bent. Your perception is not actually seeing the territory accurately. Your map is a little off from the territory. You're missing some pieces to fill in your map there. So just because non-human animals' behavior is not what determines morality, well, we have to think of who has moral rules of conduct. They don't have moral rules of conduct because they're incapable of understanding morality. We have moral rules of conduct. The moral rules of behavior apply to beings, 1, capable of understanding what their behaviors do to another being in terms of initiating harm. 2, capable of understanding the objective difference between right and wrong behavior by themselves or explained to them. See, we have that capacity. We can figure it out by ourselves, or we can have it explained to us by others. And I'm thankful for the people I've learned from. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm going even deeper than what I learned, and I'm giving more information on things that I've discovered myself. So a lot of fresh stuff in here I haven't seen anywhere on the planet ever discussed. And that could just be because I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant of a lot. But I don't think anyone's covered what I'm covering here in what's going to come in terms of the levels of morality and explaining it to that level of detail. Maybe a lot of it has been covered, but there's at least there's at least a slide or two in here that's pretty unique that hasn't been covered. So a lot of it has been covered, most of it. Check out Mark Passio, go through his 500 hours of content, and you'll get this understanding. But I'm providing even stuff that isn't covered there, that he hasn't verbalized, that he might know. So we're capable. So 1, capable of understanding what their behavior does to another being in terms of initiating harm. 2, capable of understanding the objective difference between right and wrong behavior by themselves or explained to them. And 3, capable of willfully choosing the objective moral right over the wrong. This requires a certain level of consciousnness, which humans demonstrably have and other animals demonstrably don't. So in order to have moral rules of behavior to apply, you have to be able to match those 3 criteria. So the aliens out there, I'm sure they match those criteria, and they should be acting morally as well. They should have moral rules of behavior, moral rules of conduct applied to them. So what this isn't defining is who can have moral concern applied to them. So just because the other non-human animal beings don't and can't understand morality and don't have moral rules of conduct, that doesn't mean we can't apply moral concern to them, or that they're not deserving of moral consideration, because they are. Moral rules of conduct are bound to beings with reasoning capabilities to discern existence sufficiently, which non-human animals do not have that reasoning capability sufficient enough to discern existence to the degree we can in order to know what objective morality is. We can discover these rules by our individual nature. So it is part of our nature. We have that capacity within us. As beings with reasoning who can see property rights in ourselves and others, the reasoning endowed being is the one doing the behavior and is bound to these rules. So a being that isn't reason endowed and does behavior is not bound to these rules because they can't even discover these rules. Not to say that they can't be doing the behavior that is in alignment with these rules. Sure, they could. They could be doing the behavior that's in alignment with these rules, but they're not bound to them because they have no way of actually understanding that these are rules. And what are these rules? How are they true? How are they false? Why are they right? Why are they wrong? They don't have that capacity. So they could do things that are in these bounds, but they're not bound by them. We can discover what a behavior does to other sentient beings and discern that they are deserving of moral concern. Bound to morality by reason. Exactly what I ended with in the previous slide. True, correct, right, moral. Discovering objective morality requires reason or rationality to understand. Inventing subjective, quote, morality is rationalization. Not being rational, but rationalizing something. Not true reasoning about objective reality, about what is true, correct, and right, as rules of conduct in reality. Saying, I am right or correct, having truth, is j'ai raison in French. Raison is also the word for reason. So in French, the word for right or correct is raison, and that's also the word for reason. So reason in French is directly correlated with right, correct, and truth determination. Isn't that interesting? And we don't have it that way in English, but it's interesting that in another language, these things are directly linked. So you can see how in the formulation of another language, they recognized that the ability to have truth and to recognize the truth and be right and correct in something, because you can communicate about it, so you can share that knowledge and other people can come to understand it as well. Well, that's directly tied to reason. So your right, correct, and truth determination is tied to reason, directly correlated in the French language. So, we didn't have that direct correlation in English, but we can see how another language did recognize that, and they made it part of the words they created. Higher order consciousness of a high enough degree, which are human animals, is required to employ reason to understand higher order abstract concepts like morality. We are bound to moral rules of conduct because we can reason their existence, which are derived from natural rights, which is what makes them right, correct, and true behaviors to engage in. Upholding rights makes you right, correct, true, and moral. Violating rights makes you wrong, incorrect, false, and immoral. That brings us to the next section, moral relativity, subjectivity versus moral objectivity. So moral relativity and subjectivity refer to the same thing, and that's contrasted with moral objectivity. So we're going to look at objective versus subjective, moral relativism, and moral objectivity. Subjective versus objective. Philosophically, the subject is the perceiver that is aware of objects in existence. Something subjective is part of an internal reality which is ultimately subordinate to the objective external reality that came prior to one's perceptual existence. Reality, existence, truth, nature, or the universe existed before the perceiving subject came into existence to then perceive and be aware of what is in existence. The subjective perceptual map can be misaligned with the objective territory of reality. When perceptions are more in alignment with truth reality, you're better able to accurately navigate reality. Objective morality is derived from objective reality. Subjective, quote, morality is a false morality derived from making up what morality is instead of recognizing and discovering true morality in objective reality. So examples are smoking cannabis is immoral, drinking alcohol is immoral, government is moral, police are moral, putting people in prison for breaking made-up laws is moral. This is also a slide that I made, this 8 years ago. So showing what I just talked about, the disequilibrium of perception with reality. So you have the true reality, the territory, and you have your false perception, which creates an incorrect map relative to the true reality, the territory you're trying to map. And that's when you have, the result of this is that what you have subjectively does not equal what is out there objectively. The subjective does not equal the objective. It's a failure to bring in objective reality about something. So then the way something actually is not how you perceive it to be, but you think that that's how it actually is. So your subjective is not equal to the objective. I'm not talking about things that you don't know and that you don't claim to know. So obviously our map is always incomplete relative to the territory of reality. It'll never be complete. So the things that you haven't added to your map, well, that doesn't count part of the subjective not equal to the objective. Those empty spaces are not part of the things that are not equal to the objective. I'm talking about the things that you think you know, but as true, that aren't true. The correction to this is your perception aligned in equilibrium with reality. So the blue and the red merge to form the green, where the map correctly matches discovered territory. This is where subjective has brought in the objective. The objective is equal to... so this is like programming language. So when you do subjective equals objective, you're taking what's objective and you're putting it into the objective. And that means that the subjective is equal to the objective. When you bring in the objective into your subjective perception, and it's, well, you're taking it and you're bringing it in, well, then it's accurate. Then they're equal to each other in that particular thing. Not all of objective reality is going to be what you have, because we can't have that. There's always going to be something out there that we can't know about. We already have limited perceptions, even with the technological instruments, to presume that we can detect every single thing that is there. There could always be something else that we're not detecting with our instruments, either our biological instruments or external technological instruments. So we'll never have everything, but in terms of particulars of things that we can map out, well, when you bring in what actually is there, then those two things are going to be the same. What you have inside is going to map correctly to the territory that's outside. If you bring in objective reality into your inner subjective reality, then your inner reality reflects the outer reality. That's a good principle of correspondence being applied in this particular case. Cognitive dissonance is a disequilibrium internally as a result of disequilibrium between reality and our perception of reality. I.e., that is to say, you're confused and conflicted because the internal reality is not in harmony, not in equilibrium, not in balance between reality, because your perception is not aligned to what is actually in reality. Subjectivism, relativism, and solipsism. Barriers to truth being moral and being free. So you have a premise. The premise of these things is usually along the lines of all claims of truth or reality are relative to the subjective mind perceiving. This is subjectivism, where the subjective determines things, and this is relativism, where it's relative to you. As a mind or self, the only thing you can claim does exist is your mind. That is solipsism, if that even truly exists. Claims of truth can't be known to be true. There is no such thing as truth. So the conclusion with that premise is you get to make up whatever you want to be real or true. Another way of stating it is all opinions or statements are valid. There's nothing true or false about either. But this type of thinking is just absolute pure nonsense. It's dog shit, horse shit, cat shit, whatever shit you want to think of. It's just shit. What is being conveyed by those words? What's the reason or purpose of stating them? It's just nonsense. Stating that only you exist or don't even exist is claiming that others don't exist, denying their own existence, as if you are the creator of all reality and everyone else only exists in your inner mental reality. Furthermore, it's a claim of truth about reality while denying there is truth about reality. So you're saying there's no truth. It's all relative to you. So then, is that statement true? Is what you're saying true? And if it's true, then how can you say there's no truth? Or for the relativist and subjectivist, if there's two conflicting assertions or claims about reality or truth, then they can't both be true. That defies the law of non-contradiction, which is what logic is based upon. So if you have two things claimed to be true, they both can't be true. So that's why subjectivism and relativism is complete bullshit. Where it's just merely whatever you subjectively decide are relative to you. So there are personal things relative to you. I like bananas, you might not like bananas. So it's true that I like bananas subjectively for me, and it's true that you don't like bananas subjectively for you. Those are preferences. Those are not statements of objective reality, devoid of your own personal preferences. And you can have personal preferences. We're not talking about things that are relative to your state of consciousness at a particular time. Maybe in next year I won't like bananas or something. No, we're not talking about that. That's not what subjectivism or relativism is. It's about trying to claim that you can make up what is true and someone else can make up what's true, and both are perfectly valid. Moral relativism or moral subjectivity. You make up right and wrong. If you can't or refuse to discern reality objectively as it is, then you can't discern what your behavior objectively represents. There is no objective standard of right versus wrong behavior. Whatever gets you to your goal is right for you. Whatever prevents you from getting there is wrong for you. Everyone makes up whatever is right or wrong based on their own perceptions, desires, likes, etc. Everyone has their own standards. We don't agree on what is right or wrong. There is no objective morality means there is no objective reality. It also means I have the freedom to do whatever I want based on my way of seeing things. In a conflict of competing desires, the winner is usually the physically strongest, be it individually or collectively. So if you're on a one-on-one, well, the winner who gets to impose their version of reality in this case would be the physically strongest. And if it's one against many, well, then the many are going to win because usually the many have more power than the one physically. And they can just impose their will and their way of seeing things. And that's what fake consensus reality, the consensus trance, or scientism consensus, just because you all believe something to be true doesn't make it actually true. You have to demonstrate that that's actually the way it is true. The majority don't get to determine what is true, what is right, what is correct. Any individual or group has the power to eradicate a whole ethnicity or region of peoples. I'm going to restate that. It didn't sound right. Any individual or group that has the power to eradicate a whole ethnicity or region of people has the, quote, right. That's, quote, right for them, so they can just do it. They are the, quote, authority. They have the power. They get to determine what is right or wrong, and that's just as valid as another who says the opposite. What makes the difference is who has more power to make it happen in reality by having the most people to support them and enact their will as reality. So you get leaders, you get people in charge, and they get to say, well, this is what we're going to do. And then they rally a bunch of people. We're going to go commit genocide. Yay, look at Rwanda, look at Gaza. It's all great stuff. Great stuff humanity's been doing for eons or thousands of years. And however many, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. And histories and cataclysms and resets of civilization that there might have been. How long have we been delusional pieces of shit engaging in this moral relativism, subjectivity, and convincing people to go along with our hateful plans for others? Despicable. Moral relativism and the belief in authority, again, make up right and wrong. Morality is an arbitrary construct. Let's try that again. Morality is an arbitrary construct that we humans create. There is no actual objective morality that is external to us from the natural world. There is no higher authority than humans. Taking on the position of being the authority over others is based on how much unjust force, violence, one can exert over others to impose their version of morality. Quote, morality, and control them. That's all it's based upon. The legitimacy of authority is, well, how much power do you have to enforce your authority? Well, there you go. Then your authority, you win. Your authority gets to be imposed on everybody. It's unjust force. It's not just force. It's not righteous force. And then you can just say, well, that's morality. And obeying it is virtuous. Obeying it is your duty. That's your duty to do this. Because I am the God. I've created these dictates, these laws into reality, and you are obliged to do your duty and be a virtuous human and obey me, your new God. Well, that's what a ruler and master is. That's what government is. That's what the delusion of people in government think is legitimate as a way of life. Government is the current leader in unjust force as a monopoly on violence. It's, quote, moral to do something at one location or time, but, quote, immoral at another location or time. Rulers or masters get to make up, quote, rights, and what is morally, quote, right or, quote, wrong. Those with power, quote, lawmakers acting as, quote, gods in one area, disagree with those in power in another area, inventing inconsistent and contradictory rules because they're not discovering the rules, they're just making them up because they just want to have power and control over other people's lives. Moral relativism of believing rights and morality come from humans means you believe morality can mean whatever anyone wants, which is a contradiction in violation of the law of non-contradiction, making it a belief in something that is unreal. Once you have these definitions, the law of non-contradiction, you make contradictory claims of what is moral, and you have no objective way of determining it, you're living in an unreality. And that's the reality we're living in. We're not living... The reality that's been imposed upon us is based on, that's in the beginning slides, I forget which one it was, but when I talk about the unreal, you're taking something that's unreal in your inner reality, the subjective inner realm inside of you, and you're extruding that, you're extending it, you're projecting it outwards, and you're creating that into reality. So the reality that you're going to create is based in an unreality. So you're living in an unreality. I know it might be confusing terms, but I've talked about this a lot in my earlier work, going back 10 years. All right, I think I finished that one. Yeah, all right. Moral relativism and the belief in authority continued. True, correct, and right rules of conduct are consistent across time and space. Playing rock music is immoral in one region, while it's allowed in others. Carrying a firearm is moral in one region, but not in another. These arbiters of morality arbitrarily decide what is right or wrong. Government and voting is a competition between deluded people who want to control others. Voting is seeking rulers or masters and demanding others live by their will, all based in the force of fear consciousness, the dark side, as allegorized in Star Wars. All this is based in control, desiring to control, trying to make people do things that you want them to do, and you vote for a master ruler because you hope that they're going to make everyone do what you want them to do, and that works out so well, living in this fear consciousness of control, not trying to live by morality, not educating others in morality so we can actually live in actual order rather than continuing to create chaos in this completely deluded system, bogus, insane, deluded system of government and voting for masters. Those with power, the quote authorities, get to make up what's right or wrong and impose that vision onto everyone else. They have the might of the state, the monopoly on violence, so they get to decide what's, quote, right to do. Might makes right, after all. Moral relativism is the path to Satanism and other flavors of control like fascism, Nazism, communism, Marxism, or socialism. For moral relativists, the power to impose will is what determines whose opinion has more validity. So you need that strength, you need that monopoly on violence to impose your will. And then that's what becomes the opinion that is accepted as the valid one. Even if it's not accepted in consciousness, people are accepting it by letting it continue to be the way of life. Moral objectivity, doing right and wrong. Discovering right and wrong. Discovering right and wrong is what moral objectivity is about. Though we might not demonstrably know where real or true morality comes from, we can know that it doesn't come from humans making it up. It's discoverable objectively from reality itself, not our inner reality making it up. Objective morality is the higher authority above our individual self-authority as a guide for our choices and subsequent behaviors. We aren't the arbiter of moral truth, who gets to create it from our whims, opinions or preferences, or what we're comfortable enough to accept as true, and seek to control others to bend them to our will. But we can respond to unjust force, violence, with just force. Moral truth is not subjectively declared, decreed, or invented. Moral truth is objectively known. If what any human says is in alignment with morality, then it's a reference to moral truth, not inventing it. They only repeat what's true. If not aligned, then they oppose moral truth, and they are trying to make up rules for others to live by, which no one has a moral duty to obey or follow. If someone's claiming they have moral truth, if they're claiming something is moral, but it's not actually moral truth, then they're just making up rules and they're expecting other people to live by it. And no one has a moral duty to obey or follow it. Either way, no human has authority to invent what is moral. All we can do is discover and repeat the moral truth for others to verify and understand themselves and live by it and continue to teach that to others. And that's the great work. The first part of the great work is the inner alchemy, and then it's the outer alchemy to get other people to do that inner alchemy. Moral objectivity, discover right and wrong, continued. It's odd how some people want to believe that moral right and wrong is simply decided by anyone according to their own criteria. There is no objective measurement in reality tied to their evaluation of moral behavior. Ain't that funny? No, we just get to make it up. Yeah, it just makes sense. Oh yeah, we just vote for someone. Oh, they get to make this. Oh, a bunch of people sat down, 300 people over here, and then they sent it to 300 people over here, and then that became the law. Hey, look at that. That's the way we got to live. Those 300 and those 300 people agreed upon, or those 1,000 people, or those 10,000, or those million people. Well, they agree. They just said that's the way we got to do it, right? There's no objective measurement in reality tied to the evaluation of moral behavior. There's no way that we can know whether it's actually moral. We'll just make it up with what's right and wrong, and this is what you got to do. That's the way you got to live. Smoking cannabis or ingesting alcohol was immoral at one time, and then suddenly it's moral later. That's foolish inconsistency and contradiction. And that's the way we live. That's the way the world is right now. That's the way it is everywhere. That's the insanity of our insane world. And the delight and privilege of being sane in this insane world. So thankful. It is a burden to bear that cross, but the bliss of ignorance is, it's not bliss. It's, I don't know, it's a punishment. Self-imposed punishment. I don't know what to say. Not bliss. People act like it's bliss because they're happier, because they don't have the burden to do anything. They don't see what's going on. They don't see the negative. So they're living, everything's fine. I'm so happy. Ha la 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 la. Ignorance is bliss. Ah. And then you got people who know things, and well, we might have a chip on our shoulder because we see the way things are and we're trying to make it better. And the people over there are like, la 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 la, everything's fine. I don't need to do anything. You just keep doing all of it as long as the paycheck keeps coming in and I got my decent house and I'm not in a gulag or something in a prison camp. Well, things are fine. I can be told what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do. That's totally fine. Yeah. Is it moral to smoke cannabis? Yes. Is it moral to drink alcohol? Yes. Is it moral to carry a firearm? Yes. Very simple. You own your actions and are responsible for them. If you initiate harm after listening to music, which is nonsensical, or if you initiate harm after carrying a firearm or smoking cannabis or drinking alcohol, it doesn't make those initial moral actions immoral. It's the subsequent actions, the actual actions that are immoral. Only the actual immoral action is immoral. Any immoral action that happens after other moral actions don't retroactively make the initial moral action immoral. And that's what, the whole gun control debate. Oh, look at the guns. It's all the guns. We got to blame the guns. Well, did the gun do it? The gun doesn't do anything on its own. It's people. Or, blah, blah, blah. We got to ban this substance because the people will do bad things. Okay, well, if they do bad things, then that's them doing bad things. They could choose to do it, choose to take that substance, and if they do bad things, well, they're accountable for it. They're responsible for their actions. Doesn't matter if they took a substance or not. If they did the action on a substance or if they did the action not on a substance, it changes nothing. They still made a choice, and they got to own up, take responsibility for their choices. That's it, that's all. Moral relativism. Here's a summary of all the aspects of moral relativism. Imagine whatever you want to be right or wrong. Rights are invented. It's a man-made construct. Right or wrong, moral or immoral, based on preference, wants, whims, desires. Right or wrong, moral or immoral, change from time, location, person, or culture. Make a wrong into a quote right, make a right into a quote wrong. Denial or rejection of objective, moral or immoral behavior means you have no true conscience. Inability to accurately choose right or wrong behavior. Inability to contribute to creating true freedom or being a good person. It's anti-freedom. It's pro-slavery. You can say you, quote, want freedom, but you're legitimizing enslavement. It's the path to slavery, authoritarianism, and tyranny of masters ruling slaves. Contributes to creating an enslaved society. It supports, condones, and perpetuates a system of enslavement. It involves moral licensing, where immorality is okay if some good is done as a result, example, taxation. It involves moral credit, where banking good deeds are used to justify withdrawals as evil deeds. There's a net neutral or net positive, quote, moral goal. And as we know in some of the philanthropists out there, they're petero or eugenic-oriented philanthropists, and few people realize this. And so all they see is the good they do. And maybe for them, they're in a moral credit and moral licensing mindset where, as long as their good deeds outweigh their bad deeds, then it's justified and they're moral people. Maybe they actually see themselves as moral, that they're serving a greater good or whatever. Who knows what twisted mindsets they actually have. So a way to visualize this is objective versus subjective morality. On the left, you have objective morality. You have objective reality, existence, truth, where you have objective morality within it. And the goal is to take that objective morality and have it brought into your subjective existence, where your choices and preferences and likes and dislikes and desires are influenced and governed by the objective morality that you bring into yourself. And if you do that, then objective reality, existence, truth, and objective morality is preserved. The moral source is external to self, discovered, not created within, but brought within. Conversely, the subjective fake morality is where you have your choices, preferences, likes, dislikes, and desires, and that determines what is subjectively moral. And then you take that thing that you determine subjective morality, that is subjectively moral, and then you're going to dictate that you're going to speak it into reality, and you're going to create reality based on your delusional subjective morality, where your choices, preferences, likes, desires, and dislikes are going to determine reality, and then you're going to create reality and existence and truth, quote, 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 reality, existence, truth, based on your subjectivity. So the subjective overrides the objective. You're trying to supplant what's in reality. And this makes reality, existence, and truth corrupted when you're doing this. See, here it's preserving what you exist within, and here it's reversing that. It's in an inversion where you are determining and dictating what reality is going to be like, not taking that into you as truth to learn from and discover. You're going to dictate what it is. So that's competing with reality for authority. Now, reality is not the authority. Nature, existence, creation, the universe is not the authority. You're the authority, and you're going to tell reality what it is, even though it's not that way. It's to dictate what is true, the arbiter of truth or reality, and it's essentially being, quote, God. Next slide is a slight variation, or the subjective false morality is what I do, the choices I make, the beliefs I have, are what determine or invent morality. But the true way to do it is where you actually discover objective true morality, and the morality is what determines what you do and the choices you make. The choices you make, the beliefs you have, and what you do don't determine or invent what morality is. This is how survival applies, where, whatever I do to survive, that's what I do, that's the choices I make, and that's going to determine what morality is. No, survival does not determine what morality is. Morality is supposed to determine what you do and how you choose to survive. Because there's ways of doing things where you don't need to do the things that are immoral to other beings. So objective detachment from yourself is required to honestly understand and choose right from wrong. Choices don't determine what morality actually is. Morality must be known to know what to do. We can evaluate if what we're doing is right or wrong, then choose the right over the wrong. So when we look at reality, behavior, and characteristics, we can see how we can objectively determine that rights exist, because there's characteristics to our behavior that exists within objective reality. So we start with objective reality. So everything exists, and that's existence, nature, reality. You exist there, others exist there, there's trees, etc. Everything in existence. Now, you engage in behavior. In this example, it's a dude raising his hand. So he's raising his hand. Things occur. Behaviors occur and exist in objective reality. So the behaviors are objective. That happened. If this wasn't a painting or whatever, that'd be someone who actually raised their hand. I can raise my hand right now. Okay, that's objective. It happened in objective reality. It happened. Now there's characteristics to behaviors that happen in reality. Properties. Characteristics are properties, attributes, or qualities of behavior. Identify types of behavior. So you can categorize things in terms of types of behavior based on the properties, attributes, or qualities of that behavior, the characteristics of that behavior. What does the behavior do? What does the behavior affect? What relationship does the behavior have with other aspects of reality? For example, the other aspects of reality could be affected by communication. You can communicate things, and how does that affect other aspects of reality? The other aspects, you can engage in obstruction of other aspects of reality. So you can obstruct air. When I wave my hand through the air, well, I'm obstructing air. But that's not immoral. That's a moral behavior. You can obstruct objects. Someone can throw a ball at you. You can catch it and prevent it from going where it was going. You can obstruct the velocity and the path of that object. And you can also obstruct others' rights. So you can initiate harm. You can respond to the initiation of harm, etc. Those are characteristics. Those are properties, attributes, and qualities of a behavior. Responding to harm, responding to the initiation of harm, or initiating harm are two different types of properties, attributes, or qualities and characteristics of behavior. The characteristics of initiating harm. Is the behavior inherently resulting in initiating harm or not, and to what degree? So this is where we apply the 7 thefts, the 7 violations. We have a degree or measurement of initiating harm. And so you could put them in whatever order. Obviously, murder is the worst one of the 7, and you have assault and you have standard theft. So you can put them from 1 to 7. 0 is nothing. So here in the red is results inherently initiating harm, right? And at 0, when you're not engaging in these, well, results are not inherently initiating harm. For a behavior to inherently result in the initiation of harm means that the behavior will undeniably initiate harm, regardless of other results that also occur. For example, voting, which I've talked about before, how voting is, by its behavior, inherently initiating harm. The purpose, goal, or ends of that behavior, regardless of the intent of the person's goal or purpose or ends of the behavior that they think they're going to create. There's the perceived result of the behavior versus the true and actual result of the behavior. So voting will undeniably, when it's inherently resulting in initiation harm, means that it will undeniably initiate harm. So it doesn't matter what you think it will do, is that it will do that by design of that behavior. So when you're voting, the design of that behavior is to vote for masters, for rulers, to rule and be masters over others. It doesn't matter if they rotate every 4 years, or every year, or every day. Doesn't matter. It's still immoral. Whereas drinking alcohol doesn't, though it can promote that outcome. Drinking alcohol doesn't inherently initiate harm. But when you drink alcohol, it can bring out propensities for more violent behavior. So it can promote that outcome. But drinking alcohol by itself does not undeniably result in the initiation of harm. It can, but it's not inherent, whereas voting is. So we're related to these, the previous one on reality, behavior, and characteristics. We're talking about characteristics of harm. So we can determine the origin of rights and how the objective way is the real way, and it's the only way that makes sense, versus the subjective way is completely bonkers. So we start off with existence, reality, and nature, as the other slide with the painting of the guy with his arm up. We start with existence, reality, nature. And then you have your individual existence, you have your self-ownership, and then you have derivative properties from that. You have property and you have ownership. So self and derivative property. So those are your property rights. Those are your rights. Your rights, your right to choose how your property is used without violating the rights of others. And these are eternal. Rights are eternal. They can't be denied or removed by others. They're part of existence, part of nature. There's no choice in their presence. There's only a choice to violate. Individuals have equal rights. They're eternal. They're there for everyone. And you get the right to choose how your property is used, yourself and your derivative property, such as mixing your labor with natural resources. Because ultimately you own yourself from your own existence, and you exist because reality exists. So this is objective. Reality exists, it's objective. You exist, it's objective. You have self-ownership. You have property rights. Because you own yourself and you own what you use your labor, the sweat of your brow, your actions to create in the world. And those are your rights. Those are your rights there. They're all predicated upon objective reality, your objective existence, the objective property of your own existence, and the rights therein. Now, when you believe in the delusion that the origin of rights is a human's choice, either yourself or those in power, those with alleged authority, and that determines what rights are, well, rights can be denied or removed by others. They can be subjectively invented, not discovered. And when you do that, you act as a master, ruler, god, or owner of others to control what they can or can't do. That's what we have with government. And before government, there was monarchy. And before there was any official term, well, there have been the law of the jungle bullshit of might makes right. And there have been the alphas deciding, well, I'm the strongest, so I'm going to take control and you're going to do what I say. Unless people morally unite together and put them down. And then they can find freedom again and live in justice. Whoops. So when you deny objective existence, reality, then existence doesn't exist. Well, that makes a lot of sense. You're going to deny this one? Okay, well, I guess you're not going to deny that. What about your individual existence exists? Well, if you deny that, then you're saying you don't exist. Okay, well, I guess you got to take that as true, and this has to be true. So this is true as well. And you say, well, property ownership? No, that doesn't exist. There's no property ownership. Well, then you don't own yourself, and anything goes. Then you're just automatically a slave, and anyone can just claim that they own you, and you have to do what they tell you. Is that what you believe? Anyone can just say, hey, hop on one foot, pick your nose, take this hammer and smash your toes, and you'll just do it. Because you don't own yourself, they're just going to own you. Right? Or do you actually own yourself? Oh, right, well, I guess that one's true too. So you have to accept that this is true, and this is true, and this is true. And if you accept these three, well, then you have to accept that since you own yourself, then rights already exist, because that's what property rights are, is you own yourself. So you have to accept that. And if you don't, then you say that you have no rights. Again, anything goes. Whatever happens, happens. There's no right or wrong about it. Whatever free will causal agents do and respond to are equally acceptable. Someone could come around and take a hammer and smash your toe in, and well, that's fine. There's no right or wrong about that. Because, right, you don't have rights. There's no rights, so there's no right or wrong. That's the whole point of right or wrong, is if it's right, it doesn't violate rights. And if it's wrong, or the base level right level 1, is it doesn't violate an individual's rights. And if it's wrong, the first level of wrong, is because it does violate an individual's rights, because it violates property rights, because they have property and they have ownership, which derives from their self-ownership, from their own existence, in existence. That's just how it works. That's how you can determine where rights come from. Because this side here, that's a bunch of bullshit. And this side is objectively, rationally understandable by anyone who wants to take the time to think about it. So here there's two objective methodologies to determine the origin of rights. So method one, I already went through that one, and there's a second method where you can look at existence, reality, and nature, and you can, instead of looking right away at your own individual existence, you can start at a larger scale. So rather than start at the small scale, at the individual, you can look at the bigger picture. So in existence, reality, and nature, there are states and conditions that exist. And specifically when we look at human existence, well, what is the state or condition of human existence? We can define degrees of freedom or slavery as how we currently live and how we have lived as a species at various times in recorded history. We can determine whether, relative to now, was there more freedom or more slavery. And at various different times in the past, we can take point 1 and point 2 in the past and compare them to each other as well. So we can have an understanding of the state or condition of human existence relative to degrees of freedom or slavery. So those conditions don't just happen by themselves. It's not some being making that happen. The condition comes from behavior. Slavery, it's ongoing and happened in the past and happened in even the ancient past, like in the movie Gladiator. It's happened to all races. It's created from behavior. It's humans doing it. It doesn't just happen on its own. Okay, so the absence of humans creating that behavior of slavery would give you true freedom. So you could say that happens on its own. It's the default. Actually, true freedom is the default, objectively. And when there's behaviors that engage in false claims of ownership and create slavery, well, that's when it takes away and nullifies that state of true behavior, true freedom. So those conditions of our existence, the state of our existence, come from behavior. It's the only place they come from. When we lose freedom, that's a result of increasing slavery, which comes from our behavior. The effect of a condition is created by causal behavior. So we've established that it comes from behavior and it's specific types of behavior. It's not just I move my legs, I twiddle my toes. That's not going to create the degrees of freedom or slavery. The specific types of behavior are moral or immoral behavior. These are the characteristics, the properties, the attributes, the qualities, the aspects of the behavior. Is it moral or immoral? So right or wrong behavior. And right behavior is a right. So here is another way of objectively demonstrating how rights exist. See, right behavior is a right. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the next section, a deeper understanding of morality, levels of immorality, levels of morality, belief in immorality, ignorance, apathy, cowardice, and laziness. Serving evil versus ending evil, wanting freedom or slavery. See, hear, and speak no evil. See, hear, and speak no evil. That's where most people are at. They don't want to see, hear, or talk about the things that are wrong with the world. as if you're going to get anywhere positive of good, order, freedom, prosperity, without looking at the current negatives or understanding them enough, of seeing the big picture and what the real solution is. Some people are only looking at a few parts or get focused on one group as the source of it all. And the image I have here says, apparently it's an African proverb, not to know is bad, not to wish to know is worse. So if you're ignorant, it's bad, but if you don't even want to know, if you're apathetic, to even care to know about things that are related to morality, then that's worse. We need to see, hear, and speak of the evil in order to end evil and be moral individuals. See and hear the immorality, to know we aren't actually living in morality. Then we can do something about it by speaking about how to resolve it. Learn, seek to understand moral truth, hear others speak about morality, then live and speak moral truth for others to learn from. So it's all it's like a reciprocal process. We gotta accumulate and then project outward, accumulate, project outward, consume and generate, consume and generate. We consume it and we generate it out for others, and then they can consume what we generate out, and then they can generate it, and on and on and on, the consumption and generation of information, knowledge of moral truth, until enough individuals get it, and then we can actually make our world the way it should be, a moral place to live. Morality, wrong, injustice, evil. So here we're getting into the two levels and explaining that more in depth. Immorality, level 1, referred to as I1, is participating in evil. So the I1A is inherently initiating harm yourself, creating violence, evil, being evil, regardless of knowing if what you're doing is objectively immoral. It doesn't matter if you know it or not. You're doing it. I1B is supporting or condoning others inherently initiating harm, regardless of knowing if what they are doing is objectively immoral. So it doesn't matter if you know that what they're doing is immoral. If you're supporting them, you're also being immoral. So A is the higher kind of immorality, and B is lesser relative to A. Doing it is worse, supporting it is less worse. But they're both immoral. Two different levels within level 1. Now, immorality level 2 is where you're tolerating evil. Immorality 1 is where you're participating in it. So either you're creating it yourself or you're supporting others creating it. Immorality level 2 is tolerating evil. You're not working to end the persistent evil or slavery created or supported by others. Contrasted to that is morality, right, justice, good. Morality level 1, abbreviated to M1. This is where you stop participating in evil, where you exercise conscience. So I1 was participating in evil, now you're stopping to participate in evil. That's where you're applying the sacred feminine non-aggression principle. It's an inaction, it's passive. You're stopping, it's the apophatic pathway. You're stopping it yourself. You're not inherently initiating harm yourself. You're engaging in non-violence. That's the way wu wei, action through inaction of non-violence. You're engaging in non-violence. You're doing something. Not condoning or supporting the inherent initiation of harm. So rather than do it, and rather than support or condone it, you're not doing them. So you could not do A, but you could not be doing IA, but you could be doing IB. So that's why they're two separate things. And in addition to those two morality levels, In addition to the first morality level, the major morality level, there is the second morality level, M2, where you stop tolerating evil, contrasted with I2, where you're tolerating evil. So now you're stopping to tolerate evil. This is also the apophatic pathway, but instead of the non-aggression sacred feminine, it is the sacred masculine self-defense principle. Instead of being passive, it is active. This one is active. This one is passive, where you stop doing things. This one is active because you're no longer tolerating it, so you're going to do something about it, meaning M2A is you're speaking truth to counter falsity, to end the condition of persistent immorality, evil, injustice. You're doing the great work. And M2B is you apply consequences to I1, immorality level 1, the violence, evil, and injustice. And that's the self-defense principle. This is, as we'll get to, intellectual self-defense, and this is physical self-defense, as I term it. So more in depth on immorality, wrong, injustice, evil, the evil created by self, I1A, participation in evil, that you're inherently initiating harm yourself, creating violence or evil, regardless of knowing if what you're doing is objectively immoral, wrong, and evil. This is where there is direct participation in creating evil, voluntary or involuntary. So that's another way to further classify it, is there's I1A1, where there's voluntary, and there's I1AB, that is involuntary. So this involuntary is where there's coercion to do it. Either way, you're directly participating in creating evil. As opposed to support, which we'll see next, is indirect. This is direct. You're doing it yourself. Knowing something is immoral and doing it willfully evil is worse than being ignorant and doing it. If you know something's wrong and you're doing it, it's worse than if you don't even know it's wrong, but you're doing it. So again, this was covered earlier. These are the property violations and thefts and the property rights that they violate. Immorality, wrong, evil created by others. This is I1B. And it's I1B1 because, well, we'll distinguish that as we get to B2. B1 is supporting or condoning others initiating harm, regardless of knowing if what they are doing is objectively immoral. I1. Example, supporting authority, government, police, military, voting, taxes, etc. So the I1A is if you are in government, you work for government, you work in the police and the military, you engage in voting, so here it's supporting others doing that, or for it to be done in existence. So usually if you're doing I1A, you're also, you have to be doing I1B because you're supporting what you're already doing. So we have voluntary, indirect participation in creating evil. So the B1 is about voluntary, and contrasted with A, which was direct, this is indirect. So the I1B is indirect participation in creating evil, and the B1 specifically is about voluntary, indirect participation in creating evil. Knowing something is immoral and wanting it to be done, willfully evil, is worse than being ignorant and wanting it to be done. This is where you're complicit in it. A level 1 of complicity. In active complicity. We'll see contrasted to passive complicity in I1B2. You assist in the immorality evil others create or want it to be done, even though you don't create it yourself, meaning you're not in I1A. So you could stop doing the I1A, but you're still in I1B. Willingly acting to help or desiring, approving of immorality, evil ends to come about, regardless of knowing it to be that way. So you could be ignorant that it's actually immoral, but you want it to happen anyways. So if you want it to happen and you think it's good, but it's not good, so it's evil, it's creating immorality, violence, then you're also immoral. You're still immoral because you're in a level 1 complicity, active complicity because you want it. You're helping and desiring it to be that way. It's voluntary on your part. Immorality, evil will be created with your assistance. Your energy, your thoughts, emotions, and or action is aligned with the ends being created. So if you desire it, you might not be actively helping through your action, right? You're not actively helping through your action, but your desire, you have your thoughts and emotions are, your energy of your thoughts and emotions are aligned with the ends being created. So your mindset is an immoral mindset and you're complicit in that flow being put into creation. We'll get to that later in going into this more in depth. Now we're at I1B2. This is providing support for others to initiate harm against your free will choice to support them. The other one was where it's your choice to support them, but now it's not your choice. So we all live with taxes of various kind that we're coerced into paying, and if we want a house, we're paying taxes. If we want to buy anything at a store, we're paying sales tax. So this is how, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are coerced, we are made into immoral beings by the condition of society being immoral itself, and by the very fact that we exist in that society, we are engaging in things that are immoral because we are participating in evil through providing support for others to initiate harm, but it's against our free will choice to support them. And like I said, you could go live as a hermit, and you won't be doing any of the I1s, the immorality level 1, but you're going to be doing immorality level 2 because you've extricated yourself from the goal of ending evil. So you have to offset I1B2 with M2, with the goal of ending evil. Coerced, indirect participation in creating evil. You don't want to provide support, but society and the aggregate support, I1B1, of immorality of others, I1A, prevents you from living in society without being violated and providing support. So society and the aggregate support of everyone in I1B1 who voluntarily give their support and want things to come about. It doesn't matter if they don't realize it's immoral, the things that they want to have created are immoral. They want them anyways. So they're in I1B1. And what are they doing is they're voluntarily of their choice supporting evil and immorality that others are creating. And that prevents you from living in society without being violated and providing support. So we're all stuck here. All of us who are doing this work and are trying to be as moral as we can, we're prevented from actualizing true M1 basic morality because we are still participating in evil through, at the very least, the taxes. And going to live as a hermit is not a solution to ending evil. See, all this is about ending evil. That's what the 2 pillars of enlightenment is about. You say no to the evil that you create, and that's the non-aggression principle, the sacred feminine, and then it's saying no to the evils others create. And that's the self-defense principle, sacred masculine. And that's what the great work is that intellectual self-defense, so that we don't have to do physical self-defense on a wide scale with tons of bloodshed. Contrasted with I1B1, voluntary support of your choice. Now you're involuntary support, you're still complicit. Unfortunately, we all are, every single person on this planet, barring a hermit who's completely extricated themselves from society. And even then, what are they living off of? Do they have clothes? They have tools? So at one point, they were part of it, and they've extricated, so they're no longer part of it. But they're still using things that funded the whole system of immorality. So they're no longer complicit with it now. Okay, fine. It's still not a solution. The goal is to end evil. Doing that is not a solution. It's anti-solution. So complicity level 2 is a passive complicity. It's not an active complicity like the other one. You're being violated. You're coerced with threats of greater violence to assist in the immorality evil others create. Again, through taxation, that's the main one. You're unwillingly acting to help immoral evil ends to come about, regardless of knowing it to be so. So you could not want something, and you don't even know that it's immoral or evil, that what's being done, that you're being coerced into. You could just not want it, and you could be completely ignorant of objective morality. Immorality, evil will be created with your assistance, despite you not wanting to give your property to that end. You don't want to pay into the sales tax. You don't want to pay into property tax to fund all their bullshit schemes and the wars, the foreign wars, and all their wastes of money, and giving themselves tons of raise to be leeches and parasites on society, on the people who actually do produce stuff and provide value to themselves and other people in society in exchange. This brings us to immorality level 2, I2, tolerating evil. You're not working to end the persistent evil created or supported by others. It's the direct participation in tolerating evil. So it's not the direct participation in creating evil, it's the direct participation in tolerating evil. So the hermit, they're participating in this because they've extricated themselves. They are outside of society. They can't be doing anything to input in society in terms of knowledge and creating content to inform people who can access that content, because all that requires the purchase of things, which requires paying sales tax. And if you're going to have an internet connection, you're going to be paying sales tax. And if you don't, and you use someone else's, well, they're paying sales tax. So you're not getting around it. You're still going to be complicit in some way. So the tolerating of evil, you're participating in the tolerating of evil by being a hermit. It's not a solution. Knowing something is immoral and doing nothing is worse than being ignorant and doing nothing. So the I1s are worse than the I2, because the I1s... oh, never mind. Yeah, that's not what it says. I1's worse because you're actually participating in creating it. I2 is less worse because you're only participating in tolerating it. Tolerating it is not as bad as actually creating it. Because if no one created it, then it wouldn't exist. But by you tolerating it, you're not actually creating it. So you're not engaging in that creative capacity, but you are engaging in tolerating capacity, which is a complicity, passive complicity. Just like I1 B2 is a passive complicity. This is of a has different qualities to it. You're not doing any actions that work towards the goal of ending evil that others create. You're not doing M2A, the great work. That's morality level 2A, which is the great work, that leads eventually, potentially, and hopefully can be avoided, M2B, morality level 2B, of the self-defense principle. Maybe you're not willfully acting or desiring, approving of immoral or evil ends to come about, but not willfully acting to bring about the end of evil. So you're not acting to bring about the end of evil. If you're not doing M2, M2A, the great work, morality level 2, the great work, then you're participating in tolerating evil because you're not doing anything to bring about the end of evil. You're just letting it be. Immorality, evil, I1 will not be stopped with your assistance. You're not doing anything to assist its end. It will likely continue because you don't get involved, which makes your inaction, passivity, a lower level complicity than the active complicity in I1B. Now we get to morality. Now we're ending evil created by self. Morality level 1, M1, stop participating in evil. The sacred feminine, non-aggression principle, as identified by the pillar, with the sacred feminine downward triangle. So M1A is you're not inherently initiating harm yourself. Non-violence, choosing right over wrong, exercising conscience, action through inaction, wei wu wei, apophasis. This you must do to not create evil or injustice yourself. And if you don't do this, then you're in immorality level 1. You're in I1 if this is not enacted. And here's a recap of the non-aggression principle mentioned earlier on the slide on the 2 pillars of enlightenment. Now the M1B is ending evil created by others. It's again stopping to participate in evil, but in the evil that others create. So you're not participating in condoning or supporting the initiation of harm. It's an action through inaction, wei wu wei, apophasis, must do to not assist or help create evil or injustice. You're engaging in I1B1 if not stopping voluntary support, and I1B2 is involuntary support, and this is unavoidable, but it can be offset or countered by M2A, the great work. Morality level 2. This is again where we end evil created by others. M1A is ending evil created by self. M1B is ending evil created by others. And M2A and B is ending evil created by others. And all of M1, M1A and M1B is to stop participating in evil. And M2 has to do with stop tolerating evil. So M2A is speaking moral truth to counter falsity, is the great work to end the condition of persistent immorality, evil, injustice. Slavery. Direct participation in not tolerating evil. So now you're in active participation in not tolerating evil, which is why the pillar is the sacred masculine pillar of self-defense, because you're engaging in an active role rather than a passive role of not doing harms and not supporting harms. Now you're trying to end evil by not tolerating evil. You must do to end persistent I1, immorality level 1, evil, injustice everywhere. Everyone has to engage in this in order to end immorality on earth, in human existence. It must be done. This is intellectual self-defense to combat falsity with truth, the way to achieve moral unity and persist aggregate justice. So this is the only way we're going to get to persist aggregate justice, M2B, in the long term, and maintain justice, even as new injustices come, to stand together united in order to deal with that injustice and bring back justice, to apply consequences to violators. And we're not going to get there willy-nilly by not knowing what objective morality is. And so that means objective morality needs to be known. That means moral education needs to be known. That means this here, M2A, the great work, needs to be engaged in. until we reach those numbers where we can actually have a moral way of living and live in peace and harmony with each other in voluntary interactions. M2A is preferable and optimal to an avoidable M2B hot rebellion. So doing the great work of moral education is preferable and optimal to an avoidable hot rebellion of engaging in the self-defense principle in physical self-defense. Intellectual self-defense is preferable. It's not as bloody. A lot less people die, because people don't die when you do this. I2, if not enacted, because you're not countering or compensated for I1B. I guess that should be I1B2. So the indirect involuntary support in the system of immorality is countered and compensated for by M2. So by doing M2, you're being as moral as you can be in M1 in the current society you live in. So if you're not doing M2, you can't be M1 as much as you can. So you can't be an M1. And again, a hermit doesn't count. That's just unrealistic. You're not even ending evil. You're still immoral. The most moral you can be, the most moral you can be, again, the most moral that you can be is doing the great work, because it offsets the I1B1, the I1B2, the indirect involuntary support of this immoral way of life that we are coerced into supporting. And it works to end evil. The hermit is not working to end evil. They're just letting evil run amok. That's not being as moral as you can be. Only by engaging in the great work of moral education can you be the most moral you can be. It's being more moral than the hermit. And we have M2B, and this is the physical self-defense. Again, we're stopping to tolerate evil. We're applying consequences to immorality level 1, the violence, the evil, the injustice that's created. We're again in direct participation and not tolerating evil. This is something we can do to stop present or rectify past injustices. So within M2, there's one level, call it I, and 2. So M2B1 is physical defense of present, temporary, or persistent injustice, and M2B2 is redress, rectification, restitution, where you collect debt. You apply consequences for something of a past injustice. So one deals with a present injustice that can either be temporary or persistent, and the other one deals with a past injustice where you're going to, that can be, could have been temporary, and I guess if not persistent, because if it's persistent, then it qualifies as the first one, which is something that's still being done in the present. So I guess the past injustices are only temporary in the past, and they weren't repeated. But applying the self-defense principle in a physical capacity like this can be a hasty action. It can be unwise. This hasty action can be unwise when the majority supports evil, because what happens when you try to physically defend yourself against those who would assault you, who wear a badge and operate under the banner of the delusion of the belief in authority that the majority of people in society support? Well, pretty sure you're going to be murdered on the spot, and if not, you're going to go to jail for a long time, and everyone's going to support it. So you think that's wise? Are you going to be doing the great work? Are you going to be in jail? Maybe. But do you really think that's the best use of your time? I don't think so. That's why you have to wait till the time is right before you can do some physical defense. And depends on the society. In some societies, like in the United States, you still can do self-defense. In most of the rest of the world, you can't. That's where the special class of people in a class of their own who have rights that no one else does, well, they're the only ones who can do that. They're the only ones who can engage in the application of justice, whether it be the police class or the judiciary class and the judges and the lawyers. Well, they're the only ones who can do that. You're not allowed to enact justice yourself. So you're made into a coward, made into impotence and passivity, and just made to take it. Or you can engage in it and deal with the consequences that the psychopaths in government want to impose upon you because you dare to defend yourself. So morality, level 2A, the great work, is required to best apply persistent M2B here of physical self-defense in the aggregate. That's required to get the best outcome. And you're in immorality level 2 if you're not doing the great work until physical self-defense, hot rebellion becomes necessary, which is something we want to avoid. So here is a right versus wrong chart, builds on the previous one that just had the level 1 of immorality and morality at the beginning of the presentation, built upon Mark Passio's version of the right or wrong chart. So the behavioral reality now has an additional component of immorality level 2 and morality level 1. So what's wrong or incorrect and false in general reality contrasts to what is right, correct, and true. And the behavioral reality within the general reality is that in your behaviors, there is the moral dimension, morality level 1, where you're inherently initiating harm. It's theft. It's a false ownership claim. And then you have a second level of doing nothing to end immorality level 1 that others create, like the persistent enslavement that we unfortunately live in across this planet. And morality level 1 is not inherently initiating harm, non-theft, true, real ownership. And morality level 2 is working to end immorality level 1. So here's showing another chart showing the higher versus the lower aspects of, in level 1 for immorality, that's a primary degree, it's a primary violation. You're engaging in one of the 7 primary violations. This is a higher level of immorality, level 1. When we look at morality, it's not the higher level of morality. The higher level of morality is doing the level 2 morality. So I just wanted to distinguish that the highest level of immorality is level 1, whereas the basic level of morality is level 1, and it's lower. You're most immoral when you're doing the primary degrees of immorality compared to the second level of immorality. That's a lower form, secondary degree, and it's immoral because you're not being the most moral, which is from morality level 2. That's advanced morality. After you engage in the basic lower level of morality, the basic base level of morality of not inherently initiating harm, then you can do level 2, which is advanced. It's a higher level of morality. That's what makes you the most moral. Morality, basic, and lower, that's just basic morality. If you want to be the most moral, you have to do morality level 2, the great work. You have to do it. And if you're not doing it, then you're not being the most moral. You're just in basic morality, just the base level. So immorality level 2 is you're not being the most moral. You're not engaging in that higher level of morality. So it's an immorality. It's a secondary degree of complicity. It's a double complicity because you have the basic morality of I1, B2, indirect involuntary support. And you're also not working to end evil. So it's two levels of passive complicity to tolerate. One's participating in evil, passive complicity in participating, and I2 is passive complicity in tolerating. So it allows evil to continue. It allows our enslavement to continue. So here I'm reiterating the caution for the self-defense principle. Employing the self principle at all times, although a right can be foolish. There are instances where it's preferable to let someone steal some lesser property than give up your greater property of life. There are also other instances where if you do employ the self-defense principle, you will be punished by authority, supported by society, supported by the moral society, with theft of some form, even the theft of your life. There is pragmatism of living to fight greater battles, like ending evil. So there's a gun threat. Your wallet is demanded. You can choose to give up your wallet. So you allow the theft. Evil wins once, temporarily, that one time. But you live to fight another day. You live to fight evil another day. There are worthier battles ahead than this one of your mere wallet. Now, you could also not give up your wallet and simply say no, and then they shoot you anyways, just for saying no. So they take your life, then your wallet, and you're not around to fight another day or in the greater battles against evil, and evil wins bigger overall because you're out of the picture. You're not there anymore. So you're not able to do the great work of trying to end evil, which is the most moral you can be. Obviously, you need to do M1 first before M2. So you can also say no with teeth. So there's just saying no, and then there's saying no with teeth is the self-defense principle. So you can try to defend yourself from that act of aggression, that violence, and risk losing your life. And the same could be a result as you lose, and that's your choice. You can say no, you can give up your wallet, or you can engage in the self-defense principle. These are all rights you have. And the thing about the self-defense principle is you risk losing your life, so you're not around to continue to do the great work of trying to end evil. And that could be a great loss to that effort. And that's this one. But you could also win. You can engage in the self-defense principle, and you win. A temporary evil is put down, and you're there to fight greater battles against evil in the future. So this is the optimal outcome. But this can happen. And you can also choose this. So there's pragmatism to it all. Levels of morality and immorality. This, I guess, is just a recap to explain things. Moral behaviors: 1. Don't create evil, basic morality, or 2. Work to stop the persistence of evil, advanced morality. Immoral behaviors: 1. Create evil, primary immorality, or 2. Don't work to stop the persistence of evil, a secondary immorality. Moral behaviors either don't create or support immorality, evil themselves. Level 1, basic morality, M1. It's a right to do. Or they work to remove immorality, evil that others create. Level 2, advanced morality, M2. That's the right thing to do. Because you can also not do it, and that's a right to do because it's not initiating harm. But not doing M2 is not the right thing to do. So M1 behavior is a lower, easier force of good in creation. M2 behavior is a higher, arduous force of good in creation. morality level 1 is lower because it's the most basic morality everyone should embody, and it's the easiest of the two to do, as you're only working on yourself to not do things, and it's passive. You alone changing won't end evil. Whereas morality level 2 is the work towards the end goal of influencing everyone to change towards being morality level 1, to not initiate harm. Morality level 2, the great work, is higher because it's magnitudes more difficult to do the work of influencing others to change and align with the basic morality level 1, to not initiate harm, and eventually do that morality level 2 great work themselves. And this is an active aspect. Morality level 1, not initiating harm, is passive. It's about not doing things. Morality level 2, the great work, that's a lot harder. A lot harder. This is a chart on right versus wrong thing to do, or the right versus wrong to do. So it's a distinction that's been in previous slides. And the reason for it, as you can see, is that in immorality level 2, when not doing the great work, that is a right to do because it's not inherently initiating harm. Immorality level 1 is not a right to do because it inherently initiates harm. So since doing the great work is not something that inherently initiates harm, it is not a wrong to do. If you don't do the great work, it's not a wrong to do it because it's not that inherent initiation of harm. So it's a different level of wrong. It's a wrong level 2 or level 3. So as the chart shows, the right to do something, when you have RTD, it's the right to do. You have the right to do the non-initiation of harm. M1, you have the right to do the great work. You have the right to walk across the road. You have the right to lift your arm, etc. And not doing the great work is also a right to do, but it's not the right thing to do. So the M1 and M2 are also the right thing to do, to not initiate harm. To do the great work is the right thing to do. But to not do the great work, immorality level 2, is not the right thing to do. It is the wrong thing to do. So you can have the right to do something because it doesn't inherently initiate harm, M1, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, as in M2 for the great work. The wrong thing to do, WTTD, can be a wrong to do, which is immorality level 1, or it can be a right to do, morality level 1, and not a wrong to do, which is immorality level 1. Immorality level 2 is the wrong thing to do, which doesn't inherently initiate harm, making it something that you have a right to do, to not do that work. You have the right to do it because it doesn't initiate harm, but it's not the right thing to do. So I just wanted to visualize why that's the case, that you have the right to not do it because a right is something that doesn't inherently initiate harm. But it's still, as previous charts have shown and explanations, that the most moral thing you can do is to do M2, which is the great work. And a failure to do that makes you not as moral as you can be. And so it puts you into the immorality because you're being complicit in allowing evil to perpetuate. You're not lifting a finger. You're not doing anything to end evil. So you have a part in that complicity to allow evil to perpetuate. And we'll get into that in the next section on diving deeper into M2 and complicity. So here's a I guess, a summary of all the main points on immorality level 2, that it's a secondary degree. It's not the primary degree of immorality that inherently initiates harm. This is not initiating harm. And what it means is you're not a higher, truly good person because you're not working to end evil. You're not speaking moral truth to counter falsity of the current condition. Or you're not enacting the self-defense principle. But as mentioned, the self-defense principle is not a wise thing to do when you're in an immoral society. So in order to do the work of trying to end evil, you can't fully adhere to the self-defense principle as you would be able to under a moral society. So what you need to do is the great work. But in a society where it was moral and your right to engage in the self-defense principle wasn't being infringed, then to not enact the self-defense principle would be a level 2 immorality, where you're not being inhibited by further consequences that would prevent you to end evil. When there would be the emergence of evil, immorality, you would have the right to rectify it and bring back justice for that injustice, apply consequences. So immorality level 2 is the wrong thing to do. It's the folly of wrong action, level 2, and level 1, folly of wrong action, would be immorality level 1, where you're inherently initiating harm. And this is folly of wrong action because it's not the wisdom of doing enough with the knowledge of objective morality. It's letting immorality stand, not helping to stop or bring rectification. It's passive complicity of persistent aggregate immoralities. So you're complicit in the persistent aggregate immoralities that are going on. You're not working to change the current condition of aggregate immorality. Letting things be that way, they're fine that way. It's not worth your time or energy to get involved, to act to change. You don't want to spend the time or energy to influence behavioral change by influencing the minds and consciousnesses of others. You don't really care to change things. It's too much work. The responsibility to do that is not wanted. You dismiss the immorality as of little importance for you to devote or sacrifice your time or energy to correcting. You're condoning the current condition by not working to change it. Instead, focus on your personal life. You don't want to apply yourself to change it by taking on the personal responsibility to influence others. You're not being immorality level 1. You're not inherently initiating harm. Yet you're being silent, and that isn't being wise. You're not conveying knowledge as wisdom of right action, which is to end evil. The greatest wisdom of right action there is in the goal to end evil, when your actions serve that ends. You don't have enough care about being enslaved, which means you're in a capacity of self-loathing. Might not be completely self-loathing, but you have self-loathing since you don't even care about being enslaved to do something about it. You're not stopping it. You're letting slavery continue. So you're not serving morality. And that's the harsh reality, the harsh truth you got to face when you're not doing the great work, that you're in immorality level 2. It's a form of immorality. It's a form of wrong. It's not a wrong to do, but it's the wrong thing to do. So here's a summary on morality level 2. The great work means you're a highly, truly good person. You speak moral truth to counter falsity of the current condition. You enact self-defense principle. Both of them are to end evil. As mentioned previously, the enacting of the self-defense principle is something that you're able to do once you live in a moral society. So until then, you have to engage in the great work, morality level 2. In order to not be in immorality level 2. This is the right thing to do. It's the wisdom of right action, the higher wisdom of right action, compared to the base level of morality level 1, to not inherently initiate harm. That is a lower form of the wisdom of right action. This is the higher form. Level 2 wisdom, using what you know to end evil. And there's two main parts. I'll say there can be other forms of doing the great work, but the two central parts are the base level 1 is temporary particulars. This is the lower one. You become aware of evils, the who, what, where, when, the problems. So this is the endless supply of ongoing falsity, deceptions, wrong, and immorality that deals with people and events. These are past and present occurrences describing problems on the plane of effects to know of a need for a solution. So you're describing the problems to know of a need for a solution. So people become aware that there's a need for a solution because they become aware of the problem in the plane of effects, of these people and events going on that are this endless supply of ongoing falsity, deceptions, wrong, and immorality. So people can become aware of the evils. That's the who, what, where, when. So the higher level of the great work, the highest level, is dealing with eternal universals. This is how and why to end evil, and dealing with how and why as opposed to who, what, where, when. This is dealing with solutions. These deal with eternal truths of consciousness functionality, psychology, and philosophy, and morality, natural law, the realm. These are ideas as opposed to people and events. It's about creating, this is information about creating or destroying freedom, how that works, creating or ending evil. This is the real solution, where there's real power to change things, because you're dealing with the plane of causes, the cause from consciousness. The particulars at the first level, the lower level, they reflect the universals at the higher level, the second level. People lack universals of moral truth required to have true freedom and true good. Action to directly or indirectly stop or bring rectification to morality. So this is the summary of what it entails to do this. This is a form of action to directly or indirectly stop or bring rectification to immorality. That's the goal we're working towards. It's to stop an individual act in your presence or persistent aggregate immoralities in terms of the self-defense principle. So we might not be able to do that right now, but that's the goal we're trying to get to, is to have a moral society where we can do that and not be punished for it by the belief in authority and government that everyone supports because they're supporting immorality in the aggregate of society. So this is to want to change the current aggregate immoral condition, to work towards that goal, that end. It's to care enough to do the work, the great work, because it's worth the time and energy diverted into it, invested and sacrificed into that goal. It's to not condone the immorality. It matters enough to act and work to create change effectively by influencing others. You sacrifice aspects of your personal life. Your mission is to morally educate, to create permanent content to reach many. Not on a one-on-one basis, which you can do, but it's inefficient, very inefficient. What you need to do is a one-to-many. You one to many people who can reach it. You create content online. You take on the personal responsibility. You bear the cross to create change by influencing with truth. This is higher level knowledge about why and how we aggregately create and live in wrong, that we live in immorality, that we live in evil. This is when morality is understood, teaching moral truth to create a better world, putting it out as a record or testament. So even if not many people come across it initially, you have created a record, a testament to the universe that you have done the great work. And here it is for anyone who can come across it and learn from it. And who knows, in the future, it might become more popular and more people can get influenced by it. And at first, maybe no one comes across your work. That's the way it is for everyone starting out. And then, over time, It can eventually reach more people, or maybe it won't. But at least you've created a record and testament that you did the work and you put it out for people to learn. You've added to that aggregation of the voice of truth, and you tried to add to that chorus of truth. Well, you tried and succeeded. You did add to the chorus of truth. And whether other people come across it, that's something else. And that's always beneficial. And that's how we're going to get more people to come onto the side of morality and leave and let go the attachment to falsity that they're in. But that's not a given. Just by creating content doesn't mean that everyone in the world is going to see it. So here's an overall summary where you can see all the four aspects, the two levels in morality and the two levels of immorality juxtaposed against each other. So moral, right, basic, level 1, M1 is basic good person. Anything not creating or supporting the initiation of harm, violence, wrong, or evil. It's a right to do and it's the right thing to do. It's the wisdom of right action, the basic wisdom of right action. Level 1 wisdom, you're applying moral knowledge to not do immorality. Level 1, to not inherently initiate harm. It's a basic good person, knowledge of basic objective morality and choosing right over wrong, exercising conscience. Immoral, wrong, the primary degree. Level 1, I1, makes you a bad, evil person. You're creating or supporting the initiation of harm. It's a primary wrong to do, and it's the wrong thing to do. It's the folly of wrong action, the first level, the most egregious level, acting wrongly by rejecting, ignoring moral truth. Then we get to moral right, the advanced form, level 2, M2, the higher truly good person. You work to stop end evil and immorality, the great work or the self-defense principle. It's the right to do. You have a right to do it, and it's the right thing to do. It's the wisdom of right action, the higher wisdom of right action, level 2 wisdom. So where you're a truly good person, you have become an activated self to a higher purpose, as a higher, truer, realer self, and employing a higher, truer, realer will. And finally, we have immoral, wrong, secondary degree, level 2. It's not being a higher, truly good person. So you haven't reached that level. You're still in a form of immorality, in a form of wrong. You're not working to stop or end evil or immorality. It's a secondary wrong to do. It's the wrong thing to do. So it's not the same level as a wrong to do, just a plain wrong to do. You have a right to not do it in terms of it's not the level 1 initiation of harm. It's still a folly of wrong action. So it's not the wrong thing to do at the bottom here. That's programming language for exclamation point means not. So it's not the right thing to do. It's not morality level 2, but it is morality level 1. It's a right to do because a right to do level 1, you could say. Well, it's not a wrong to do level 1. It's a wrong to do level 2, which is still a right to do in terms of the level 1 of morality and immorality. So morality and immorality at the first level, you have a wrong to do and a right to do. Not doing the great work, immorality level 2, falls in the category of the first level of morality and not in the first level of immorality. So it's technically a right to do because it doesn't inherently initiate harm. It's not that first level of wrong to do. Hope that makes sense. It's all logically consistent. If you think about it, go over it, think about it, it'll make sense to you. My categorization is accurate. If you find problems with it, let me know. Go to my website in the contact page and let me know how I got it wrong and explain it. Explain it properly. So here's a chart that attempts to summarize a lot of what has been talked about so far. You have immoral wrongs, so of obviously different levels. The first level is where you're initiating harm, immorality 1, the primary degree, and you also have immorality level 2, the secondary degree, where you're not speaking moral truth. You're not doing the great work, folly level 2, wrong level 2, but it's non-violence. You're not initiating harm, so it's not violence. So that's why it's halfway in the blue of being a right to do, and it's halfway in the wrong, because again, you're not being violent, you're not inherently initiating harm, so it's a different level of morality altogether. It's a different classification than the 7 transgressions of initiating harm, which is folly level 1, wrong level 1, where you're doing violence. And within that, we can have conscious immorality, where you know right and wrong, but you're doing wrong, and doing wrong is known because you know what right and wrong is. And that can mean you're in apathy, cowardice, or laziness, and it makes you truly evil incarnate, if you know what's wrong in terms of initiating harm and violence, and you're still doing it. So you're not in ignorance, versus unconscious immorality, that you're immoral, but in an unconscious capacity, because you have ignorance of doing wrong. You don't have the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. And that's basic evil. That's a lower level evil. It's still evil, you're still doing those wrongs. You're still creating evil, immorality, you're still violating the rights of others, or supporting others to violate those rights. So you're still being immoral at a primary degree by creating that into existence, or wanting it to be created, even if you don't know. Versus not speaking the moral truth, you're not doing any of this. So you're just not in the position of higher good. And the moral right is not initiating harm. Morality 1, it's the basic level. And that's where 2 types is conscious morality, where you have the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. So you have true conscience, and you're choosing the right over the wrong. So you have wisdom level 1, right level 1. That's where you're basically good, and contrasted to a basic evil, and not truly evil, or evil incarnate, where you know you're doing wrong and you love it or whatever. So in this basic good, from conscious morality, we also have unconscious morality. So instead of knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong, you have ignorance of the objective difference between right and wrong. So it's similar to unconscious morality, but it's different because you would happen to be not initiating harm by happenstance, by dumb luck, because you're just ignorant and it's just dumb luck. But it's highly unrealistic that this actually happens. I'm not sure that it actually happens. Maybe it's more of a theoretical possibility, but it's still there. Maybe it actually happens. Darn. So you magically don't initiate harm. It just so happens, and you're still in ignorance, but it's a right. You're still in right level 1. You're not in wisdom, because you don't have the wisdom. You don't have the knowledge. You're not applying the knowledge. You don't have the knowledge, so you can't apply it. So you're in ignorance. But it's not unconscious immorality. You're not ignorant and doing wrong. You're ignorant and you happen to be doing right, magically. So that's why I say it's unrealistic. I don't think it happens. Maybe it does. So it's a possibility. And that's half-assed good. You can't know if you're truly moral, and you certainly can't teach what isn't known. So if you don't know the objective difference between right and wrong, you can't teach it. So you can't reach the level of speaking moral truth. So even if you are consciously moral and you're in basic good, and you're not inherently initiating harm, you could still not speak the moral truth. So you're not in the higher good. Conversely, you could be speaking the moral truth, doing moral education, reaching that moral level 2, advanced morality, of doing the great work, wisdom level 2, right 2, and then you're in that position of higher good, truly good. So that's a summary of things so far. Pretty much encapsulates it at a good enough level, all the parts put together. And here I just want to elaborate further on conscious and unconscious immorality and evil, and how there's greater and lesser at a vertical scale, and there's greater and lesser at a horizontal scale. So you could invert it and put this one as vertical and put this one as horizontal. I just made it this way. In terms of like a bar that has measurements. So these are the 7 transgressions, the 7 violences. And so the greater immorality is murder. And then you go down to lesser immorality, which is willful deception. So these are in terms of the 7 transgressions themselves, the 7 property right violations. There's lesser immorality and there's greater immorality. Now, within that, there is the unconscious and the conscious. So, as the previous slide showed, when you're consciously immoral, you know you're doing wrong, and that truly makes you evil. Versus when you're doing it unconsciously, that's a lesser form of evil. You're a basic evil because you're still creating evil into existence. So that makes you evil in your current state of being, but you can become different. You can evolve consciousness and not be that way. So you have to go from your current state of being and become a different state of being. And so the least worst is supporting and advocating unconsciously. You're not aware that you're advocating for immorality, but you are. And then the other one would be doing it yourself unconsciously. And then consciously supporting it so you know it's evil and you want it to be done. And consciously knowing that it's evil and doing it yourself. So that's just, 7 times 4. There's 4 levels here and the 7 grades. So that's 7 times 4 is 28. And so there'd be 28 grades of immorality that you could technically say, because there's the 7 here within the supporting that you support these, there's the 7 that you do unconsciously, and then there's the supporting and doing them consciously. So I hope that makes sense. I just want to be really specific at how you can categorize all these different forms of immorality that can manifest in the creation of evil or participation in evil. So just to reiterate the importance and power of the negative, you can see that, the immoral is wrapping around the moral. So it's encapsulating the moral, because at first, in order to determine what's moral, you have to, as one of the first slides mentioned, that you need to know morality apophatically by defining what is immorality. Then you can know what is moral and morality, what you have a right to do by knowing what you don't have a right to do, what is wrong to do. So that's where things start, is immoral level 1, harm initiated, that's wrong. And that's what determines what is moral 1, because it's not immoral 1. And that's a right. It's a right to do. And when that's understood and lived by, allows for morality level 2, which is the teaching of what is moral and what is immoral, and what is that secondary level of morality, which is the teaching. So that's M1 and I1 plus M2. And doing so equates, and not doing this level of level 2 morality of teaching, the great work, equates to morality level 2 of not doing M2. So it encapsulates when you go at it in terms of the knowledge required to attain different levels. You need the knowledge of what's immoral to get to the knowledge of what's moral, to then be able to do morality level 2, and then failing to do it is immorality level 2. So you need to know what's immoral in order to be moral at a higher degree. And if you don't do what's in the center, then you end up also at the end of immorality level 2. Even if you are moral level 1, if you're not doing moral level 2, you end up at immoral level 2. So they encapsulate them. The negative is what needs to be looked at and understood. Basic moral knowledge is derived from the knowledge of what is truly a primary immoral negative behavior. Know what's immoral to know what is moral to do, then teach moral truth. Failure to take on this responsibility is what keeps the negative of immorality or evil around. And that's the failure we're in. The failure we've been in for thousands of years. There's a possibility we can get out of it. It doesn't look too promising, but the possibility is always there. So if you care about yourself and you care about others, do the work. Otherwise, you're part of perpetuating that immorality and evil, even if you don't actively participate in it yourself. There's still the indirect participation, and the only way to offset that is with doing the great work, which I think there's a slide coming up in 1 or 2 slides that will explain that in greater visual detail and depth. So the order of immoral severity, the order of moral wrongs. We have the primary immorality severity, and this is violence. And you have the secondary immorality severity, where it's non-violence. You're not speaking truth to counter the falsity of the current condition, not working to end primary immorality, to end evil. And the moral correction to this is active, because this is not doing something, so it's passive. So to correct this aspect, it's an active, it's action. It's harder to do because you're doing something. This is the actively doing something that's wrong. And to correct that, the moral correction to it, it's an inaction. It's passive. It's easier. You don't do something. So it's a lot easier to not do something than it is to do something. So that's why doing the great work is so much harder than simply not doing violence, because it's just not doing something. And this is a lot of work to do. Immoral actions aren't equal. Stabbing someone isn't the same as willfully lying to them. Not speaking truth to falsity isn't the same as any of the primary immoralities. Each is a different severity of wrong with subsequent different severities of consequences for enacting. A moral debt is created by a primary violation against another. So when you have violence, there's a moral debt created. Okay? There is no moral debt for non-violence. That's why this is a right to do, because a right is what is not inherently initiating wrong. And this is not inherently initiating harm, so it's a right to do. But it's not the right thing to do. I can't stress that enough, that it's still a form of wrong, but it's a secondary level of wrong, just like it's a secondary level of immorality. And the best way to understand it is in terms of that it's the wrong thing to do because you're letting evil perpetuate, that you're part of that ebb and flow of letting that continue into reality, which we'll get into in the next section on diving deeper into complicity. I'll explain that more. And it's important to understand that these aren't the same level of immorality, that when you're willfully deceiving someone who knows the truth and willfully speaks falsity in order to deceive someone and rob them of their ability to make informed decision, it's not the same as murder or rape or assault or even coercion. Okay, so when you're going to apply consequences, okay, you can ostracize someone or whatever people come up with. I haven't gotten into that complexity of categorizing and coming up with things that concretely make sense. These are things that people have to agree upon in a certain area. And I certainly think ostracizing, you give people a second chance, and then if they continue to, that they know the truth, but then they're also telling people falsity that they know the truth of. You give them a second chance, you say stop it, and if they don't, then they're a threat to the well-being of other people and their rights, and you ostracize them. And then if they come back, well, then you can take them out. But that's just my current understanding that might change. These aspects are the primary violations can be objectively known in terms of property rights, but the consequences you apply, that's more fluid in terms of concreteness. So that's where I currently stand on willful deception. It's not like you go and take their life. I think that's severe. That's disproportionate to the level of severity. So a moral debt is created by primary violation against another. Consequences can be applied to reciprocally get payback for the debt in some way relative to the severity. And this is just to kind of complement what I've explained several times already in different slides. Action and inaction. So you have the type of action. The type of what we're talking about, the type of behavior is immoral or moral. And then those can be categorized in terms of action or inaction. So we have immorality level 1, to initiate harm, is an action on the immoral side. And speaking out against immorality and doing moral education, well, that's an action on the moral side. So these are all actions that you're doing, and morality level 2 is an action you're doing, and immorality level 2 is an inaction. So it's not something you're doing. This is not doing, not speaking out. And morality level 1 is to not initiate harm. So morality level 1, to not initiate harm, combats immorality level 1, and morality level 2 combats immorality 2. And obviously, action is more effort than inaction, which is less effort. So that's why, in terms of morality level 1 and morality level 2, this one is so much harder to do than this one, because morality level 1 is simply not doing something, versus morality level 2 is actually doing something. So you have to get the knowledge, you have to care enough to get the knowledge, you have to care enough to then do something about it, to have the courage and willpower to not be lazy or cowardly and actually create the content. That takes a lot of time to get that knowledge and understanding and refine it and really comprehend it in order to be able to teach it. And putting in the time to create the content and all that, this is a lot of work. This one is just not doing things. So that's why, it's easy for people to get here once they get it, once they learn from people like Mark Passio or whoever. But this part, morality level 2, that's so much harder. And that's why there's so few people doing it. So this is the slide I was talking about that explains visually the offsetting of the levels of immorality, the indirect, involuntary support of I1, B2 that we are all in. And the only way to combat that is to make a moral society, and it's offset by the aggregate corrective work of morality level 2. So these are all things that I've gone through already, but it's just to visualize it in a way to more easily be understood. Immorality level 1 is action active. Morality level 1 is inaction passive. Morality level 2 is action active. Immorality level 2 is inaction passive. So the immorality level 1, I1, A1, A2 have to do with your direct initiation of harm. It might be free-willed or it might be coerced. And you have B1, which is the free will support of initiation of harm. It's indirect participation in evil. So that there's the degrees of participation in evil. A1 and A2 are direct, free will or coerced. And B1 and B2 are indirect, free will or coerced, voluntary or involuntary. So A1, A2, B1, the way to correct those is by your individual corrective work of the passive inaction of morality level 1 to become a basic good person, basic wisdom. You're not initiating harm. So it's doing anything that's not inherently initiating harm. Not initiating harm yourself, not condoning or supporting harm. Now, when it comes to I1, B2, that's the involuntary coerced support of initiating harm. It's indirect. And the only way to combat that, to offset it, is to do the aggregate corrective work of the advanced morality, the advanced right of morality level 2 to make you a highly, truly good person, wisdom level 2. And that could be the self-defense principle. But as I keep mentioning, the societies we live in prevent us from fully enacting that. So we have to speak truth to counter falsity of the current condition, doing the great work, either level 1 or 2. Level 2 is higher. Those are the eternal universals, and level 1s are the temporary particulars that make people aware of the evils, to then want to know what the solution is and want to apply it. Because if you don't know that there's something wrong, that there's a problem, then you're not going to want a solution. You're not going to care about a solution that you don't even see a problem to. So you have to be aware that there's a problem, to want a solution, and want to be part of that solution. So in I1, B2, if you are not offsetting that immorality that you're in, that we are all in, if you're not offsetting it by doing the aggregate corrective work of morality level 2, the great work of moral education, then you fall into immorality level 2. So that's not doing the great work. It's you're in a consciousness of fear, apathy, ignorance, cowardice, and or laziness. So as I mentioned several times, the example of the hermit. A hermit in the woods isn't doing I1 A or B, but neither M2, which is being I2 and is less moral than someone doing I1 B2 while not doing M2, which is not doing I2 and offsets the I1 B2 because it works to end evil and slavery, while the hermit isn't doing that at all. So I've already explained this before. This is just the slide where I actually have it written and didn't just talk about it in other slides. So belief in immoralities. This one's pretty important to understand as well. You have a right to entertain ideas and thoughts about things. That's how to come to know right versus wrong. But no one has a right to believe immoral wrongs or a moral right to believe you or anyone else has the right to do, support, or condone you or others doing violence. You don't have a right to believe slavery is legitimate, acceptable, or should or needs to be supported. Believing in government or authority is believing in the legitimacy of slavery. It's not legitimate, and you don't have a right to believe otherwise. This is wrong thinking that wants immorality to exist, which makes you immoral. Wanting immorality, even if you're ignorant of it being immoral, makes you immoral. Thoughts that conclude an immoral wrong is right make one immoral. Emotions that feel good about immoral wrongs make one immoral, and probably a psychopath. Actions that are immoral wrongs make one immoral. Inaction in speaking out to end the aggregate immoral condition in public works is a lesser immorality, as it's not advocating for immorality level 1, which is violence, evil, or slavery. Passive immoralities of belief, ignorance, apathy, cowardice, or laziness. Believing that an immorality is a, quote, right to do makes you immoral because it informs your behavior to do that yourself or support others to do that. It's advocating for your belief to be true, correct, right, lived by and created into reality. Ignorance, apathy, cowardice, or laziness of what is moral or immoral creates behavior that goes against morality and makes you immoral. So the things you believe to be true are going to inform your choices, and you're going to act on things that you believe to be true or believe to be good. So when you get that wrong, and you think things that are immoral are moral and things that are wrong are right, and you act in that way, then that's going to make you immoral. Ignorance of objective morality means doing or condoning immorality. Right equals, quote, wrong. Something that's actually wrong would be equal to, you would equate it to something that's, quote, a right. So something that is actually wrong, you would think is right. Something that's actually right, you would think is wrong. So government is, quote, right. Voting is, quote, right. Not being stolen from, such as taxes, well, that's, quote, wrong. So when you have things wrong, your whole conception of things is inverted, and you're going to be supporting immorality. If you know objective morality, but you don't care, you have apathy about wrongs, then you either do or condone wrongs. If you care, meaning you don't want wrongs, but are cowardly or lazy, then you don't act to stop doing it or stop condoning wrongs. Maybe you have outright dark care to want to do wrongs you know are wrong. So that would be the case of, psychopaths. People who know what they're doing is wrong, the truly evil, because they have that dark care, they want to do it. Being truly good is exposing the system of control or slavery via knowledge of the causal conditions of consciousness that create it, and teaches moral truth to correct that condition, not simply exposing the effects of individual wrongs that were or are being committed. So it's not merely just to talk about the plane of effects of, oh, well, look at this wrong thing and this wrong thing and this wrong thing and this wrong thing, this endless supply of wrongs that are being committed over and over and over and over and over and over and over forever and ever, and it will continue to be that way. If that's all you do is talk about the problem. Talking about the problem is important and necessary to understand the need for a solution, and then to care about knowing what that solution is and acting in alignment with that solution, which is moral education. So that's the causal conditions of consciousness that create it. So if you're not doing that part, not doing moral education and the barriers to moral education, etc., then, and you're just focusing on the particulars and talking about instances, people and events, well, you're not truly being good. Because all you're doing is exposing that it's wrong, but you're not explaining why it's wrong. You're not explaining how to remove that from existence. So if you've done that, great. And then keep trying to wake people up about the particular instances, sure. But you gotta talk about the plane of causality in order for people to understand what the real solution is and the work they have to do on themselves, and then help other people engage in that work and snowball the effect so that we can actually create a moral society. Ignorance is evil. People who don't understand the objective difference between right and wrong are doing wrong to others, indirectly or directly. The ancient Egyptian proverb of ignorance is evil is about being a purveyor of evil without knowing it. That's, again, the reference of the checkerboard floor. You don't even know what you're doing. You don't even know what your actions truly are, by definition. So your ignorance of the objective difference between right and wrong is making you evil. Your ignorance of objective morality is creating wrongs by your own hand or by supporting and wanting the wrongs of others, for example, government, when you support government, acting as a destroyer of freedom. So because you're creating evil, supporting others that create evil, then you're destroying freedom. Your ignorance of morality is enslaving others as you walk on the checkerboard floor, unable to truly distinguish between right or wrong, further participating in the propagation of evil being created. And also, as I mentioned, with relative to the default of our existence, it takes an action of someone making a false claim of ownership upon another's property. That's the creation of evil, the creation of a temporary or persistent state of enslavement. And prior to that action, prior to someone, another being creating that action into reality, the default of reality is true freedom. So this is how freedom is destroyed, that true state of freedom, and then subsequent greater losses of whatever freedom remains after true freedom is removed from our condition, our state of being as a people together. In your condition of existence, when that's removed, that true state of freedom, you still have some freedoms, but freedom continues to keep being destroyed, and it's largely due to the ignorance of people who either do it themselves or they support other people doing it, and one of the greatest examples of that is in government, through that support in government, which keeps continually eroding the freedoms that we still have and keeps encroaching on them and violating them to further and further degrees of enslavement being applied to us. Ignorance of objective morality affects yourself and others. For the self, you don't know if you're contributing to evil, so it persists. For others, you don't know nor are able to recognize the evil being done by others, and therefore you can't ever work to stop that evil, so it persists in others. This ignorance leads to seeing immorality as moral, and not caring about actual immorality. Modalities of thought that condone violence are wrongs. That's immorality level 1B, where you are participating in the creation of evil by giving your support, by condoning it. Not caring that violence is being done to others is a wrong. So now we get to some slides for serving evil and ending evil, dealing with the easy path and the hard path, and summarizing it again to make it more easily understood in a different way, explaining it in a different way, visualizing it in a different way, laying it out in a different way to really hammer things home. That's what this presentation is. It's really going in depth in multiple perspectives to really get the message through so you can understand it. Serving evil is the easy, wide path, and that's essentially do whatever you want. In terms of the active part, it's doing wrongs, creating evil, immorality level 1, either directly, so 1 is directly, 2 is indirectly, and within 1 there's A and B, a free will choice to directly do wrongs or being coerced to directly do wrongs. Indirectly is supporting others of your free will, for example, voting, wanting government, police, etc. Or B, supporting others involuntarily through coercion that's applied to you, applied to all of us. Threats of violence to comply, duress, forced to live in immorality to not do things you have a right to do. For example, taxes, income tax, sales tax, property tax. There's licensure and prohibition. And the passive side to serving evil, the inaction, is not doing anything to stop evil. That is, tolerating evil, as opposed to creating it. And that's immorality level 2. And within that you have ignorance, where you willfully ignore evil. Or you can believe that right equals wrong as a result, or that wrong equals right. You have ignorance of the objective difference between right versus wrong, which means you can't identify evil you or others do. And you can't know if you're doing evil as a result. And if you manage to have knowledge, then there's the apathy part of not caring about complicity with evil. Whether you're ignorant or you have the knowledge, you can still not care. Oh, well, I know it now, but I don't care about my complicity. I'm gonna do nothing. And certainly if you're ignorant, well, so you're not going to care about something that you're not even aware of. So not doing that great work, not doing anything to stop evil, from ignorance to apathy. There's also cowardice, where you have fear of standing up, making yourself known, putting yourself out there. That's either silly fears of you don't think you're smart enough, or you're not good enough, or you won't do a good job, etc., etc. All these false things that you could learn and overcome anyways. And then there's the fear of what you think the big bad men will do because you dare to speak up against them, and they're going to come after you and they're going to hurt you. So there's various levels of fear. And number 4, laziness, where even if you overcome the ignorance, you have knowledge, and then you actually care. Well, you don't care enough to actually act, so you're still in laziness and inaction. So you might care about it, care about the complicity, the I1, B2, that you have to offset by doing the great work, morality level 2. But you're not doing it. You're still tolerating evil by being in immorality level 2, because ultimately you're lazy and you're still inactive in that regard. Now we see ending evil, the hard, narrow path. So this takes time, attention, effort, persistence. You have to learn and live morally, and then teach that. So the passive side is with inaction, where you stop direct or indirect evil, or supportive evil that is in your control to stop. So that's I1A, 1 and 2, and I1B, 1. So that's what I mentioned here in the counters part. So when you you engage in this passive aspect of stopping, saying no, the non-aggression principle. It counters the active I1A to stop direct free will or coerced evil you do, and also the active I1B1 to stop indirect free will supportive evil. I1B2 is something that you can't stop on your own. It's relative to the whole society being that way. And since you're a part of society, you're immersed in it and you're supporting it involuntarily. You don't have a choice unless you want to give up your life and or not work to end evil. If you engage in the self-defense principle, pretty much you're going to be taken out. And if you engage in being a hermit, well, then you're not doing the work to end evil. So contrasting, the passive side is the active side where you're taking action, is the hard, narrow path, where you stop passive serving of evil by countering the involuntary support. So this counters the active I1B2 and the passive I2, immorality level 2, to teach morality to end evil, to influence others to stop being immoral and tolerating, accepting, condoning, supporting, and justifying evil or immorality. It's to get the coercion of supporting evil to stop with numbers that say no and disobey, which is the lost word. So either everyone does that together and then it'll just fade away. And if we reach numbers and people still don't want to do it and there's still the people who don't want to let go, well, then you can say no with teeth, and that's the last word, applying the self-defense principle. That's what the American Revolution was. So you don't even need a majority. You just need enough people who will stand for that, a significant amount of people, to fight to try to regain more freedoms and try to create a better world. And then they got co-opted by other forces, and then it fails as they... The Declaration of Independence is where things should have stopped, but then they went to the Constitution to create a government which just, made things go full circle, where they're back into tyranny that they originally fought against. It's still the best demonstration of fighting for freedom that's ever happened on such a large scale, to create a country that was more free than any other before. But it has devolved, as was inherent in the creation of government, that will just keep encroaching and taking more and more power and taking away more freedoms and creating more enslavement. It's inevitable in the nature of that most dangerous superstition. So you have to ask yourself, do you want to be free? So hopefully you say yes. And then when you say yes, well, you have to work to actualize and create what you want, to create the freedom, which means you have self-respect and self-love, that you don't want to be a slave. That means you engage in the great work to make true freedom a reality. If you do want to be free, then you have to do the work to make that happen, which is the great work. And if you do that, then you have self-respect and self-love, because you don't want to be a slave. But it could be that you want to be free, yes, but you don't want to do the work because you're too lazy, you're still too much in self-loathing, you don't have enough care, not enough self-respect, you lack self-respect to do the work to make it a reality. And also, deluded people could answer to the question, do you want to be free? No. Or that they don't care. So if you're yes, but you're too lazy to do things because you have still too much you don't care enough about yourself. You're still in a significant degree of self-loathing. You lack self-respect. Or you don't want to be free because you're apparently so damaged. Then you want non-freedom, you want enslavement, you want slavery of whatever varying degree. So either way, if you're too lazy, or you don't want freedom, or you don't care to be free, well then you lack self-respect and you lack self-love, you're self-loathing. You don't work to make true freedom a reality. You don't mind being a slave, or you want to be a slave. If you truly didn't, you would work to end that enslavement. Otherwise, it doesn't matter that much to you. If you're not working, if you're not doing the great work to end that enslavement, then it might matter to you in some degree, the yes part here, but you're too lazy, self-loathing, and lacking self-respect. It doesn't matter that much to you. It's not worth you working to make it happen. You're fine being enslaved, ultimately. It matters to some degree, but not enough to do the great work. So essentially, you're just fine being a slave. You're not going to put in the time, the effort, the energy, the sacrifice to do it. So essentially you've concluded that, well, you're fine being enslaved. It's not that bad. So you've accepted your enslavement. That's not a good position to be in psychologically as a being. It speaks volumes about your state of lack of self-respect and lack of self-love, that you're still in a significant state of self-loathing. This is a slide that I put back in here from the Science of Morality, Part 3, True Freedom, and just visualizes the aspect of true freedom existing by default. And what are you fighting for? Do you fight for just having do you fight for having true freedom, real freedom, or just having more freedoms? There's more or less freedoms versus freedom, true freedom in a society. So when you have true freedom, that's where the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle is upheld. Wrongs are untolerated. There's no persistent slavery or injustice. They get remediated when they get created through the self-defense principle, when the non-aggression principle is violated. But we don't exist there. We exist in variations of here throughout our existence. Certainly as soon as government or various forms of the belief in authority, such as monarchy, etc. Whenever the belief in authority came into existence, that's when we did not enact self-defense to rectify wrongs, remediate things, and the non-aggression principle becomes restricted. The self-defense principle becomes restricted or violated. They both become restricted or violated, where wrongs are tolerated and normalized. Persistent slavery and immorality becomes part of our society, our way of life. The injustices are unrectified. So we have various degrees of enslavement, from more covert ways that we're living in to more overt ways where there's even less freedoms, such as when there's the belief in a society that some people have the outright false right to own a person's body entirely and all the property they have entirely. They can just take their life and murder them, and they have a right to do that. So when you're in the enslavement degrees, you're having freedoms, but not having true freedom. And when you go from covert to more overt in your face, that's when there's increasing physical severity. So right now we're in licensure, prohibition, and taxation, and there is outright slavery in the world in more overt physical forms, but we're heading into, overall in our societies, back into the ball and chain slavery, where it's just ownership of the whole person, and those who believe they have the right to do whatever they want with the life of another can do it, so they can take lives as they see fit. We're heading back into that real overt form of enslavement. It'll probably be worse than it was at various times in history, either when it was done to Africans, or when it was done to more in general any race or ethnicity in the past. Like in the movie Gladiator, you can see that it's just done to anybody. Or we're heading back into that type of just across the board. The rulers just outright owning and doing whatever they want to those they rule as subjects and slaves. So now we get into second to last section before the summary and conclusion. This is getting deeper on morality level 2 and complicity. So I made it its own section just to differentiate with the overall understanding of morality 1 and morality 2. This is just going to go more in depth to really hammer at home the importance of the great work and how not doing it is a form of immorality. It's going to explain it even more clearly. So that's going to deal with complicity, going with the flow, and moral responsibility. Complicity with societal evil. Complicit. That is a word, and the word means the state of being an accomplice, partnership in wrongdoing, or an objectionable act, from the Latin complicare, not sure how it's pronounced, to fold together. That's what it means. It means to fold together. From com, meaning with or together, and plicar or plicare, to fold, to weave. So it's to fold together, to weave together, folding with, weaving with. So there's two types of complicity. One's active, voluntary, one's passive or involuntary. So in the active, when you're actively, voluntarily folding or weaving, you're willingly being a partner, associate, accomplice in an act of wrongdoing with another, with others. It's akin to conspiring or colluding, which we have a lot of in the world with various groups that get together to plot enacting and increasing further control and enslavement over everyone else at their own benefit. This active voluntary folding weaving is also actively creating the aggregate folding and weaving of what happens. So it's actively creating the folding and weaving of what happens in existence in reality. It's being a participant in weaving the current condition into the fabric of creation. So you could look at, as we move forward in time, the fabric of creation is being weaved together, and there's active participants and there's passive participants. So on the passive side, number 2 here, there's passive involuntary folding or weaving. So it's unwillingly, and you could knowingly or unknowingly be a part of that unwilling part. That's the I1, B2, where you're indirectly, unwillingly coerced into participating in the creation of evil. So you're unwillingly and possibly unknowingly being a partner, associate, accomplice in an act of wrongdoing with another or with others. But this is not conspiring or colluding, because you're not actively getting together and planning something and becoming with one breath and like a one mind and to that goal or purpose or ends you're trying to achieve. You're not colluding with others to make that end. You're herded along to be part of the aggregate folding or weaving of what happens. So you're not actively creating, you're passive in it because you're stuck in a herd moving along that's folding and weaving that into existence. So you're still a participant in weaving the current condition into the fabric of creation. So passive complicity with evil. Like a drop in a stream, you are moved along with the current. Or like being stuck in the middle of a charging herd in a valley heading towards a cliff, you go where the herd goes. You are part of the stream or the herd, and feed into its force, strength, and momentum going in the direction it does. To change the direction of the aggregate stream or herd, the only option is influencing others to change their direction the herd is going in. Not doing so is accepting to go with the flow, being part of perpetuating the current condition of enslavement or evil. So I hope this analogy makes sense. That we're all drops in the ocean, right? Well, think of it as drops in a stream, being taken down. We're in a stream, and we're all going where that stream's going. You don't have a choice about it, because you're in the stream. So you have to change where the stream is going. So that requires all the droplets of water to change direction. They're all going to change together. So it might be more of a weak analogy compared to the herd. So a herd has more, I guess it can make more sense because you're a herd, you're stuck in a valley, you can't go anywhere, you're stuck in the herd. It's heading towards a cliff. So that's an analogy to, we're heading to our own doom, right? We're heading to our greater enslavement. We're heading to we're creating more chaos for ourselves. So we're stuck in that herd. And the only way to get the herd to change direction is by saying, hey, let's not go this way, and these are the reasons why we don't want to go this way, because we don't want to engage in this behavior, which is going to lead us to this ends, this greater enslavement, this greater chaos. So let's change our direction as a society, as a people, and let's change our behaviors. So let's do things a different way and go in a different direction, take a different path, walk a different way. So the only way to do that is to influence others to change. And that's what the whole purpose of doing the great work is. So when you're not doing the great work to end evil or slavery, is essentially saying you want more of it because you're not lifting a finger to end it. You're not lifting a damn finger in terms of influencing others to change by putting out information which can make them either at a lower level aware of the evils, to then know that there is a problem, to then care that there is a problem, to then care to find a solution, to then know what the solution is, and then care to enact the solution. So you're not even lifting a finger to do that. If you actually wanted to end it, you would do the great work, or work on yourself to eventually do that great work. Most people don't have the definitive knowledge that they are being enslaved, and most don't want to hear or know that they are. Rejecting that awareness and responsibility especially shows the mental slavery, the thrall they are in, to not care for moral truth or even to care enough about themselves because they're self-loathing, not care about themselves to learn about their enslavement. If you know and do nothing, you're more complicit than if you don't know and do nothing. Because when you know and you do nothing, then you're in a position to actually do something, as opposed to someone who's completely ignorant. They don't even know there's a problem, so they can't even reach that point of being part of the solution. They are the unbegun, the dead, the uninitiated. The goal is to get them to awaken their true care. That's a hard thing to do. The great work in all this is the hardest thing to do. I think it's the hardest thing to do that you can possibly do as something to take upon as a responsibility in your life. So we are all in this together, not in the bullshit COVID-1984 nonsense of, oh, we're all in this together, so accept your enslavement, accept all the wrong things being done to you. We're all in this together because we're all on one spaceship Earth, as Buckminster Fuller would term it. We're all in this together in one overall current. While some drops of water may splash around, the overall current of water, humanity, is flowing in the direction set by the majority of individual drops. By default, each person is pushed by the flow, by the current, and is in turn giving strength to that flow, that current. Changing the direction of the current condition or flow requires a significant majority of individuals to alter course, to behave differently. Influencing others towards moral truth and moral behavior is required to change the directional flow and condition of humanity. See, our current condition, it applies. That's why the analogy to the water in the stream is very apt, because that is a current of water. And that is what our current condition is. It is a flow through time where our behaviors create the next steps in that current going forward in time in that flow. So if we want to change the future and change onto a different path, we have to act from our current condition in order to change that future condition. And that is the current, that is the stream that we are all in. So we have to change our conditioning, the conditioning of our minds, and influence others to change the condition of their minds, to evolve consciousness, so that we can change our current condition as we move forward into the future, and the flow, the direction of time going forward. To abolish the immoral system of enslavement, more people need to acquire moral knowledge and use their free will to say no, to stop doing the immorality they do. I1A, immorality level 1A. Or supporting immorality that others are doing, immorality level 1B. Even then, we are coerced into supporting immorality, various taxes for example, that's I1B2, against our free will. A majority using their will to not do I1 and I2A would lead to greater noncompliance and the erosion of I1B2 due to the decreasing support in the legitimacy of the enslavement system known as government or the belief in authority. Sort of just put that, because maybe you wouldn't accept the legitimacy of government, but then people would start to accept the legitimacy of monarchy or some other system that's still derived and based upon the belief in authority. So it's really the belief in authority. Government is just the latest round, and what more people accept in contrast to monarchy or plutocracy or whatever other asinine thing that we can come up with as a way to control us. So here's a visual explanation, visual demonstration of this. Society is currently a system of enslavement, and the ignorant are keeping everyone enslaved, as I've mentioned in the slides, in various slides, and explained it. We're bound to slavery by ignorance. That's what's ultimately keeping us here, is the ignorance of others, and that's, again, the importance of doing the great work, because that's the only way we're actually going to get out of it. So the aggregation of individuals in society, that's where we are. It's even smaller, the blue, but I had to make it at least somewhat visible. So the aggregation of individuals in society, well, they're in this red thing, which is the ignorance of right versus wrong, as opposed to few in the blue of the knowledge of right versus wrong. So there's a quantity and a quality of mindsets that either legitimize any amount of wrong or immorality due to ignorance of moral right versus wrong. So that's the red part. Opposed, in contrast to those who legitimize morality, immorality, and wrong, there are those who oppose or are opposed to any amount of wrong or immorality due to knowledge of moral right versus wrong. So everyone needs to get here, but most everyone is still. I'm not highlighting. My mouse wasn't there. So most everyone needs to get to this, to being opposers of wrong and immorality, but the majority are still stuck on legitimizing it because of the disease of the belief in authority. So ignorance of right versus wrong, of this aggregation of individuals in society means they believe in the legitimacy of authority because they have ignorance of right versus wrong, which means they are tolerating, accepting, supporting immorality, supporting evil, supporting enslavement, their own enslavement. So that is a big arrow to create the current condition, which means we have aggregate enslavement. And the few people over here who are opposed to immorality, wrong, evil, violence, they have knowledge of right versus wrong, and they reject the legitimacy of authority, and they're not tolerating, accepting, supporting immorality or authority as far as they can. Obviously, there's the I1, B2, which we can't get out of. That's why there's the need to do the great work to offset that, to change it. And that's a little force applied in the current condition of different ways of being compared to the large force being applied of people continuing to tolerate, accept, and support the immorality. So this aggregate freedom can't be created because there's too many applying this force, this energy into the system, into the flow, into the stream, into the current of the current condition. And that's why we have our aggregate enslavement. And by the way, this is the law of freedom. This is essentially how it works. And that'll be the next presentation, part 5. Natural Law, the Science of Morality, part 5, the law of freedom, which will get into that more in depth and really explain it for people to understand it in a very deep way, undeniably. So to further explain what happens with the support of the flow being part of the current, and this also reiterates what was already talked about, just in a different way. The current condition normalizes and standardizes immorality, conditioning people to tolerate, accept, support, and want it as a way of life. That they want immorality, even though most of them don't know it's immoral, they want it as a way of life. So 2 overall groups form with 2 subsets in each. So one group is go with the flow of evil, and the other group, minuscule by comparison, infinitesimally smaller. The other group is working to change or stop the evil. So in the group that you go with the flow of evil, you have A, support or want what currently is, or B, speak in support of it and let it be. So the support, want what currently is, you use your free will to support the current condition, you want it to continue, you're voting, you want taxes, voting and taxes are seen as a duty or honor, you're working within the system of authority, you're working for government, and you're preserving that system, and you're making things worse. Or B, you're speaking in support of it, to let it be. You don't do anything significant to correct the core underlying foundation of the enslavement. You support lesser evil to keep it all going round and round, doing nothing. The cycle keeps repeating and it keeps getting worse. So, for example, you could be voting for, quote, change, that delusion. You could be part of believing in economic or political, quote, reform. That you think economic or political reform is how you're going to be free. And that's how you're going to end evil or end immorality or end what's wrong in whatever degree of perception you have of the current wrongs, which is probably limited if you're doing that. Or you're going to rebel, engage in a revolution for a variation of the same, which is to continue the belief in authority, which is what the American Revolution did. They revolted, they rebelled, and did a revolution, and then they just created another belief in authority, sadly. So in contrast, number 2, working to change to stop the evil. Working to change or stop the evil. You A, don't support or want it. That's in doing individual change. Or there's the B, speaking out against it, a universal change. So if you do A, don't support or want it, individual change is you use your free will individually to not support it. You pull your support in various ways you can. For example, you don't vote. You don't go work for government. You can create more independence in your life, create more personal freedom by doing that. But you can't remove all the support because there's always I1, B2, the involuntary, indirect, coerced support of the immorality and evil. And B is speaking out against it. That's engaging in universal change. So if you don't support and don't want it, you can do these things of individual change. But the real path to take is speaking out against it. That's universal change. You work to change the flow or condition. You're informing others of their enslavement and how to end it. So you have I, you're informing them, well, this is the 1 and the 2 of the great work. The temporal instances, the immoral instances, example, exposing the deception, immorality of people or events. And 2, the underlying causal factors of consciousness that make it this way and how to change it through moral education. So you can go with versus work against the flow. Go with the flow or work against the flow. If you 1, go with the flow, then you're not 2, working to change the flow. If you 1A, support, want what currently is, then you don't 2B, speak against it. If you're not doing 2B, speaking out against it, then you're fine with letting it continue. Simply saying you're against it does nothing to actually stop it. The focus is your life and what relative freedoms you can make for yourself. What you can eke out and scrape out in terms of the, quote, freedoms, as opposed to true freedom, as opposed to working towards true freedom and putting some of your time, attention, energy, and sacrifice into that. Well, a lot of people just want to work on their relative freedoms, in quote, whatever little individual little amounts, minute amounts that they can eke out and make for themselves. So you're condoning, you're not actually stopping the flow of evil. You condone it by just letting the collective flow current go on as it is, not trying to get the aggregate condition to change. You're still a drop being carried in the aggregate flow, in that current, adding to its strength and keeping it flowing in the direction it is. Because if you're not working to change the overall flow of the current, if you're just trying to change your drop and change where your drop is going in the current, well, you're not changing the current. Because all the other drops are still going in that direction, and you're still in that stream, in that current, going in that direction as well. So you're not solving a damn thing by doing this part here. A, 2A, you're not really solving a damn thing. You're eking out little individual freedoms and making your life a little better as a slave. But that's it. Making yourself less dependent on the system of enslavement, like living in alternative ways, is fine. But it doesn't stop the enslavement. You're an individual drop in the collective current. You're still going along with the current, with the herd, the enslavement, adding to the aggregate direction or way things are, being complicit in keeping it flowing and not working to stop it. That's the harsh reality. Face it or ignore it at your own peril. You want to be ignorant? Then be ignorant and be in immorality and not being as moral as you can be. So to sustain or oppose the current, the default, I guess, would be in the path of ignorance, where you ignore. Well, I'll just read the quote here. Not to know is bad, and not to wish to know is worse. An African proverb. So this was mentioned at the beginning of the section on the levels of morality, with the monkeys speak no evil, see no evil, and hear no evil. So you ignore the knowledge of the objective Ignore the knowledge of the objective definitive difference between right and wrong. Ignore the immorality going on. Ignore being immoral or supporting, condoning immorality. Go with the flow. Let the flow or condition be. Still vote, still want authority, government, etc. Don't work to change the immoral collective condition meaningfully. Maybe you do, quote, good deeds that don't end evil, though. These good deeds have nothing to do with ending evil. You can do church work, you can do volunteer work, you can do charity work, etc., etc., etc. These are good deeds, but they're a lower good deed. They're not the true, higher good deed that works to creating true freedom. You continue to give power and strength for the enslavement current to keep flowing and not weaken it at all. Because a lot of people who do these, quote, good deeds, well, they're still supporting authority, and they're still stuck in the belief in authority and that diseased mindset. So that number one of the path of ignorance is the path of sustaining the current and flow of evil. Now we can get into the opposition of the current, where you can engage in the path of knowledge. Know that things are very wrong. Enslavement reigns in society. Maybe even have deep knowledge of objective morality, not doing or supporting immorality as much as one was, the path of ignorance was. Maybe doing personal life changes, as mentioned before, self-sufficiency, buying local. You're feeding the giants less, feeding the big businesses less with your wallet, etc. So different actions in personal life, but let the flow or condition of enslavement be. Don't work to change the immoral collective condition. There's slight deviations, but nothing being done to divert the aggregate flow, the aggregate direction, and path and way of the current itself, of everyone together. The path of knowledge is started, but not far enough for wisdom, not far enough to attain actually be walking on a path of wisdom. Because that's about ending evil. And you're not doing that. In all these meaningful yet selfish pursuits, you're not doing that. So to oppose the current in the path of wisdom is to have the wisdom of right action in teaching, which is teaching to try to get others out of the path of ignorance into the path of knowledge, and then do 3, the path of wisdom, so that the collective condition can change. It's the hardest work to engage in, but the only way aggregate enslavement and evil will truly end. If you're not dealing with the plane of causality, with the consciousness of people, and getting them to change the way they think, and their false ways of thinking that lead to their false actions, then their false actions are going to remain. They're going to keep engaging in behaviors and modalities of thinking that actually do the creation of evil, participating in the creation of evil directly or indirectly by giving support and condoning it. So you work to change the collective immoral condition by influencing others to be moral through moral education. You engage in that moral education. Actively working to change the aggregate flow, path, or way by reaching a critical mass, a quantity shift. A quantum shift is a shift requiring a quantity. So it's all about getting numbers of morally aligned people for the current to shift, and that requires moral education. Moral responsibility. Everyone's first moral responsibility is to not do actions that inherently initiate harm. The only thing you owe others is to, essentially leave them alone in terms of not initiating harm. The only thing you owe others is the non-aggression principle. The reciprocity that we all owe each other is the non-aggression principle, to not inherently initiate harm to them. That's the first obligation and duty. Stop doing evil. Our second moral responsibility is to do something in the manner of ending evil by making people aware of the problem of immorality, to learn objective morality, to not participate in immorality, and then themselves engage in that teaching to others. That is speaking truth to end falsity. That is to say, the great work. Make the ending of slavery your personal responsibility. Take it on. Take on that personal responsibility. Bear that cross. It's a heavy burden, but it has to be done if you actually care. You have to personally care that you're a slave to want to take on that responsibility. The majority are in the consciousness of fear, ignorance, apathy, cowardice, and or laziness, and are keeping those in the consciousness of love, knowledge, care, courage, and the wisdom of right action enslaved. So there are people like myself who are doing the work because we don't want to be enslaved, and we're doing what's necessary to try to end that enslavement. And there's other people, lazy or cowardly or apathetic or ignorant in fear consciousness, who are keeping us enslaved because we can't just wishfully click our heels and make all of reality change at our whim. It's everyone together. We're all in this together. The only way to have true freedom is through moral education to end the aggregate slave system that the majority accept and sustain. Moral authority and true sovereignty. So you start with objective morality, and that is the only legit external authority. Any other external authority is not a legitimate authority. And if you have, from objective morality as the only legitimate external authority, you can attain true sovereignty, where you recognize that the only authority you have is over yourself. And above you as an authority is objective morality. So you're under the authority of objective morality. And from that true sovereignty, where you have authority over yourself, you have the non-aggression principle of not initiating harm, don't steal. And you have no debt owed to others. And you also have the self-defense principle, where you're not stolen from, where if you're stolen from, there's a debt owed, and you can engage in the self-defense principle. And these two principles are part of the base level of moral alignment in morality level 1. You are the only one responsible for your actions. You author your life. You own your free will choices and actions. Accepting the external authority of others is to have their will author your life. Exercising conscience is choosing the right over the wrong, embodying true sovereignty. True sovereignty comes from putting objective morality above you as the only legitimate authority to guide your life according to. Choosing to go against your responsibility to objective moral authority has you violate the sovereignty of others, failing true sovereignty. So if you don't put objective morality as the only legitimate external authority to govern and inform you as your behaviors, then you fail in true sovereignty. You do not acquire true sovereignty, where you recognize that only you can have authority over yourself, and everyone else operates the same way, where they have authority over themselves, and they are also operating under the authority of objective morality, and they engage in the non-aggression principle, reciprocity, and the self-defense principle to defend their rights and the rights of others. Freedom for all or freedom for none. Awaken to moral responsibility. Aggregate slavery persists until there is true conscience developed and exercised by the aggregate of individuals. Getting there requires the advanced morality of doing the great work. Morality level 2A. Wisdom is what you do with what you know. Living by basic morality, morality level 1 alone, but not doing morality level 2, the great work, isn't living in higher wisdom, because despite not doing the greater wrong of theft, immorality level 1, you're still choosing the lesser wrong of letting evil win. And here I have a quote from Mark Passio. The deepest expression of awakening of consciousness is a deep knowledge not only of who we are, but of the objective reality of right and wrong. That's from What on Earth is Happening, podcast 120. So when you are in the aggregate slavery condition, which is what we find ourselves in, simply being in morality level 1, the base morality, is not enough, as immorality is reigning as king and won't be removed by your inaction alone. M2A, the great work, action is required by individuals to get the condition of true freedom. And if we ever do regain that state of aggregate freedom as a condition, aggregate true freedom, morality level 1 will be the default aggregate behavior of the majority. And morality level 2 of doing the great work, or applying the self-defense principle, will already be enacted by most individuals to preserve the condition of true freedom, because it will be taught to everyone as they grow up. So they will already learn to engage in the behavior of M1, and they will already be themselves, having been taught and continuing to teach those that come after them, which is doing the great work. And they will be teaching them morality, so they'll already know that they are allowed to engage in the self-defense principle and the need to engage in it when injustices are created to bring back justice. All right, we're almost there. It's a long one. Summary and conclusion. I'm going to talk about just a summary of definitions, just encapsulate all various definitions and the levels all together. The morality summary chart. This is a huge chart that tries to put everything together, so it's really big. I'm going to try to get through that and comprehensively and explain it. It's basically everything that was explained, but just putting it all together in one massive chart so that you can visualize it all in one place, essentially. Obviously, it doesn't contain every single thing, but it contains the vast majority of this presentation, of the understanding that I'm trying to convey in a chart form, which I'm known to be fond of explaining things in charts. And we'll look at asking the question, what can we do when we ask, am I immoral or are others immoral? And we'll take a look at our current immoral society versus a moral society, briefly. Wrong is a behavior, and there are 3 levels. The first level is immorality level 1, theft or violence. Wrong type 2 is, wrong level 2 is immorality level 2, and wrong level 3 would be amoral creation of chaos. So in your life, you choose not to clean, or you have accidental results that aren't behaviors that inherently initiate harm, as I've talked about earlier in the presentation. Immoral is also a behavior, and it's also a condition of society or of the individual. Immorality level 1 is folly level 1. Behavior that inherently results in initiating harm by stealing or infringing on property rights, theft, violence, creating theft, violence, or injustice. Immorality level 2 is folly level 2, not doing anything to end evil. Slavery is a condition of society or of the individual. It's a false claim of ownership on others' rightful property. It's a form of control. It is theft, violence, injustice, and immoral. Right is a behavior. Right level 1 equates to morality level 1. Right level 2 equates to morality level 2. And right level 3 is in contrast to wrong level 3, which is an amoral creation of order, meaning you're cleaning or you're helping others, such as charity work. And if you're doing a good job at X, like you did a good job at whatever, well, that has nothing to do with morality or immorality, but you're doing a good job, you're doing something right, you're doing it correctly. Moral is a behavior, it's also a condition of society or the individual. Morality level 1 is wisdom level 1. You're not inherently resulting in the initiation of harm, you don't steal. It's prudence or wise. Being prudent or wise, you don't kick a rock. You can be imprudent or foolish. Why is that thing all messed up? Oh, wait. Kick a rock. Don't kick a rock. Okay, I don't remember what I was talking about when I put those examples of kicking a rock or don't kick a rock, and prudence and imprudent. Anyways, I didn't review this slide well enough before I went into doing the presentation. So morality level 2 is wisdom level 2, working to end evil. Freedom is a condition or state of... Freedom is a condition of society or of the individual. It's the absence of false claims of ownership, slavery, actions that don't steal or infringe and aren't infringed on by others. It's a state of justice, state of morality. Evil is wrong level 1, which is immorality level 1. It's slavery, the destruction of freedom. It's control to limit rightful possibility, what you can possibly do within your rights, with your property. Bad level 1 is evil. It's immorality level 1. It's going against moral truth. So sometimes bad is evil. Sometimes bad level 2 is just wrong level 3, where something is unwell or improper. It's an incorrect way of doing something or an incorrect way of being that doesn't have anything to do with evil or immorality, like a bad job doing X, or you're in bad health. So if it's something you did to yourself, well, the bad health, it's not immoral, you did it to yourself because it's your property, so you can do it. You were ignorant, well, too bad. That happened to you. So instead of a good job doing X, well, it's a bad job. You did a bad job. So I'm just explaining the use of the term bad and all these other terms of how they can be used in different contexts to mean different things. Good level 1 is working to end evil, to destroy evil. Morality level 1, morality level 2. Or good level 2 is like right level 3, where you're helping to create order. Charity, you're doing something well, such as good job doing X, good job doing the cleaning, whatever. So here's the big whammy of a chart. I'm going to open up an image, bring that over so that I can zoom in, because it's going to be too small to read even in full screen. All right, so let's dive into this. We got, so the morality summary chart. There is immoral behavior and there is moral behavior. Immoral behavior is the wrong thing to do. And it's not necessarily a wrong to do in terms of creating evil. Participating in the creation of evil is immorality level 1, a wrong to do, because it creates evil. It inherently results in initiating harm, violence, violating the rights of others. And all of the immoral behavior, because it's the wrong thing to do, whether it's immorality level 1 or immorality level 2, it is the folly of wrong action, just of different degrees. And in contrast to participating in the creation of evil, immorality level 1, immorality level 2 is tolerating the creation of evil. So when it's a wrong to do, because it's not a right to do, because it creates evil, That's inherently results in the initiation of harm because it's violence, it's violating the rights of others, it's morally wrong, negative behavior. And if we zoom out and go to the moral behavior, that's contrasted with morally right or positive behavior or morally neutral behavior. And moral behavior is a right to do. So the immoral behavior starts with the wrong thing to do, and a wrong to do is when you go to immorality level 1, but moral behavior starts with a right to do, contrasting to a wrong to do. And it is a right to do overall because it's not creating evil. It doesn't inherently result in initiating harm to others. It's non-violence, not violating the rights of others. That's morality level 1. Not participating in the creation of evil, contrasted with participating in the creation of evil. So we'll go to the left. So in not participating in the creation of evil, you could be not active in creating evil or good. So it's morally neutral behavior. But it's still a moral behavior. It's still a right to do and not a wrong to do. It's not the wrong thing to do because it's just morally neutral. You're not actually active in creating some good or freedom or order. Morally neutral, like walking or building a puzzle, has nothing to do with creating evil or ending evil or creating good. So I just wanted to show the distinctions as I come across them, and then we'll finish with immorality and then go to finish the moral side after. So these are morally wrong, i.e. immoral, that is to say immoral, morally wrong, negative behavior, not neutral or right or positive behavior. This is a false way or path. You're active in creating evil, creating slavery. These are the 7 transgressions, the 7 thefts, the 7 violations, which are all claims of ownership, slavery, brought about by ignorance of, apathy, cowardice, and or laziness to the objective difference between right and wrong, where you have an undeveloped conscience, and you become a cog in the machine of evil. So there's I1A and I1B, immorality level 1, A and B, directly engaging in solo creation. You do it yourself. The solo creation is of the participation in the creation of evil. And when you do it indirectly, you're engaging in co-creation because you're supporting others creating evil. So you're indirectly participating in the co-creation. Whereas I1A, you could be doing it all by yourself and no one else on the planet could be doing it except for yourself. You do it yourself and the other one is supporting it. And intent does not matter. So you're doing the violent action yourself in I1A. Example, assault, other thefts, thwarting the rights of others. And I1B, you support or condone others doing violence. For example, government, police, military. For example, believing in authority, voting, paying for mainstream liars to continue to have jobs, rejecting moral truth. So that's where you reject moral truth and you reject alignment with morality if you even have moral truth. And that makes you a bad or evil person. And you can either be consciously immoral, which makes you truly bad, truly evil, or you could be engaging in unconscious morality, which makes you basic bad, basic evil. And you can believe that right equals wrong or wrong equals right, so you advocate or do wrongs yourself, or advocate them to be done by others. So in unconscious morality, we can get to order followers who reject the free will to choose right over wrong. But that makes them truly bad or evil. So they might not be consciously immoral. They might not be aware of the objective difference between right and wrong and knowing that what they're doing is creating evil, is doing immorality. So they have unconscious immorality, but instead of being basic bad evil, due to the fact that they don't even engage in the process of attempting to evaluate their own actions, as we went through in previous slides, they've abandoned their free will. They reject their free will to choose right over wrong. That makes them truly bad or evil, because they're not even engaging in that ability, that potential. Because they're just doing it for a job. They're being paid, so they're doing what they're told to do. So it makes them into a robot, into a slave, etc., as we've talked about earlier. And what does all this do? When you go down the immoral path, the false path, it increases the presence of immorality, evil, or slavery, thereby decreasing the aggregate state or condition of good, order, or freedom. Now if we continue along the path of what is morally right or positive behavior, this is the right thing to do. Not simply a right to do, but it's the right thing to do. Morally neutral behavior isn't the right thing to do, it's just you have a right to do it. And maybe I should just do immorality level 2. Forgot about that one before we continue. This is a passive action by inaction. You're not speaking out to end evil. You're in the mode of silence, the negative form of the apophatic way in the apology, to not say anything. So you're not engaging in M2A, the great work. You're not evil because you're not participating in the creation of evil. It's not theft or violence. So you're not evil, right? You're a bad, evil person. You're not in this. That's why it's a different form of immorality. It's not the same type of immorality. So, morally positive, morally right behavior, the right thing to do. We're going to go. These are higher consciousness modalities as opposed to. Oh, I took that away. At one point, I had lower consciousness modalities here, and then I guess I deleted it because it was taking up space. So these are higher consciousness modalities. So you have a higher good and a lower good. And the lower good is your goal doesn't work to end evil. Because see what we're doing here is we're not participating in the creation of evil. Okay, that's fine. But the higher good is where your goal works to end evil. So you're not participating in the creation of evil, but you're actually working to end evil. And the lower good is simply you're not working, the things that you do, the goal of your behavior doesn't work to end evil. The goal is to do other things. It creates lower good, not higher good, not true good. So that's charity, where you donate money, you can help others, donating your time. Ethical or nice behavior, being nice to people, etc. You're not inherently initiating harm. You're not violating the rights. You're not being violent. You might be an asshole. You're not being ethical or nice. And really, like, ethics is equal to morality. Ethikos is the Greek term, and in Latin, they made from the Greek ethikos, they came up with the term moralis, I think it was. I forget, I wrote about it in work like 10 years ago, but you can technically equate them, or you can say that morality is morality and ethics is like a little bit beyond towards the nice and kindness and what's ethical, but morality has to do with the objective difference between right and wrong. So these are semantic definitions that you could nitpick, but I'm going based off of, I agree with what Passio once said about ethical or nice behavior, that it's not necessarily in the domain of moral. So it's a lower good. It has nothing to do with ending evil. And it creates personal good for others. It creates personal freedom for others. It creates personal order for others. But when you apply this in the aggregate, you can often get to the false greater good, where, well, you have to do charity. We have to take money from you to give to charity. We have to take money from you to help others, etc. So it can be if you don't have a proper moral conception, the ethics and the greater good can get conflated, and when it's applied to a greater whole, and then it violates individual property rights. So the higher good is the true way path. capital W, capital P, way and path. The goal works to end evil. This is where you have knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong, where you have true conscience, where you exercise conscience, you engage in the wisdom of right action. This creates true good, true freedom, true order. This is the path of apophasis, saying no to evil, having courage. And there's two pathways, one's active, one's passive. So the passive pathway is action by inaction, not creating evil or injustice. And this is our primary moral responsibility. We are not participating in creating evil. We're not participating in immorality level 1. So these would be morality level 1. The non-aggression principle, morality level 1A, is directly solo creation, we create alone, where we're not doing the violence ourselves. And then M1B, morality level 1B, indirectly in the co-creation aspect, where we create with others, where we're not supporting or condoning others doing violence. For example, we don't support government, police, etc. So all these aspects have to do with being a good person. And we'll see that at the bottom over here. I'll get to explaining that. Not tolerating, and so the passive side was not creating evil, injustice, and the active side is active in creating true good, true freedom, and true order. This is just about you not doing it or supporting it. But if you want to create true freedom and order, you have to engage in this pathway. That's not tolerating the creation of evil, where you're working your goals, your ends, are not just to end evil in yourself or the supporting of evil in others, but you're working to remove evil from existence and injustice. That's our secondary moral responsibility after we engage in the primary moral responsibility of morality level 1. Now we're in morality level 2. And there's the self-defense principle, where we can apply consequences, where we can create justice. We defend against wrongdoing. We stop others doing violence in the present. Or if it's not defending against wrongdoing in the present, we can rectify wrongs already created through restitution by paying karmic debt, payback. That's for the past. And we have M2A, morality level 2A, the great work, speaking out, educating others to stop wrongs, teach others about ending evil, learn and teach morality, influence others towards 1, 2, 3. That is the great work. Influence others to not participate in evil, to know that their rights are to apply consequences, and also engage in speaking out of educating others to stop the wrongs. And when we engage in these various modalities, if you stop doing it yourself, this has to do with being a good person. If you stop doing it yourself, you're the minimum to not being a bad, basic evil person. Whoops. There we go. I just wanted to show here. So basic bad evil person, you're not engaging in this. That's all. So it's the minimum you can do to not being a basic bad evil person. The start of being good. So this is where it starts. So we stop being bad or evil. And then if you don't support others, you don't support or condone others doing violence, then you're even less bad and less evil than just you doing it. And if you apply consequences, you're more of a good person. But it has limited applicability, as I've discussed in this presentation many times. Limited applicability in an aggregately immoral society, which requires speaking out to end evil in order to get rid of that aggregate immoral society. Which brings us again to the all-importance of the great work. And this is what makes you a truly good and truly moral person, because you engage in moral education. You're actively working to create true freedom, and you're actively working to create and do the requirements for true freedom, to end slavery and evil. You're truly good, and this is the most effort to end evil. These things are necessary as first steps, but you have to get here. And as a result of doing this, you're part of decreasing the presence of immorality, evil, slavery, and thereby increasing the aggregate state or condition of good, order, or freedom. Even though it's minuscule, it's a drop heading in that direction. And the more drops we get, the larger the current can shift, can have the force potential present in order to shift the way and path into a different current when a majority of the drops also shift in that direction. So that wasn't too long. I was thinking it would be a lot longer. We'll get out of here and we'll continue with the PowerPoint fancy transitions. So this is to reiterate what was talked about initially in terms of initiating harm, inherently or not inherently initiating harm, immoral versus negligence. This is just a summary of everything, of like the various charts and various aspects that were talked about throughout the presentation relating to immoral versus negligence. I put it here at the end since this is the summary part, so I was going to summarize it all here. So we have our behavior, and it can be right or wrong, and if it's wrong, it can be immorality level 2, but it's not an egregious wrong like immorality level 1, where our behaviors inherently result in initiating harm directly or indirectly. So harm is initiated. There's a loss as theft. And these are the 7 transgressions, the 7 thefts. So a loss as theft can be immorality level 1A or level 1B. So level 1A would be, example, stabbing someone. Level 1B would be, for example, voting for rulers. And this is where we get into the grades. I mentioned the lesser and the greater at a horizontal level and lesser and greater at a vertical level. So it's 7 times 4 is 28. So that's the I1A1, I1A2, I1B1, I1B2. We get 28, and there's the 28 conscious and unconscious when we take all those into consideration. And these are the greater forms of, these equal greater immorality, greater wrong, because they are immoral. Now when we get to behavior that is right, it is moral, level 1, because it's a right to do the behavior, because it doesn't inherently result in initiating harm. So you can have stuff that creates no loss, where you walk to your garage, that creates no loss. And it can also be immorality level 2, because you don't work to end evil, it's not inherently resulting in the initiation of harm. And there can be things that don't inherently result in the initiation of harm that do create loss, but as a non-theft. This is loss as theft. This is loss as non-theft. So you can engage in behavior that creates harm as a response to harm that was initiated, and that is self-defense. And that creates loss for the other, but not as theft. It's non-theft. And there's also loss as non-theft. That's where it's accidental. So harm is initiated, but it's accidental. It's not inherent as a result of the behavior. So you can have non-negligence, where there's a driving accident from bad luck. So you can have the 7 levels, theoretically. I guess it wouldn't be all of them. You wouldn't have willful deception, because you would maybe be deceiving through negligence and not knowing that you're deceiving, because if it's willful. So this is wrong. It should, I guess, only be 6 here, not 7. And through an accident or bad luck, being misinformed. Yeah, so it's probably just 6. It's not the full 7. And it's not the full 14. It would be 12. So I made a mistake there. Apologies for that. Whoops. I forgot to properly think it through and how willful deception doesn't apply, but you can mistakenly, like trespass, just above willful deception, there would be trespass. So you could, happen by accident to trespass on someone's land, and you do it by non-negligence or negligence. Anyways, the negligence side would be having a driving accident while texting. So that's negligence. You shouldn't be texting, so it's an avoidable loss, and you can do that in an unconscious or conscious capacity. So when we're talking about morality and how to improve ourselves, we can ask ourselves, am I immoral, and what we can do about it? So am I initiating harm? No? Well, then you're already in M1A. You're not doing it yourself, but you might be participating in it through giving your support and condoning it. So if you are initiating the harm, then you're in immorality level 1. So you can either not stop doing that and you remain in immorality level 1, or you can stop doing it and then you attain morality level 1, stopping your direct participation in creating evil. So that brings us back to whether we're not, or we are and we stop, then we need to ask, am I voluntarily supporting or condoning others initiating harm? So if we are, then we're engaging in immorality 1B1, where we are giving our direct support, directly condoning it of our free will. So either we don't stop our voluntary support and we remain in that level of immorality, or we do stop that voluntary support, and then in addition to M1A, we gain M1B1 contrasted to I1B1. And if we are not engaging in voluntary support and condoning others initiating harm, then we're in M1B1. And either way, both of them lead to the next aspect of our immorality is we need to recognize that we don't exist outside the aggregate. We can't instantly change the aggregate on our own. We're stuck with I1B2, which is immorality level 1, indirect, involuntary, coerced support of others creating evil. So we're participating in the creation of evil that way. And we can reduce some I1B, but not all. So we must do M2, which is the great work, morality level 2. Am I countering involuntary support, I1B2, with the great work? So if you say no, well then you have I1B2. You still have that because we always have it and we can't get rid of it. And we're also in immorality level 2 of not doing the great work. And that passive complicity, going with the flow of evil by not trying to stop it. And if we are countering it, then we can consider ourselves essentially, as much as we can be, in morality level 1 base moral. We're a base moral being, even though there's still I1B2 being done. But we are countering it because we are doing morality level 2, the great work. And we can also ask, are others immoral, and what we can do about it? Is another's behavior inherently initiating harm? Yes, well then they're in immorality level 1 and we can stop them. And there's 2 pathways to stop them. Either in physical defense to stop evil, and that's M2B, morality level 2, self-defense. But without significant support, it can be a bad choice. But regardless of that, we have the choice, we have the right, so we can stop them now or stop them later. If we stop them now, the stopper is us. Well, we can act as an individual to try to stop it, or we can act as a group. And if we stop them later, both of them go into the same bubble. So whether we stop them now or stop them later, the stoppers, the people engaging in the self-defense principle, we can act as individuals or act as groups. And the violators, they can be stopped either as an individual violator or as a group of people doing violations. Now, go back to the top, is another inherently initiating harm? No. Well, then they're in morality level 1A. They're not doing it themselves. And we need to ask, is another's voluntary support? Is another voluntarily supporting others initiating harm? So if not, then they are in M1. They can do the behavior that they are doing. They are in morality level 1. But if they are voluntarily supporting others initiating harm, then they're in immorality level 1B1. And then we engage in non-physical defense to stop evil. That's the goals we have to engage in that behavior, non-physical defense, to stop the evil. So they're giving their support. So we need to influence others to stop themselves, or influence others to reach the moral unity of numbers and support to get them to stop themselves, or engage in physical defense to stop evil once we have the numbers. And that's why it can be a bad choice when you don't have the numbers. If you're doing it just as an individual, well, that probably won't work out good for you in many cases. But as a group, especially, we have the numbers and support and moral unity, then we can engage in that physical self-defense. Otherwise, we need to do the intellectual self-defense to influence others to stop themselves and not reach the point where we engage in a massive physical effort like the American Revolution as a stopgap to stop the greater degeneration into tyranny and authoritarianism and immorality and slavery. So we can look at our society through immoral rings of society. We have orange, darker orange, and then a bright orange. I made them orange because reds would be, it was more difficult to see. It was like bad contrast, so I made it all oranges. The outer ring, which is most of the population, and most of the population obeys authority. Everyone obeys authority, or else you're going to get hurt and probably get your life murdered and extinguished. So these are mostly not immorality level 1A doers of creating wrongs. There are some at some level. It's mostly immorality level 1B, which are supporters of others doing immorality. And, of course, immorality level 2 of not doing the great work at all, of trying to end evil. So they're supporting the next rung, the middle level of the immoral rings, and that's the actual doers of immorality level 1, the ones who are doing the violence, the transgressing on people's rights, the doers of theft, the doers of evil, creating evil, the order followers and the giver controller goons, is the dominators enforcing slavery. And they're supported by the outer vast majority and also the inner ring. So the inner ring are the higher level controllers. These are the dark occultists, the quote sorcerers. They have dark care, and they're taking and giving orders themselves. This is a lesser immorality level 1 in terms of not being the murdering and the assault. They are lying. They are doing coercion. They're not doing the physical violations themselves. That's for the middle rung, the goons, the controller goons. They're the ones doing the physical violations. These guys are speaking, or they're exchanging money, or they are making threats, even though they can't back them up. The only way they can back up their threats is by threatening to have their goons go after others, because they have the money to pay people who act as goons for money. So this inner, even though they're doing lesser 1A, they're also doing greater immorality level 1A that is occulted. And this is the ritual abuse, the pedophilia, the murder and the rape, all the degeneracy, and look into the Franklin cover-up and what they do to children. It's horrible. So they're doing even worse than the middle class of goons who do the murdering and the assaults on people. But what they do is occulted from the public. The public can see what the middle ones are doing, but they justify it as the belief in authority and that they have a right to do it in their delusions. But the inner group, the small cadre, the cabal, they do things that are even worse in terms of egregious evil at the core of their being, because they have dark care. So the outer rings are people that are mostly followers of authorities in power. The middle rings are followers and givers of commands under the belief in authority, like police, the military, politicians, and other government workers. The inner rings, the inner ring, are the ones setting the overall agenda to be followed by government workers under the belief in authority. And of course, there's what is virtually not visible, invisible, certainly not visible even as a dot in here in terms of quantity, are the M2 workers, the great workers. We are a tiny speck that's not even visible. It wouldn't even be visible on the screen in terms of like the proportion. I tried to sort of make it proportional. This ring would be smaller. Maybe it would just be one circle in terms of relative to the goons and everyone else in society on the planet. But those doing the great work of moral education, we're a dot, a blue dot that's not even visible. You could put a blue dot, it'd be a pixel or half a pixel. I don't know. Maybe not even. Maybe it wouldn't even be that big. You'd have to enlarge this image by a factor of 5 or 10 to finally see that blue dot, or even more than 5 or 10 times, maybe 100 times. And then you could finally see that blue pixel. Sadly, that's how much work there is to do. It's a big fucking joke, It's a laugh and cry at the same time. That's where I'm at. It's so sad, but it's so laughable that that's what we have to do, and that there's so few of us doing it. It's sad, It'll make you cry, so you gotta laugh at it, You gotta fight back the tears because it's just really sad and pathetic that that's where we are right now. And we have so far to go. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it probably gonna happen? No. Doesn't seem like it's gonna work. So you can do nothing, and you can be immoral, and you can go with the flow and be evil, and just focus on your selfish little life. Try to eke out as much freedom as you can. Little bits of freedom, little bits of self-sustainability in your life. Nothing wrong with doing that, but if you're just doing that and you're not doing the great work, then you're just being completely selfish, letting evil win, being part of the flow and not even trying to change it. This is the final slide. So a moral society, what would that be? Well, an aggregate moral society is possible. It won't just happen by itself. We can make it happen. Will we make it happen, though? Will we? Will we apply our will? The persistent immorality of societal enslavement will remain until we aggregately evolve consciousness. The belief in the legitimacy of authority to rule others is the greatest barrier to true freedom. This belief needs to be recognized as immoral and abolished. We need to be abolitionists towards this covert form of enslavement in order to create true freedom. The goal of true freedom requires moral education, an arduous task to be undertaken as a moral responsibility and duty by all who at least care enough about themselves to want to be truly free by living morally. Individuals must awaken their care for truth, especially moral truth, with true care, to the point where they become activated in teaching morality. When the majority deeply understand objective morality and live it, uniting to maintain true justice against injustice, then we will live in a moral society and truly be free. That's when it will happen. And we have a long road ahead of us. Long road. Extremely long road. So I want to thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for getting through the information. I hope it's been of value and provides value in your life and that you appreciate it. It took me a long time to make. I started doing, I had the goal of doing the natural law, the science of morality work, presentations to explain it all in the summer of 2002. And my first presentations of that were the first 3 parts that I did. I think it was the end of February, And then a few weeks later in March was part 2. So the first one was on rights, the second one was on slavery, and then I did part 3 on true freedom at the end of April. This one, for morality itself, to explain morality itself, took a really long time. On and off work, in terms of working on it, taking a break, working on it, really contemplating and really refining my understanding and questioning things. And obviously, a big thanks to Mark Passio, whose seminal works came before mine. And as I've done since the creation of my site, Evolved Consciousness, I've been building off of his work, trying to go deeper in things and explain them in greater detail. And that's what people who've gone through my work have said about my work that they appreciate about it, is that it's like going a little bit further than some of the things that Passio talks about. So that's what I try to do in some parts. In some parts I bring some new things, new perspectives. In this presentation I also brought new things that he hasn't talked about, that I haven't seen anywhere else. So I hope that's appreciated and of value to people who come across this work. And yeah, a big thanks to Mark Passio. Wouldn't be here without him, wouldn't have awakened to the degree, wouldn't be doing the great work, wouldn't have the knowledge I have. So as I mentioned on my site, everything is built upon that initial foundational knowledge from Mark Passio, what on earth is happening. And here you see the One Great Work network that he made to allow people like me and other people to have a common network, a place where other people can get access to other people's information that aren't Mark Passio's information, Mark Passio's content, which is whatonearthishappening.com. Hopefully you know that. Before you go through my work, I recommend you go through all of Mark Passio's work, then go through my work. If you don't go through his work, there'll be a lot of parts missing in the depth that I go into. Apart from the natural law, the science of morality presentations that I've amassed, conglomerated all the aspects of what Mark Passio has put out and added my own understanding and depth of knowledge and contemplating and reflecting upon this understanding. So you can go to my site, evolvedconsciousness.org. You can watch the 3 previous parts. You can check in for the next parts that are coming. Part 5 on the law of freedom. Part 6 on natural law. Part 7 will be on consciousness. Part 8 will be on the great work. More in depth of explaining the great work, which I did a lot here, but more into how to get into it, how to overcome the fears, which Mark Passio has already talked about in his podcast. Go check that out in the 200 something, the early 200s. He went into that. And so if I got something wrong, well, you can explain it to me. Go to Evolve Consciousness. I don't know why I put .com. Wow. It's evolveconsciousness.org/contact. I will fix that in the slides before I upload them. So evolveconsciousness.org/contact, not .com. And go there, go to my site, or you can click on the link for contact, and you can tell me, well, what did I get wrong? And actually explain it to me, like I've done in this presentation. Explain it and demonstrate why what you claim is wrong is actually wrong. And I will value it. I will take it in, and I will value being corrected, because I want to know if I'm wrong. But like I said, I've taken a lot of time to contemplate this, and it's possible I did get something wrong, but as I was presenting it, the 7s instead of a 6, some other parts where I think I was like, oh yeah, I didn't explain this properly, and then I corrected it as I was presenting it. It's possible I missed some other things. So if you do find something, let me know. Make sure you do go through the other parts, part 1, rights, part 2, slavery, part 3, true freedom, before attempting to correct this one, because this one is built upon the other ones. And hopefully you've gone through all of Mark Passio's work, but that's not a requisite for natural law, the science of morality. These presentations are in-depth in themselves. But do go through, highly recommended, the most recommended work, Mark Passio's work, for an overall understanding on so many topics that I haven't talked about really in my own work. So that's the foundation, I'd say. And yeah, I'll end it with my slogan: truth is love, love is truth, truth unites, lies divide. Embrace truth, care for truth. Thank you very much for your time and attention again. Hope you gained value from this presentation and the information, and stay tuned for the next ones to come. Take care. Peace.